Not getting out of bed at 6 a.m., Fred complained. George agreed with him. I was thinking of maybe an 8 a.m. start. That way we finish at 11 and can get cleaned up before lunch, Harry said. That's not a bad idea, George said. Fred agreed. They decided to ask Angelina if they could train an hour earlier on the weekends. She agreed and informed the rest of the team of the new training time. Wood complained that it still wasn't early enough, but Alicia and Katie both agreed it would be good. With the majority of the team now in agreement over training times, Harry was able to settle into a normal routine much like he had done earlier in his schooling. Classes were as interesting as usual, and the work was just as challenging, but it was enjoyable. Ancient runes was now Harry's favorite subject. He was looking forward to when they would start creating runes, rather than just interpreting them, but Professor Babbling was insistent that they stick to the program she had outlined at the start of the year. He was also enjoying arithmancy. Professor Vector spent a great deal of time outlining the significance of certain numbers at the start of the year. Now more emphasis was being placed on relationships between different numbers. Although Harry doubted some of Claim's being promoted, he still found it an enjoyable subject. Professor Lupin was most students' favorite teacher, although many Slytherins, notably Draco Malfoy, didn't show him the respect he deserved. Lupin didn't appear too concerned about this, however, so Harry went with the majority and enjoyed his lessons. Some of his other classes weren't going as well as he would have liked. Care of magical creatures was just as he remembered it. More often than not, Hagrid was showing them things that could best be described as monsters. Already he was regretting adding this subject to his timetable. He had hoped that, since there were no serious injuries in the first class, it may have been a better subject this time around. Sadly, it wasn't. Although the classes were less boring, this only meant they were becoming more dangerous. The only good news was there had been no accidents yet. There had been no reported sightings of Pettigrew since the snakes nearly trapped him in November. Many people now knew it was the snakes that had alerted staff to his presence, but this still left them wary of Harry, the only person able to talk to them. His friends, however, now accepted his friendship with snakes and got on with life. Another Hogsmeade weekend came and went without incident. At least it did give Harry a chance to catch up with Sirius, who was still patrolling the village as part of his Auror duties. Sirius said that Madame Bones was considering removing the Dementors from around the school, since there had been no trace of Pettigrew for nearly 3 months. He admitted they had no idea where Pettigrew might be, and, since Hogwarts security was better than ever, they had no need to retain them around the castle. As Easter approached, the next round of Quidditch matches came up. First, Ravenclaw were to play Slytherin, while Gryffindor would meet Hufflepuff the following Saturday. The Gryffindor team watched the other match keenly and came away disappointed that Slytherin won 260-70. They knew that if they were to retain the cup, they would need to win by a greater margin, or hope Hufflepuff could beat Slytherin later in the year. In the week leading up to the match, Harry once again noticed their training sessions seemed to be getting longer. Clearly, Angelina felt the same way Wood had prior to the match against Slytherin. That training leading up to the match was a high priority. Wood seemed to have accepted his demotion and was determined to prove he was worthy of a professional contract. He was still training longer and harder than any other player on the team. He was always first to the pitch before training and last to leave after finishing. His determination was something the rest of the team could appreciate, and they wished him well. The morning of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff dawned fine and calm. The Gryffindor team knew they needed to win, and win well if they were to defend their title. Slytherin's big win over Ravenclaw meant they were now favorites to take out the title, and some students were beginning to think Harry may have indeed been wrong to save Malfoy rather than catch the snitch. The teams took off. Harry's opposing seeker was Cedric Diggory, a 5th year who was much bigger than Harry. On the plus side, Harry's smaller size meant he could turn quicker than Diggory. This greater agility proved useful as it allowed Harry to outmaneuver him, an asset when chasing the snitch. The Gryffindor chasers were also superior to the Hufflepuffs, with score steadily building in Gryffindor's favor. When Harry got close enough to ask Wood, he was told they were up 50-0. When Hufflepuff finally managed to score, he heard Lee Jordan, the commentator, say the score was now 80-10 to Gryffindor. That was over a half an hour after the start, but, as yet, neither he nor Diggory had sighted the snitch. If things continued like this, Harry thought, they might win regardless of who caught the snitch. After nearly an hour, however, Harry finally did catch sight of the snitch. Swerving to his right, he accelerated and began climbing toward it. Diggory saw him change direction and immediately turned to chase, but Harry was faster and closer to it. A burst of speed, a grab, and the match was over, Gryffindor having won 250, 20 meaning they now led the competition comfortably with a win and draw, and a plus 40 points differential over Slytherin. After a shower and lunch, Harry went to the library for his weekly study session. Susan was already there, and as usual, had saved a seat for Harry. "One of these days we will beat you at Quidditch," she said as Harry sat down. "Not while I'm on the team you won't," he replied jokingly. "Hey, Harry," asked Colin Creevey, a second-year Gryffindor. "Yes, Colin," he replied. "Can you help me with some potions work, please? I'm stuck." "All right, bring it here." Harry spent about 20 minutes helping Colin. After that, he was able to return to his own work. Assisting Colin had reminded Harry of a certain book in Snape's classroom. He had thought about it back in first year but had forgotten about it until today. Now he had been reminded, he decided to see if it were possible to acquire it for future reference. After finishing his homework, Harry went to the snake room. Luna had become a regular visitor to the room over the course of the term, so he was not surprised to see her there with the snakes. "Hello, Luna," he said, joining her on the floor. "Hello, Harry. Your snakes are always happy to see you, and they seem to like me too," she replied. "They do, Luna. They are always happy when you drop by." Harry then turned to the snakes. "Hello, Sam, Stephen, and your young." "Hello, Harry," Sam said. "It is good to see you again. Have you been keeping well?" "I'm fine, thank you. How are you?" "We are all fine. The young ones all enjoy the company of humans, but we have told them they are not to go looking for humans. The little people in the big warm room seem to like us now, though, so we often go there." "It's good to hear the elves are treating you well. They are the little people you mentioned," Harry explained. The snakes nodded, showing they understood. "What are you talking to them about?" inquired Luna. "We were talking about our well-being. They often go to the kitchens where they interact with the elves. The elves treat them well, too." "That is good to hear. Do they have any news for you?" Since the snakes hadn't mentioned anything like that, Harry assumed they didn't, but he decided to ask anyway. "Have you got anything to tell me about what you have seen in and around the castle?" "No, we have not observed anything out of the ordinary, although don't patrol everywhere all the time. We snakes like to keep warm, after all." "They have nothing to report. I should be getting back to the common room. Ron and the others are probably wondering where I am. Will you be joining our study session tomorrow, Luna?" "I don't think so. We Ravenclaws have our own study group now. We find we can concentrate better when we don't too many younger students around, and we are in our common room," Luna replied. "Well, goodbye, Luna." "Goodbye. I will try to see you again tomorrow," he added for the snakes. "Goodbye, Harry. We look forward to seeing you again," Sam replied before all the snakes turned their attention back to Luna. Over the next week, Harry formulated plans as to how he could get into Snape's classroom undetected. Now that he had remembered the Half-Blood Prince's Potions book, he was determined to get it, and any other potions books that may have belonged to him. During their last potions class of the term, Harry carefully examined the layout of the room. His lab partner, Neville, of course, noticed Harry's distraction and asked him about it. "Harry, why are you looking around the room? Have you forgotten something?" Neville asked. "No, I've actually just remembered something someone told me a while ago. The rumor is there is something valuable hidden in this room. I am looking for likely hiding places," Harry explained. "If you decide to go looking for it, can I come along?" Harry was surprised by Neville's reaction. He had never considered him to be the sort of person who would look for adventure. Why not? Another set of eyes would be useful. Snape's coming. Professor Snape examined Harry and Neville's work. Even though their potion was up to the required standard, Harry knew Snape would never acknowledge it. As usual, Snape found something to criticize. "Those roots are unevenly cut," he said. 5 points from Gryffindor for not doing it properly. In fact, Crabbe's roots were far worse than Harry's, but, as usual, Snape chose not to say or do anything. Harry was, by now, used to this unfair treatment, but it made him even more determined to get his hands on the Half-Blood Prince's old potion books. "I still have a few things to organize, but when I'm ready, I'll let you know," Harry told Neville. Harry knew that Professor Lupin had the Marauders map, and that he would be using it to keep an eye out for any unusual activity, so the plan would need to wait until the full moon. That gave him only a few days to prepare, so instead, he decided to search for it after Easter. That way, he still had over a month to organize everything. The actual organization would not take long. Harry already had his copy of the Marauders map and his invisibility cloak. He had Creature on call whenever he needed him, and Dobby could act as a backup anyway. All he really needed to do was to determine what security features were placed on the classroom outside of school hours. Most teachers left their classrooms unlocked and were generally happy for students to use the rooms for their own pursuits, provided they tidied up after themselves rather than leave the room in a mess. Snape, on the other hand, was not like most teachers, and Harry wouldn't be surprised if the room was locked or at least monitored in some way all the time. This is what would take some time to sort out. Harry regularly checked the Marauders map over the remainder of the term. From this, he was able to determine the best time to enter Snape's classroom was on the weekend. Saturday afternoons, Snape always seemed to leave the dungeons, usually going to Dumbledore's office, although around the full moon he would go to Lupin's office beforehand. Rather than ask someone else to do it, Harry decided he himself would probe the defenses, so to speak, around Snape's classroom. Harry's planning was interrupted by Hermione one morning while waiting outside the arithmancy classroom. He was going over what he already knew about Snape's habits when she stormed up to him. "I've had it with divination. I'm dropping the subject," she snapped. "What happened?" Harry asked her. Hermione took a deep breath. "Since the beginning of this year, Trelawney has told me 6 times I'm going to die. Every few weeks she comes up with some new, ridiculous idea about how it will happen. She keeps telling me I have the Grim. The Grim is that huge black spectral dog that supposedly haunts graveyards. People who see it are supposed to die, right?" Harry asked. "Yes, that's it." "It's ridiculous if you ask me," she replied. "Well, considering I live with a big black dog when I'm not in Hogwarts, and you often stay with us, she is at least partly right. However, Sirius is certainly no Grim." "Are you defending her?" Hermione asked, sounding shocked. "No, remember I had to see her in first year. That one visit was enough to prove to me she was a fraud. Trelawney relies on guesswork and coincidences. Remember I said something like that once before. It is inevitable that, once in a while, she gets something right. Seeing you with a big black dog is one of those cases. Maybe you should have told her she was right. You do spend time with a big black dog, although it is protecting you rather than harming you. I wonder how she would have reacted to that." Hermione calmed down considerably while Harry was speaking. By the time he had finished, she had realized how she could have better handled it. "You're right, Harry. I should have said something like that. Sorry for shouting at you." "Don't worry about it. At least now you won't need to see her again, in class at least," he said. The arrival of Easter saw Harry delay his plans. An unusually high number of students were heading home for Easter, probably because of the Dementors, which cast an aura of depression around the castle. Although they had not entered the grounds after the first Quidditch match, their presence at all the entrances badly affected everybody who was coming and going. By heading home for Easter, many students would at least get a 2-week break from their effects. On the train, Harry sat with Susan and Hannah Abbott. None of the Weasleys were coming home for Easter, and Hermione, who was clearly showing signs of strain over her timetable, even though she was no longer taking divination, had elected to stay behind as well to catch up on her work. She still had 11 other subjects, and her workload was still heavier than for any other student in their year. Tonks met Harry at King's Cross. Sirius was busy and would be joining them later. She took him straight to Grimmauld Place, where Harry immediately summoned Creature. "How may Creature help Master?" the elf asked. "Early in the new term, I am planning on entering a classroom which contains something I know will be useful to me. I need you to be ready to help me with some advanced magic once I have retrieved it. I will also need you to hide it for me." "I don't want to know where it is, but I will need you to be able to bring it to me at short notice," Harry told him. "Creature understands and will assist Master in any way. Is there anything Creature can assist Master with now?" "For the moment, no. I would like you to return you Hogwarts for now. Carry on with your regular duties, but if anything unusual happens, come straight to me and let me know." "Creature obeys," he said before disapparating. With that sorted, Harry turned his attention to more pressing matters. He still needed to work on his animagus training. Harry tried to relax and empty his mind. Although he would not be attempting the animagus transformation today, he felt that becoming as calm as possible at the earliest opportunity would make it easier later that week. A good night's sleep would undoubtedly be an advantage, and for that, being more relaxed would help. After a quiet meal, Harry went to his room and started on his homework. Sirius arrived home later that evening. Apparently, there had been a reported sighting of Peter Pettigrew near the docks in London around midday, and Sirius was one of the Aurors sent to investigate. Despite a thorough search, however, no trace had been found. Harry spent the next week finishing homework and attempting to develop the necessary techniques which would allow him to make the animagus transformation. Come Saturday, he felt ready to try again. As usual, Sirius, Tonks, and Professor Lupin were with him. Tonks, who was also attempting the animagus transformation, had brought with her all the information she had been supplied with by the Ministry, and Harry had been over it all as well. "Right then," Tonks started. "I assume you are thoroughly familiar with all the information I was given, Harry." "I've read it all, yeah. Thanks for that too, Tonks," Harry replied. "Well, Harry, you know what to do," Lupin said. Harry noted he still sounded concerned over the idea. Harry took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated on Fawkes, Dumbledore's pet phoenix. It was ironic that Dumbledore should come to mind at this time, Harry thought, considering the lack of trust he had in the headmaster. Suddenly he realized what he was doing. He had allowed himself to become distracted. He shook his head and opened his eyes. "Are you all right, Harry? You suddenly started sweating then," Sirius said. "I know." "I allowed myself to become distracted," Harry replied. "Give me a minute and I'll try again." "I'll try first, I think," Tonks interrupted. "Maybe seeing someone else give it a go will help you." Tonks tried, but succeeded only having all her hair vanish. Harry tried not to laugh, and he could tell both Lupin and Sirius were struggling also. After a moment's pause, Tonks groaned and then regrew her hair. "I would appreciate it if you would refrain from laughing, boys," Tonks complained, glaring around the room. "Harry, why don't you have another go?" Lupin suggested. Once again, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on Fawkes. He was now certain he would be a Phoenix Animagus, and that is what he was concentrating on. He thought of Phoenix Song and the feeling of near weightlessness he had experienced when Fawkes had carried him, Ron, Ginny, and Professor Lockhart from the Chamber of Secrets back in his original second year, before he came back in time to save the innocent. Momentarily, Harry felt all his weight leave him. He opened his eyes. Everything looked different. Colors were brighter and contrasts were sharper, with clearer outlines. He looked at Sirius and saw an odd expression on his face. He looked at Tonks and then Lupin and saw similar looks there. Next, he closed his eyes and thought about his human appearance. Again, after a momentary feeling of weightlessness, he felt normal, just like he always had. "That was brilliant," Sirius said. "I never thought I'd see a wizard who could turn into a phoenix." "I guessed right," Harry said happily. "You guessed you would be a phoenix. What made you believe that is what you'd become?" asked Tonks, who was thinking of her own attempted transformation. "Remember over Christmas when I said I felt hot? I was thinking of fire, so I started thinking about animals that could generate fire and were capable of flying. First, I thought of dragons, but that didn't quite feel right, so I tried to think of something else. That was when I remembered phoenixes. Professor Dumbledore has one in his office. I think he calls it Fawkes, so I knew what they look like. I began concentrating on that, and it worked." "It all makes sense then," Sirius said. "That sounds a lot like how I did it when I was learning. You better drink this, Harry. It will help with the aftereffects of the transformation." Sirius handed Harry a cup containing the potion he and Tonks had brewed to help Harry with the transformation process. After Harry had fully relaxed, they turned their attention back to Tonks. Despite several attempts, however, she still hadn't succeeded in the transformation. She kept trying over the remainder of the holiday, but by the time Harry returned to Hogwarts, she still hadn't mastered the technique. "I guess I'll just have to keep trying," Tonks said, as she and Sirius escorted Harry back to King's Cross on the last day of the holidays. "At least Sirius will still be able to help you. Hopefully, come the end of the school year, you'll have mastered it," Harry said as he waited on the platform 9 and 3/4 for the train to leave. After boarding the train, Harry remembered Professor Lupin would also be catching the train back, but he preferred not to share a compartment with him. Instead, he joined Susan and Hannah. Susan had revived her interest in the Patronus charm and asked Harry if he could teach her. Hannah listened in but expressed no desire to attempt such complicated magic. "You should see Professor Lupin about that," he told Susan. "He is on the train and probably wouldn't mind a student asking him about something like that. He did offer to help anyone who was interested, and as far as I know, nobody has taken up the offer." That was true. Even Hermione had decided against taking on the extra study, and she had been almost the only one to show any interest at the start of the year. Harry thought a few older students may have looked into it as well, but he wasn't certain of that. I would rather learn from you, Harry. That way we can spend more time together, Susan replied. Harry took the hint. Susan was asking if she could spend more time alone with him. Learning the Patronus charm was an excuse. Okay then, have you heard of the Room of Requirement? He asked. No, I haven't, Susan replied. Hannah was now interested as well. What is this Room of Requirement? She asked. It's a secret room on the 7th floor. It can be reached from that seldom-used corridor that runs around the back wall of the castle. Once you know how to access it, you can use it to get almost anything. There are no doors off that corridor, Hannah said. I've been down there a few times after getting lost on my way to divination. You know that portrait of Barnabas the Barmy? Hannah nodded. She had always found that portrait amusing. Directly opposite that is a secret door. To open it, you need to walk past it 3 times thinking about what you need. As you pass it the 3rd time, the door will appear. What sort of things are in there? Susan asked. There is a storeroom that contains thousands of objects, some useful, some placed there because they are illegal or dangerous, while others have been hidden there to prevent unwanted people finding them. The room can become anything you want, though. I have heard it most often appears as a well-stocked broom cupboard, but it will always become whatever you ask it to be. We should go looking for it then, Hannah said. Susan agreed. Anyway, Harry said, if you want me to teach you the basics of the Patronus charm, maybe you could meet me in the corridor outside the Room of Requirement tomorrow evening about 7:30. I'll see you there, Harry. Just the 2 of us for the moment, but I would like to bring Hannah and Megan along in the future. I imagine you'll want to bring Ron, Hermione, and 1 or 2 others along eventually, as well, so it becomes a proper session rather than a date. I note you said date. I'll arrange something special then, just for the 2 of us, Harry said. Thank you, Harry. Make sure you're on time, Susan replied. Hannah giggled. Is there anything in particular you would like for dinner? He asked. Susan thought for a moment before replying, chicken and veggies and something light for pudding. I'll arrange everything. See you there, Harry replied. After they returned to Hogwarts, Harry dropped off his belongings and headed to the snake room. The snakes were all there, but unusually, Luna wasn't. He had grown used to seeing her surrounded by snakes every time he entered the room, so her absence was noticeable. Hello, everyone, Harry said to the snakes. Hello, Harry. It is good to see you again, Sam replied. Hello, Harry. That girl Luna hasn't visited us for several days now. Do you know where she is? Stephen asked as Harry sat down with them. As soon as he sat, the younger snakes started climbing over him, hissing their greetings as well. Not at the moment. I think she's here, though. Perhaps she is too busy at just now to drop by. I hope she comes back soon, Sarah hissed. We all do, Stuart agreed with his sister. I have some news for you, Harry said. I have learned a new spell and I would like to show you. Please show us, Sebastian hissed, sounding excited. Harry stood up and took out the Marauder's map. After checking to see no one was about, he locked the door to the classroom. Having done that, he concentrated on his animagus form. After the now familiar few seconds of discomfort, he transformed into a phoenix. The snakes hissed with surprise. Harry, how did you do that? Sam hissed. Harry was surprised. He still understood what the snakes were saying even in his animagus form. Harry transformed back into a human before replying. It's called the animagus transformation. It is a very advanced and complex type of magic that allows me to become an animal. Different people turn into different animals. I think the animal you become depends a lot on your personality and your magical abilities. Very few wizards ever master the technique, and almost none achieve it when they are my age. Very impressive, Stephen said. Do you know of any other people who can become animals? Sam asked. Peter Pettigrew, that rat man you chased a few months ago, is one. Also Professor McGonagall, Sirius Black, and I think 1 or 2 others. Those people I named are the only ones you're likely to meet, though, Harry answered. Just then there was a knock on the door. Harry released the locking spell and opened it, allowing Luna to enter the room. Hello, Harry, she said. I would have been here sooner, but Professor Flitwick wanted a word with me. Why was the door locked? Hello, Luna. I was having a private conversation with the snakes and didn't want to be interrupted. Hello, Luna said to the snakes, which were all slithering toward her. Luna says hello, Harry translated for the snakes. Hello, Luna, welcome back, hissed Sam. The others added their greetings. Sam said, hello, Luna, welcome back. Luna had been listening intently to what Sam had said. I wonder if I could say that in snake. Luna then hissed something that sounded slightly like what Sam had said, but none of the snakes nor Harry understood it. I'm not sure what you said then, Luna, Harry told her. They didn't understand you either. "Oh, well, perhaps if I keep trying it might come out right," she replied. "Luna is going to try to learn your language," Harry said to the snakes. "Try not to be upset by her mistakes. It is good another human is trying to learn our language." Sam replied, "We like talking to you, but we wish other humans were as skilled as you are." "I should be going now. I will see you again in a couple of days," Harry said. "Goodbye, Luna. I have to return to the common room before everybody starts wondering where I've gone." "Goodbye, Harry. I will stay here for a while, I think. I like spending time with all these snakes," Luna said before sitting on the floor with them as Harry left for the common room. The next day was a Monday, and in the evening, Harry would meet Susan for a date in the room of requirement. He told Ron, Hermione, and Neville of his plans as they went down to breakfast. "Creature is helping me sort everything out," he said. "We meet at 7:30 and it will be finished about 30 so we are not out after curfew." "So this is a formal dinner date, like you had with Lisa Turpin last year," Ron said. "That wasn't a formal date." "That date I had with Lisa was really us getting to know each other. I already know Susan well, so it will be a bit more formal," Harry responded. "Does this mean you two are now a proper couple?" Neville asked. "Yeah, it does. I only hope Daphne isn't too upset by this. She still likes me, after all." "I wouldn't worry too much about Daphne Greengrass if I were you," Hermione said. "I've noticed her becoming very friendly with Theodore not recently. The one you should be worried about is Tracy Davis. Theodore doesn't like her, and I don't think she'll be hanging around with Daphne too much from now on." Harry knew Tracy was a half-blood and realized her being in Slytherin may pose a few problems now her cousin seemingly had a boyfriend. He decided to talk to her when they got to class. He would see her in arithmancy first thing, and recently, they had been sitting together while Daphne sat with Hermione. Harry and Hermione arrived at arithmancy together. Now that Hermione had dropped divination, her timetable was very similar to Harry's, the only difference being Muggle studies. Both Muggle studies classes clashed with other subjects, so she still needed the time turner. Harry had kept his end of the deal and had not revealed its existence to any other students, while Hermione was now more careful about how she used it. When they entered the class, Daphne and Tracy were already there. Daphne was sitting next to Theodore, not while Tracy sat alone. Susan Bones called to Harry, inviting him to sit with her, while Hermione took the seat next to Tracy. As he sat down, he caught Daphne glaring at him, but decided to ignore her. He realized Daphne was not likely to want to be his friend anymore, so he chose to give her a wide berth. The rest of the day passed without incident. At 7:15, Harry left the Gryffindor common room and headed to the main entrance hall where he was meeting Susan. He was careful to dress in clean robes and even tried to comb his hair. When Susan emerged from the corridor, he noted she too was wearing clean robes and had apparently done something to her hair. He asked her about it as they set off for the room of requirement. "It was Hannah's idea," Susan said as they walked. "It is a silk-like potion that makes hair smooth and silky, but only for a few hours. And you can't use it every day, otherwise your hair falls out. Not a good idea when you are on a date." "No, that probably wouldn't be a good idea. Boys generally don't like bald girls," Harry replied. "It's not just that. Do you have any idea how long it took me to grow my hair this long?" The honest answer would be no, Harry realized, but he decided to guess anyway. 3, maybe 4 years. Susan tried not to laugh. "I've been growing my hair like this since I was 5. That's just short of 9 years in case you're wondering." Harry remembered Susan's birthday was early May but couldn't remember the exact date. Instead, he decided on a new topic. "You usually wear your plaited. I admit I didn't realize it was as long as this, although long hair does suit you." "My parents think it is getting too long. My mum keeps telling me to get it trimmed. She thinks if it gets any longer, I'll be able to sit on it." Harry laughed. "Right, we're here. Give me a sec while I open the door." Harry walked a blank section of wall 3 times. On the third pass, Susan gasped as a door suddenly appeared in the wall. "This is the room of requirement," Harry explained. He opened the door to reveal a small cafe-like room with a table set for 2. After inviting Susan to sit, Harry summoned Creature. They had an enjoyable meal together, discussing various matters of interest to both of them. During the course of the dinner, Harry asked Susan when her birthday was. She said it was the 9th of May. He made a mental note of that while trying to decide what to get her. He decided on sweets from Honeydukes. He would get them on the next Hogsmeade visit. After escorting Susan back to the entrance hall, Harry climbed the stairs and headed to the snake room. Only 4 of the snakes were present: Stephen, Sarah, Stuart, and Sebastian. Harry sat on the floor as they slithered toward him. Hello, Harry, Sebastian said. How are you today? Very good, thank you. How are you and where is Sam? We are all fine. Luna came in earlier. It seems she wanted us to go with her, so Sam went while we waited for you, Sebastian said. Harry thought it unusual for Luna to want snakes with her, so he got out the Marauders map. After activating it, he found Luna in Professor Flitwick's office. Although very curious, he refrained from going to investigate. Luna is in another room with one of the teachers. I assume Sam is there with her, although I wonder why she would take a snake with her when talking to a teacher. How has she been going in her efforts to learn your language? She has learned a few simple words, but we still are unable to communicate properly with her. We are unsure how much she understands. It has only been a short time. Luna will probably continue trying to learn, though. She is quite intelligent, after all. We will keep trying to help her. If we can find another human to talk to us, then I'm sure everyone will be better off, said Sebastian. I must be off now, Harry said. I will see you in a few days after I talk to Luna. Goodbye, Harry, each of the snakes said as Harry left the room. As it was nearly curfew time, Harry returned to the common room. Once there, he waited for Luna to return to the snake room, which she did shortly afterwards. Luna stayed there for a couple of minutes before leaving and heading straight to the Ravenclaw common room. He decided he would talk to her the next day. After classes, Harry went back to the snake room where he waited with the snakes until Luna arrived. Hello, Luna. Sebastian told you wanted the snakes to go somewhere with you yesterday, he said when she entered. Hello, Harry. Yes, I asked them to come with me because I wanted to show Professor Flitwick I was able to speak with them. I don't think it went too well, though. They didn't seem to understand me. Harry turned back to Sam. When you were with Luna yesterday, could you understand her? He asked. No, Sam replied. I tried, but all I managed to figure out was that she wanted some of us to go with her. Even then, it wasn't entirely clear. We couldn't understand what she said. Luna, Sam just told me they were unable to understand you yesterday. They guessed you wanted them to go with you, however, said Harry. Oh well, I'm not doing as well as I thought. Professor Flitwick was interested in my efforts. I think I impressed him with my attempt, though. Perhaps I should try again, replied Luna. How did you manage to carry a snake through the castle without people asking about it? I let her climb around my shoulders, and it's not all that far to Professor Flitwick's anyway. That was true. Professor Flitwick's office was on the same floor as the snake room, while the corridor was only around 100 meters or so, even allowing for a few corners along the way. Despite this, he was still surprised no one had commented on it. Perhaps next time you should invite the teacher to come with you to this room. No doubt, if people saw carrying a snake around, they would become upset with you, Harry said. Perhaps you are right, Luna replied. Next time I will ask Professor Flitwick to join me. With that resolved, Harry and Luna went their separate ways. Harry later asked Professor Flitwick about it and was told he was interested in learning more about them himself, which was why he was encouraging Luna's efforts. Harry was still interested in obtaining the Half-Blood Prince's potion book and had tried to find out what protection, if any, Snape had around his classroom, but he had only limited success. He did determine, however, the door was generally left unlocked, although the store cupboards were securely locked. As yet, he hadn't worked out how to get past these barriers, so he told Neville the plan would need to be postponed, saying more research was required. For Susan's birthday, he got her a box of her favorite sweets. Hannah told him what to get, so he knew she would be happy. The rest of the term went along quietly. Harry was back into his routine. Ron was still reluctant to put much effort into his classes. Hermione was still putting too much effort into her classes and assignments, and everything else was largely back to normal. By early June, Harry and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were putting more effort into training for their final match against Ravenclaw, but they were still greatly interested in the Hufflepuff v Slytherin match scheduled for the weekend before. Both they and Ravenclaw were hopping for a Hufflepuff win, since this would leave both teams still in title contention come the final match. Exams were coming up also, a fact that Hermione constantly reminded them of. You need to do well in your exams, she kept telling everyone. If you don't pass, they may not be allowed the same freedom next year. Harry didn't quite follow her reasoning, but didn't bother arguing. He, along with the other students, knew it wasn't worth the bother. The day of the Hufflepuff v Slytherin match dawned cloudy but calm. Slytherin, as usual, started strongly and built up a good lead, although Hufflepuff managed to keep in touch. Just over a half an hour into the game, both Seekers, Malfoy for Slytherin and Diggory for Hufflepuff, spotted the snitch and the race was on. Malfoy lunged for it but missed, the snitch changing directions suddenly and pulling out of his reach. Diggory then grabbed it, and Hufflepuff had won, the score being 170-70. 3 houses were happy at the outcome. The Slytherins weren't, and during classes the following week it became clear Snape was also unhappy. Usually he avoided Harry during potions classes, unless he had some disparaging comment to make about his and Neville's potion, but this week Snape seemed to almost go out of his way to criticize them. Harry got through the class without losing his temper, but it wasn't easy. "It's not difficult to see what Snape's trying to do," he said afterwards. "He thinks if I lose my temper he can give me a detention, meaning I can't play on Saturday. Slytherin can't win the cup anymore, but he can still try and stop Gryffindor winning." Come match day, all the school turned out to watch. Both teams played to the best of their ability, both on attack and defense, which led to several injuries. On more than one occasion, the game had to be stopped so players could receive treatment for these injuries. About an hour into the match, Harry and the Ravenclaw seeker Cho Chang saw the snitch and went after it. Harry won the race, allowing Gryffindor to win by 260-100. Wood was delighted. Although he was no longer the captain, he still had a lot say during training, and it was he who had worked out many of their best moves. After the match, when they were back in the common room, Angelina thanked Wood for his input and, along with the rest of the team, wished him the best for his professional Quidditch career ambitions. Wood thanked them and wished them the best for the next year. After the last Quidditch match, Harry's main interest was passing his exams. He hadn't forgotten about the Half-Blood Prince, but felt passing his exams was more important. He told Neville they would enter Snape's classroom the Friday after their last exam. The fact that this was a full moon night meant Lupin was not likely to be watching the Marauders map, so the timing was perfect. The Dada exam was a practical test. Professor Lupin supplied a series of creatures which would challenge the students' ability to react under pressure. It included a boggart, so Hermione finally got to face one. Ron laughed when he heard her boggart was Professor McGonagall telling her she'd failed everything. Harry was much more sympathetic, instead telling Ron it meant Hermione's worst fear was failure. Harry got through his exams expecting to get generally good marks in all subjects. He especially wanted to do well in arithmancy and ancient runes, the 2 subjects he had not taken first time around, since this would show some real achievement, at least as far as he was concerned anyway. Ron's last exam was divination. When he finished, he told the others of something strange. After he had done his reading, Professor Trelawney had spoken, but her voice was creepy, according to Ron. He said she claimed something was going to happen that night, something about a servant joining his master. Then she returned to normal. Harry said it sounded like a genuine prophecy and advised Ron to try and remember it in full. That afternoon, Harry took Neville aside and told him about his plan. "We are going into Snape's classroom this evening," he told Neville. "I have been observing Snape's habits all term, and I've noticed Friday he tends to visit Dumbledore's office before leaving the castle for a few hours." "How have you been doing that? Are the snakes spying on him for you?" Neville asked. "No." "Here, look at this." Harry showed Neville the Marauders map, pointing out some of its features, and showed him where Snape was. At the present time, he was moving toward the Dada classroom. Next, Harry pointed to Snape's office and classroom. Both were currently empty. "This is amazing. Where did you get this map?" Neville asked. Harry pointed to the names on the cover. "Moony is Professor Lupin, Wormtail is Peter Pettigrew, Padfoot is Sirius, and Prongs was my father. The map is a family heirloom." "Amazing," Neville repeated. Just then Harry noticed Peter Pettigrew's name on the map near to where Snape was. "Pettigrew's here," Harry shouted. He grabbed his 2-way mirror and called Sirius. "Hello, Harry, what's happened?" Sirius asked. "Pettigrew's at Hogwarts. I saw his name on the Marauders map," Harry explained. "We're on our way," Sirius replied urgently. "Alert the staff and stay safe." The mirror went blank. "Neville, go to McGonagall's office and tell her Peter Pettigrew is in the castle." "I'll get the snakes." Neville ran towards Professor McGonagall's office while Harry entered the snake room. He found Luna in there playing with the snakes. "Hello, Harry," Luna said when he entered. "Hi, Luna. Sorry, but I need the snakes. Peter Pettigrew's in the castle." Harry turned to the snakes. "Hello, everybody. That rat man, Peter Pettigrew, is in the castle. I need your help." "What do you want us to do?" Sam hissed. The others were agitated also. "I want you to try and find him." "Do you know of a man who smells like a wolf?" Yes, we know such a person. We have visited his room occasionally. We have seen you there and you seem friendly with him. Good, I would like you to go to that room. That's near where Pettigrew is. When you get there, try and locate him. The snake set off for Lupin's classroom. Luna had stayed silent during Harry's conversation with the snakes. Once it finished, she asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "You should return to your common room." "You will be safe there," Harry replied. "Potter, Mr. Longbottom has informed me Peter Pettigrew is here. Are you sure of this?" Professor McGonagall had entered the room just as Luna left. "I'm certain of it, Professor. I've already told Sirius and the Aurors are on their way. Luna is returning to Ravenclaw Tower and the snakes are off to hunt him. I was going to return to Gryffindor Tower," he replied. McGonagall sent a patroness to Dumbledore before escorting Neville and Harry to Gryffindor Tower. When they arrived, she addressed the whole house. "Peter Pettigrew has been sighted here in the castle. The Ministry has been alerted and an Auror team will be here shortly. All students are to remain in their common rooms until further notice." With that, she left the room. Harry took Neville aside. "We are still going to Snape's classroom tonight. We've got the map and my invisibility cloak, so it shouldn't be too hard to sneak around unnoticed," he said once they were alone. "If Pettigrew is here, then I'd rather stay somewhere safe. I don't think we should go out tonight. I think we should stay here," Neville said. "Pettigrew doesn't worry me. If I got the chance to face him, I would. My parents trusted him, but he betrayed them. If I get the chance to meet him, I will battle him, and I am confident I can beat him. If you want to stay here, that's okay, but I am going out. All I ask of you is that you don't tell anyone I've left the common room." Neville looked at Harry. He shook his head and said, "If you insist on going, I will help you, but if anyone asks me where you are, I'm going to tell the truth." "Agreed." "Agreed. That's all I can ask of you. Stay here while I get the cloak, okay?" Neville nodded. Quickly, Harry slipped away and donned the invisibility cloak, then hurried back to Neville. "I'm back," he said, and Neville jumped slightly. "Okay, Harry, stay close behind me." Neville walked back through the common room and pushed open the portrait hole. "Neville, where are you going?" Hermione called as Harry slipped past and out the door. He didn't hear Neville's reply as the portrait swung closed behind him. He hurried away, wanting to get as far from the common room as possible in case someone came after him. Once he was sure no one was following him, Harry examined the Marauder's map. There was a lot of activity around the Dada room, and it was difficult to see exactly what was happening. He guessed that the staff and Aurors had succeeded in trapping Pettigrew, but was not sure. By contrast, the dungeons were almost empty. He headed there as quickly as possible and made his way to the classroom. Once there, he checked the handle. A simple Alohomora, and the door was open. Slipping inside, he headed to the cupboards around the edge of the room. It only took a few minutes to find what he was looking for, and once the books were securely in his bag, he headed to the room of requirement. Outside the row R, he summoned Creature. He gave the books to Creature, telling the elf to take them to his room at Grimmauld Place so he could study them at his leisure. Next, he checked the map. He saw Pettigrew surrounded by other people, and at first felt a surge of joy. But as he watched, he realized something was wrong. The group, including Pettigrew, looked like they were searching for something. Curious, Harry headed toward them. While he approached the group, he noticed Snape was still in the Dada classroom. His feeling of anxiety increased the closer he got. When he reached the door, he listened, but could hear nothing. He threw the door open and drew his wand, but the room was empty. Checking the map again, he saw Snape was still there, a little to his left, but the only thing in that direction was an old wardrobe. Wand in one hand, Harry opened the wardrobe door and found Snape slumped against the back wall, unconscious. Harry took out the map. Sirius was with Tonks a short distance from the others. He then took out the two-way mirror. An inhuman howl from the Dada office caught his attention, and suddenly everything fell into place. He called into the mirror, Sirius Black. "Harry, what's wrong?" replied Sirius. "Peter Pettigrew is using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Snape, and Lupin's a werewolf." "Crap!" Tonks, who was listening in, shouted. Sirius chose a different four-letter word that began with F in his reply. "Tonks, go after Pettigrew. I'm going to protect Harry," Sirius said. Harry put the mirror away and looked around the room. The door to Lupin's office was ajar while all the windows were closed. He closed the door to the cupboard in which Snape was sprawled, and after putting the map and mirror away, drew his wand. He pointed it at the windows, which shattered. The door to the office flew open just as Harry transformed into his phoenix form, and the door back to the corridor was flung open, and Sirius entered the room. Lupin saw him and charged just as Sirius transformed and lunged at him. The werewolf and the dog collided, snarling and snapping at each other. Harry flew to the top of the wardrobe to plan his next move. Sirius threw Lupin into a desk near the window. Seizing the chance, Harry dived at Lupin, picked him up and carried him out the shattered windows. He dived toward the ground as Lupin tried to break free, howling the whole time. From a height of about 10 feet, Harry dropped Lupin to the ground. Quickly, Lupin was on his feet and jumped at Harry, but Harry was already flying back toward the window and out of danger. Once he re-entered the classroom, Harry transformed back to human form. A look out the window showed Lupin running toward the forbidden forest. Sirius joined him at the window. "We'll talk about that stunt later," Sirius said after regaining his breath. "Snape's in that wardrobe," Harry replied. "Get out of sight, the others will be here soon and you could get in a lot of trouble if they catch you here," Sirius instructed him. Harry pulled on his invisibility cloak, but before he could leave the room he heard footsteps running along the corridor towards them. Instead, he headed to the teacher's desk, which he crouched behind. Sirius went to the wardrobe and freed Snape just as Tonks and another Auror burst into the room. "Where's Lupin?" Tonks asked. She looked at the smashed window and her eyes went wide. "You didn't throw him out the window." Harry ducked his below the desk just as Dumbledore and McGonagall entered behind the Aurors. "Not exactly," Sirius replied. "I threw him towards the window and he jumped out." "Why would Lupin jump out a window when we are 40 feet above the ground?" the other Auror asked. "I don't know, but I'm sure he had a good reason," Sirius replied. "I wonder if Lupin retained enough of his humanity to realize if he stayed in the castle innocent people, including children, may have been hurt," Tonks asked. "Regardless of the reason, now he is out of the castle, and the main doors are locked, meaning he cannot get back in until morning," Dumbledore put in. "I am more concerned with what the students saw or heard. Minerva, I would like you to convene a meeting with all heads of house while I take Severus to the hospital wing. I will join you shortly in your office." There were sounds of Snape being revived and helped from the room. Harry then heard another person enter the room. "Williamson, have you caught Pettigrew?" Harry recognized Madame Bone's voice. "Unfortunately, no," the other Auror, Williamson, replied. "It appears he attacked Professor Snape and then impersonated him with Polyjuice potion. It seems he contaminated the Wolfsbane potion that Professor Lupin takes and then tried to slip away unnoticed. He almost succeeded. Black and Tonks realized what was happening and Tonks gave chase while Black came to stop Lupin. Lupin is out somewhere in the grounds and Pettigrew slipped down a drain pipe and escaped." "I see. Any injuries?" "Only Snape. Dumbledore is taking him to the hospital wing now," Williamson replied. "I am removing the Dementors from the castle." This is the second time they have failed to stop Pettigrew getting in. Clearly they are not up to the task. I want a full report on tonight's events on my desk Tuesday. Auror Black, you are to remain in the castle until Lupin returns. Do not attempt to go after him. I do not want anyone leaving the castle before sunrise. Williamson, Tonks, with me please. Where is Dumbledore?" asked Madame Bones. "Hospital wing, then Professor McGonagall's office," Williamson replied. "Very well. We shall meet him in McGonagall's office then." Madame Bones, Tonks, and Williamson left the room. After returning to the common room that night, Harry had been approached by a number of students wanting to know where he had been, and if he knew anything about the inhuman howling they had all heard. He told them that Pettigrew had gotten into the castle, so he had hidden in a broom closet on the 7th floor. Fred and George asked him if it was the same closet they themselves had hidden in, the one opposite Barnabas the Barmy, to which Harry replied yes. The next day, Harry, along with Ron, Neville, and Hermione, went to Lupin's office. To Hermione, along with Ron and Neville, he had told the truth, at least most of it. He explained that Pettigrew had gotten into the castle, had ambushed Snape, and then contaminated the potion that Professor Lupin took. Ron and Neville were shocked to hear Lupin was a werewolf, but were even more surprised that Harry and Hermione not only knew this, but would regularly spend time alone with him. Harry omitted the part about him being an animagus and having personally fought werewolf Lupin. When they arrived at Lupin's office, they found Sirius and Tonks already there. Neither of them looked as though they had much sleep. Lupin was packing, a sure sign he was leaving. "Morning, Harry," Sirius said as the group entered. "Are we to assume you've told the others that Lupin is a werewolf?" "Yeah. Hermione, of course, already knew, but we told Ron and Neville as well," Harry replied. "We wanted to show you we still supported you, Professor," Hermione added. "Thank you. After last night, though, I didn't really have any choice. I resigned first thing this morning," Lupin said. There were a few moments of silence before Harry turned to Tonks. After I alerted Sirius to what had happened with Pettigrew and Snape, what did you do? When we got your call, I ran after Pettigrew, Tonks began. I caught up with him while he was with Dumbledore and McGonagall. They had no idea Pettigrew was using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Snape. I disarmed Pettigrew, but he had another wand concealed inside his robe. He turned and attacked me, but I blocked the spell. Next, I cast a spell that forced him to turn back into his normal form. Before I could attack again, he barged through a bathroom door, transformed into a rat, and escaped down a drain pipe. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and I all tried to stop him, but he got away. Next, I ran back to Remus' classroom, but before I got there, I heard a werewolf howl. I helped Sirius get Snape out of the wardrobe. When Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived, we examined the smashed window before to see if there was any way Remus could get back in. Then Madame Bones and the rest of the Aurors arrived, and we made our plans for the rest of the night. "Is everyone all right?" asked Neville. "Nobody was hurt," Sirius said. "It was a good thing Remus jumped through the window, though. Getting him out of the castle was the best possible result given the circumstances. That way nobody was in any real danger. How was it that you were the first person to realize something was wrong?" "You must have been nowhere near the classroom when you realized it," Hermione asked Harry. "I was using the Marauders map. I was planning to sneak away for a few hours when I noticed Snape was in here. When I studied the map further, I saw Pettigrew in the middle of a group with Sirius, Tonks, Dumbledore, and McGonagall. When I realized they were not escorting him a holding area, I guessed Pettigrew must have been using Polyjuice Potion, and that he was pretending to be Snape. That was when I remembered the Wolfsbane potion and realized that it had probably been contaminated. I remembered something about sugar rendering it useless, and sugar is easy to get," Harry explained. By this time, Lupin had finished packing. Sirius offered to help him carry his bags. Once they left, Tonks turned back to the students. "Since Remus will be unable to teach you for the remainder of the term, the Ministry has provided a temporary tutor. There will be no classes as such, but there will be someone available if you have specific questions. It may interest you to know that Sirius is here next week. After that, someone else will come in the rest of the term. So we get to see more of Sirius. That's great," said Harry. "Anyway, I'd best be off. It has been a long night and I need some sleep," Tonks said, yawning. As she was leaving, Dumbledore entered the room. "Good morning. I see Professor Lupin has already left. I had a talk with him this morning when he handed in his resignation. He indicated he wished to leave without any fuss." "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore," the students said together. "Professor Dumbledore," Tonks said. "I was just leaving. Sirius accompanied Remus to his carriage a couple of minutes ago." "Of course, Nymphadora," Tonks groaned and rolled her eyes. "I shan't hold you up. You must be tired after being up all night," Dumbledore said. Tonks left. "We should really be going too," Harry said. "It's a Hogsmeade day after all." "We can stay a little longer. The visit lasts all day, remember," Hermione put in. "I'm meeting Susan. We were going to spend the whole day together. See you this evening," Harry replied as he stepped out the door. He hurried to the Great Hall. Susan, Hannah, Megan, and Ernie Macmillan were sitting together at the Hufflepuff table. Harry sat opposite them. "Potter," Ernie said. "There's a rumor going round that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Do you know anything about it?" "He is a werewolf, a fact that a number of people have known for most of the year. Last night, Peter Pettigrew got into the castle, attacked Snape, and ruined Professor Lupin's Wolfsbane potion. Lupin has now resigned," Harry replied. "How long have you known Lupin was a werewolf?" Susan asked. "Since the beginning of the year. It really doesn't bother me," he replied. "Do you have any idea how Pettigrew got in?" Hannah asked. "No, anyway, it's not the first time it's happened. Remember before Christmas?" "That was when your snakes found him, right?" asked Hannah. "Yeah, anyway, Professor Lupin has already left the castle and I doubt he'll return for any reason. Are you ready for our Hogsmeade trip, Susan? Have you even had breakfast yet?" she asked. "No," Harry admitted. Susan placed a bowl of porridge on the table in front of him. Hannah, Megan, and Ernie placed other items of food and drink there too. Harry realized then it would be a long day. When they finally left for Hogsmeade, it was nearly midday. Even though Harry had finished eating quickly, he soon found himself at the center of a group of students from other houses, including Slytherins. Although Daphne wasn't among them, Tracy was, along with Blaise Zabini and a few younger students Harry didn't know. Eventually, the older students left together with Harry and Susan, although as soon as they reached Hogsmeade, they all went their separate ways. finally leaving Harry and Susan alone. They had a light lunch at the coffee shop, Madame Puddifoot's, and spent the rest of the afternoon wandering around the town together. Harry was happy to finally have some time alone together with Susan. Eventually, the conversation came around to the Quidditch World Cup, which England would be hosting in mid-August. All available Aurors would be employed on security, meaning Harry probably wouldn't be able to stay with Sirius over the summer. This was something Harry hadn't planned on. He had expected this summer to be the same as the last one, which was his reason for sending the Half-Blood Prince's Potions book to Grimmauld Place. He decided he would need to contact Creature to sort out an alternative plan. Exam results came out a few days before the end of term. Before going down for breakfast, the day exam results came out, Harry told Ron he had seen Hermione would drop Muggle studies, even though she would be first in class. Ron didn't believe him, but realized Harry was probably right. He did have an uncanny knack of seeing the future. Harry was delighted with his marks. Not only had he topped Dada, but he had passed both his new subjects. He had even passed care of magical creatures. His overall mark dropped him to 5th in his year, but he was more than happy with that. The fact he had passed both his new subjects meant he had achieved what he set out to do. Hermione, of course, was top of their year. At breakfast, however, she told Harry and Ron she was dropping Muggle studies. Ron told her Harry had seen this, so he wasn't all that surprised. He was, however, very surprised when Hermione told him she had been using a time turner throughout the year. Harry then admitted he already knew this, but said he had agreed not to tell anyone. Ron was a little annoyed to hear this, arguing he should have been told something so important. Harry decided to let Hermione sort that out while he went down to Hagrid's cabin. After a brief visit, Harry returned to the castle. Heading to the snake room, he found Luna there, along with 4 of the snakes. "Hello, Luna," Harry said then. "Hello, where is Stephen?" "Stephen is patrolling near the main gate," Sam said. "He is trying to find some trace of the Rat Man. When he comes back, tell him the Rat Man has left the country. I think he is now somewhere in southern Europe, and I doubt he'll return any time soon." "We will pass on the message for you, Harry," said Sam. "Are you able to understand Luna any better now?" Harry asked. "No," replied Sam. "Although she is trying to speak to us, we cannot understand her, even after all this practice." Harry turned back to Luna. "Sam says you are still struggling to learn their language." "I am trying, but it is much harder than I expected it to be," she admitted. "It may not even be possible to learn it. Parselmouth may be something you have to be born with. It may not be possible to learn it otherwise." "I think I'll get there eventually. It's just a matter of making sure the Raxperts don't keep getting in the way," she replied. Harry turned his attention back to the snakes. "Summer holidays start day after tomorrow. I will be away for 62 days, as will Luna, so I won't be able to speak to you for quite a while. We'll miss you both. We enjoy talking to you, Harry, and we wish there were more people like you and Luna," Sam replied. "Goodbye to you all," Harry said. "Goodbye, Harry, and say goodbye to Luna for us, too," replied Sam. "I told the snakes summer holidays start soon and that we won't be able to see them for a while. They asked me to say goodbye on their behalf," Harry told Luna. "That's sweet of them," she replied. "Tell them I said goodbye too, please." "Luna says goodbye," he repeated for the snakes before both Luna and he left the room. On the train home, Ron invited both Hermione and Harry to come and stay over the holidays. The Quidditch World Cup was coming to Britain mid-August, and Ron said he was sure his father would be able to get tickets. Hermione was keen on the idea, while Harry said he would ask Sirius and see what he felt about it. Harry already knew Sirius would probably be working since all Aurors were seconded to provide security at the event, so it was likely he may be still at the Dursleys at this time. When they reached King's Cross, Harry was greeted by Sirius and a woman who he knew was a teacher at Hogwarts, although he didn't know her name. The Dursleys were nearby, but Harry ignored them. "Harry," Sirius called. "I don't know if you've met Professor Burbage, the Muggle Studies teacher, since you don't take her subject." "Hello, Professor Burbage," Harry said as Hermione tried to slip away unnoticed. "Hello, Harry, you too, Miss Granger," Professor Burbage replied. Hermione mumbled hello. "I met Charity Professor Burbage to you, of course, during one of my many visits to Hogwarts this year," Sirius said. "We've just started going out together," Harry grinned. "Congratulations. I hope you will be happy together. I had best be off. Uncle Vernon is watching and he doesn't look very happy." "Does he ever?" asked Sirius. He approached the Dursleys. "Just so you know, the same arrangements are in place this year as for last year. You shouldn't have anything to worry about regarding Peter Pettigrew, but just in case, Harry has direct contact with the Ministry and myself. You will be safe as long as you allow him to stay under your roof. All clear." "Come on, boy, let's get out of here," growled Vernon as they set off for the car. Albus Dumbledore once again found himself in the position of needing a new defense against the dark arts professor. Fortunately, this time he had a suitable candidate who was more than capable of doing the job. Unfortunately, he was a werewolf. Dumbledore summoned Severus Snape to his office. "Severus, have you made the Wolfsbane potion?" Dumbledore asked when Snape entered his office. "No, I do of course know the principle and could certainly make it if required," Snape replied. Dumbledore nodded. "Our new defense against the dark arts professor is Remus Lupin. As you know, he is a werewolf and as such will require the potion be prepared for him monthly before the full moon." "Headmaster, is it wise to give Lupin a job considering his past record?" Snape asked. "What record do you mean?" Momentarily, Snape said nothing before replying. "At school. What happened 15 years ago has no bearing on my decision, Severus," Dumbledore interrupted. "As potions master of this school, I expect you to provide whatever service a staff member or pupil requires for their well-being." "Of course, Headmaster. I shall do as you say." "Thank you, Severus. Lupin shall arrive on the train with the students. I have requested he be aboard the train in case the Dementors decide to search it. The Ministry has insisted they be placed around the school and anywhere else there are large groups of students as a precaution should Peter Pettigrew attempt to harm them." "Good day, Severus," Dumbledore finished before returning to some paperwork on his desk. September 1st, a wolf patroness burst into Dumbledore's office. "Harry Potter has cast a corporeal patroness against the Dementors on the train," it said in Lupin's voice. Dumbledore sat back in surprise. Harry was barely 13 years old and here he was casting a spell many fully qualified wizards had trouble mastering. He could see his carefully laid plans for Harry falling down around his ears. How would he now control Harry Potter? Dumbledore decided on a new strategy. Calling Professor McGonagall to his office, he outlined the situation and asked her try and find out as much as possible. Dumbledore realized he would need to be more careful over his plans in future. A few days later, Dumbledore was in his office finishing off paperwork when Lupin knocked on his door. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, Professor," Lupin asked. "Not at all, Remus. How may I help you?" "I had Gryffindor and Hufflepuff third years. I took them to the staff room to face that boggart. When Harry Potter's turn came, the boggart turned into you." "Indeed," replied a surprised Dumbledore. "I'm not certain if it's you he fears or if it is something else, perhaps a secret he is hiding," Lupin said. "I do suspect Harry is not telling me everything," Dumbledore replied. "I have been unable to determine exactly what it is, but I am certain Harry will tell me when he feels comfortable. In the meantime, keep an eye on him, help him if you can, and try to support him." That Sunday, Professor McGonagall brought Harry Potter to Dumbledore's office. She had caught him talking to 5 snakes in a disused classroom near the Gryffindor common room. This was a serious matter, especially since one of the snakes had been the one to bite Peter Pettigrew 2 years earlier. Eventually, Dumbledore had to admit there was nothing to stop Harry keeping snakes in the castle. As Harry had pointed out, Dumbledore had allowed the Weasleys to keep a pet rat in the castle, a rat that later turned out to be Pettigrew. Since all of Harry's snakes were snakes, and they had promised not to hurt anyone, there was no real reason to order their removal. Dumbledore considered the possibility that Harry's ability to talk to snakes might be one of the reasons Harry didn't trust him, but decided it wasn't a likely reason. More likely, it was what Hagrid had mentioned earlier that day. Harry knew it was Dumbledore who had left him at the Dursleys. Once again, Dumbledore found himself having to be careful around Harry Potter. Mid-November. Saturday was the first Quidditch match of the year. Unfortunately, during the game, the Dementors invaded the pitch, and while the staff were clearing them away, Draco Malfoy had fallen from his broom. Before any staff could react, Harry Potter had dived and caught him just feet from the ground. Professor McGonagall had gone to sort out a matter with the Gryffindor team while Snape had taken the Malfoys, who were watching the game, to Draco. Dumbledore himself banished the Dementors. In total confusion, the decision was made to abandon the game and allow everyone to return to the castle. The Malfoys were furious. Dumbledore, assisted by Snape, eventually managed to calm them down. Nonetheless, it had been a bad day. Dumbledore hoped things would improve quickly. Unfortunately, they didn't. Dumbledore could have cursed Severus Snape. Snape, while covering one of Lupin's Dada lessons, had set the students an essay on werewolves. Now several students, including Harry Potter, knew Lupin was a werewolf. After extracting promises from Harry and Hermione Granger, who had also figured it out, that they would not tell anyone anything about this situation, he decided to visit Snape and remind him of his promise. He had barely left his office, however, when Professor McGonagall's patroness found him. He was greatly surprised to hear Peter Pettigrew was in the castle. After summoning all the teachers, he received an update from her. Harry Potter's snakes had chased Pettigrew from the castle, but he had managed to escape. Aurors were house searching the area around the gate, but Pettigrew was gone. Christmas. Almost the entire student body decided to go home for Christmas this year. Dumbledore knew it was because of the Dementors. The students, and even many of the staff, wanted a few weeks without them around. It was understandable but disappointing. Christmas Day saw just 10 people, 7 of them staff, having dinner in the Great Hall. Even the unexpected arrival of Sybil Trelawney did little to lift the spirits of those present. The new year, Dumbledore was surprised when Professor Lupin returned from his Christmas holiday and informed him that Harry Potter had been taken to St. Mungo's. According to the healers, Harry was suffering from exhaustion and had collapsed while at Sirius House. Harry was supposed to be taking things easy for a while, although he would be returning to school with the others. Mrs. Weasley was going to keep an eye on him in the meantime. The new term. Nothing untoward happened over the whole of the second term. Easter came with the majority of the students again heading home for the holidays. The only thing of note to happen during this time was Professor Flitwick coming to him and saying that Luna Lovegood, a second-year Ravenclaw student, was trying to learn how to talk to snakes. Dumbledore suspected she would fail. The ability to speak Parseltongue was a skill that was hard to learn, but it would be interesting to see how she went. Dumbledore thanked him for the news and suggested Luna's progress should be monitored. Easter was quiet. With so few students staying, it would be a good opportunity to catch up on paperwork. Dumbledore noted that Harry was doing well in most subjects and seemed to particularly enjoy ancient runes. Although he was not taking the subjects Dumbledore had expected him to take, Harry was proving himself a very capable student and was generally well-liked. Dumbledore was disappointed. Harry seemed to have hooked up with Susan Bones again, however. It would be much better for his plans if Harry were with Ginny Weasley, since the Weasleys were closer to Dumbledore than the Bones. Mid-May, Professor Flitwick had told Dumbledore that Luna Lovegood was struggling in her efforts to learn Parseltongue. He himself had accompanied Luna to the snake room, as it was now being called, and had watched her attempts to talk to the snakes. Although she was determined to keep trying, it looked as though the language was beyond even her. Dumbledore was not surprised to hear this, and it simply confirmed his belief. It was an ability Harry had inherited when Voldemort tried to kill him. 1 month later, exams were over when Dumbledore received an urgent call from Professor McGonagall telling him Peter Pettigrew was in the castle. Immediately, he alerted Professor Snape and set off for the Dada classroom. Upon arrival, he found Snape just leaving, having given Lupin his Wolfsbane potion. Almost immediately, Sirius Black, Nymphadora Tonks, and another Auror met them. Madame Bones was in the castle as well. Dumbledore organized a search, splitting them into 3 groups, himself with Professors McGonagall and Snape being the central group. They had only been searching for a minute or so, however, when Tonks attacked Snape. Professor Snape retaliated with a second wand after she disarmed him, but Tonks was quick. Not only did she block the spell, but cast another one as well, a spell which removed magical camouflage and revealed Snape was actually Pettigrew. Pettigrew dived into a nearby bathroom, transformed into a rat, and disappeared down the nearest drain pipe. Lupin's potion has been contaminated. Sirius has gone to him to try and calm him down, Tonks explained. Suddenly, an inhuman howl erupted from the Dada room. Tonks sprinted ahead while Dumbledore and McGonagall hurried after her. When they reached the classroom, they found the 3 Aurors helping Snape. The windows were smashed, and there was no sign of Professor Lupin. A brief discussion revealed Lupin had jumped out the window. Dumbledore knew this was a lie, but before he could say anything, Madame Bones arrived. After escorting Snape to the hospital wing, Dumbledore convened a meeting of all senior staff. When Madame Bones arrived, she said she was removing the Dementors from Hogwarts, as this was the second time they had failed to prevent Pettigrew entering the castle, and this time someone had been hurt. The morning after, as soon as Lupin returned to the castle, he resigned. He explained that, after what happened last night, he felt he could no longer remain anywhere there was a chance someone might get hurt. He said he would pack and leave immediately. Dumbledore waited behind after Lupin left. He was very disappointed to lose Lupin, who had shown himself to be an excellent teacher, but felt he had no choice but to accept his decision. The Howlers would soon start arriving, and they would only continue as long as Lupin remained teaching at Hogwarts. Then, of course, there's always the possibility that parents would withdraw their pupils. Hogwarts funding was based on the number of pupils, and the loss of, say, 30 students or 10% of the roll would adversely affect the quality of teaching and other resources the school depended on. After allowing Lupin grace time, Dumbledore went to Lupin's office. He met Tonks as she was leaving and found Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom still in the office. He hoped to have a quick word with Harry, but Harry said he was meeting Susan Bones and would be spending the whole day with her. Instead, Dumbledore talked briefly with the other students before returning to his office. It had been a disappointing year for Dumbledore. He had hoped Harry might be more willing to work with him, but it was clear Harry simply didn't trust him. Dumbledore was left to consider how he was going to ensure Harry was able to stand up and take responsibility when he finally met Voldemort. Harry was, after all, the only one who could defeat him. Harry was unsure how the summer holidays would pan out this year. Sirius, along with most of the Aurors, had been seconded to provide security for the forthcoming Quidditch World Cup, which was being held in Britain. He still had his two-way mirror and could contact Sirius whenever he wanted, but he had decided to use it only when necessary. Likewise, the special scroll Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had given him back in first year sat unused. The Dursleys were no better than previous years. In fact, in some respects they were worse. Dudley had brought a note home from the nurse at Smeltings, the exclusive and expensive private school he attended, stating that he was dangerously overweight and that they no longer stocked pants that were large enough for him. The note said Dudley needed to go on a diet. Petunia had complained that it was only puppy fat and that Dudley was a growing boy who needed plenty of food. Harry knew this was ridiculous. Dudley was about twice the normal weight for a boy of his height and age, a fact that put him firmly in the obese category. Dudley had protested too, but the Smeltings nurse was adamant. Dudley needed to lose weight. As a result, Petunia had decided the whole family would go on a diet, including Harry. He realized what this would mean and had contacted Sirius and Creature asking for their help. They had immediately agreed and had been sending Harry food parcels twice daily ever since. This was the only occasion Harry had felt it necessary to use the two-way mirror. At least this year July had been more productive. Early on he had summoned Creature and asked the elf to bring him the books he had sent to Grimmauld Place. Next, he had sent Hedwig to Flourish and Blotz with an order for copies of the more advanced potions books he would need for classes in 5th, 6th, and 7th year. Once they arrived, Harry had begun copying the annotated text that Snape had added to his books. Harry had decided the originals would remain at Hogwarts and he would instead use his own copies for classwork. Now, on his birthday, Harry had covered about 2/3 of the books and decided to take a break. He took out the enchanted scroll and discovered a message. It read, "Happy birthday, Harry. I will see you this evening." Harry wondered what that last comment meant. Why would Madame Bones want to visit him this evening? He wondered about it as went down for breakfast. In the kitchen, the Dursleys were eating, as usual. What was unusual is what they were eating, unsweetened grapefruit. Smeltings had forced Dudley onto a strict diet, and this meant no sugar amongst other things. Petunia was forcing everyone to share it as well. Breakfast now consisted of 1 grapefruit between 4 people. Dudley, Harry noticed, still got about twice as much as he got, but Harry didn't mind. What the Dursleys didn't know was that Creature was visiting Harry twice a day, bringing him food from Grimmauld Place. So Harry ate his 1/5 of a grapefruit without complaint. As usual, the Dursleys forgot it was Harry's birthday. After eating, Harry got up to leave the table. "Do the dishes, boy," Vernon growled. Harry went to the sink and washed up, then left the room. He found Creature waiting for him in his bedroom, and Creature had brought a much more satisfying breakfast as well as a present. "Happy birthday, Master Harry," Creature said. "Master Sirius has sent you a present and a letter." "Thank you, Creature," Harry replied before the elf left. Harry opened the letter first. It read, "Happy birthday, Harry. As you know, I am working on security for the Quidditch World Cup, so you will not be able to stay here at Grimmauld Place. Arthur Weasley has offered to let you stay with his family from the World Cup onwards, and I think this might be a good idea. I know how much you dislike the Dursleys, and I know you can't wait to get away from them, so I dare say you will want to take up the Weasleys' offer. If you do accept it, write to them directly so they can arrange to pick you up. If you haven't opened the present yet, do so now, before continuing with this letter. Harry put the letter down and opened the small parcel Sirius had sent him. It contained a selection of sweets from a Muggle shop, a small birthday cupcake with Happy 14th Harry spelt out in icing, and a ticket to the Quidditch World Cup final. Harry returned to the letter. The ticket is for the top box, and they are the best seats in the house. My understanding is the Weasleys have also gotten tickets for the top box, so you will be with them the whole time. I hope the meals Creature is bringing you daily are helping. I wish I could take you away from there today like I normally do, but the Quidditch World Cup means I am working long hours. I for one will be happy when it is over so I can get back to my normal work. Harry agreed wholeheartedly with that final sentiment. The World Cup was a great event, but it really was taxing the Aurors and other Ministry officials, which made him wonder even more why Madame Bones was coming around this evening. No time had been specified, so he would need to stay around the house all day to ensure he was home when she came. It was just after 7 p.m. when the doorbell rang. Harry opened the door and found Susan Bones on the doorstep. "Hello, Harry. May I come in?" she asked. "Who is it, boy?" bellowed Uncle Vernon. "My girlfriend. She's a witch," Harry replied after inviting Susan to enter. He noticed a ministry car parked outside the front of the house and realized this must be what the letter had meant. Vernon charged through the door. "Get out of here, you freak," he yelled at Susan. A split second later, and Vernon fell face flat on the ground. Harry, still pointing his wand at his uncle, invited Susan into the lounge. "What did you do?" screeched Petunia. Uncle Vernon looked as though he was going to attack Susan and myself. "I used a simple petrification spell on him," Harry replied. "He came running out yelling at us. What did you expect us to do?" Susan asked, sounding scared. "You unpetrify him this instant," Petunia said. Harry released the spell on Uncle Vernon and Susan stepped outside, returning to the car. "Just so you know," Harry began before anyone else could speak, "Susan's aunt is in charge of the magical world's police force, the Aurors. Threatening her is a very bad mistake." "Boy, if you ever do that to me again," Vernon began before being interrupted. "That's enough of that, Dursley," said Madame Bones. She had just entered the house with Susan. "You are you?" Vernon demanded. "I am Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Based on what Susan told me and what I saw myself upon entering the house, Mr. Dursley, I could have you arrested right here and now. I suggest in future you treat people somewhat better and certainly with more respect." "This is my house," Vernon blustered. "It is also your wife's house, your son's house, and your nephew's house. Do you not think they should be allowed visitors if they so choose?" "Well, yes, but then there should be no problem, especially since we are here to invite Harry to come and stay for the rest of the holidays," Madame Bones finished. Harry turned to her, surprised. "Harry, I have spoken to Sirius on a number of occasions, and I have decided to bend the law slightly. I have decided to allow Sirius to have full custody of you despite his previous record. What I witnessed here has convinced me it is the right thing to do. I shall go to the Wisengamot shortly after the World Cup with a writ that would effectively emancipate you, although you would still face rules regarding underage magic in the presence of Muggles. Don't worry about that spell you cast earlier. It is clear that it was done in self-defense. If you're here to take him away, then take him. He is no longer welcome under this roof," Vernon growled. Petunia nodded her agreement. "I wasn't expecting anyone to collect me today. I haven't packed," Harry said. "I think we should wait in the car," Madame Bones said. "If you are not here in 10 minutes, I will come and get you and shall probably arrest Vernon at the same time." Harry hurriedly climbed the stairs. When he reached his room, he called Creature. "Creature, I need you to help me pack up. I have been invited to stay with Susan's family for the rest of the holidays, although I will only be staying there till after the World Cup," Harry explained when the elf arrived. With Creature's help, Harry was packed within the 10 minutes stipulated. With Creature at his side, Harry headed down the stairs and into the lounge where the Dursleys were sitting. "I'm off. I don't know if or when I will see you again. Goodbye," he said. All he got in return was a grunt. With that, Harry left the house, sent Creature back to Grimmauld Place. Outside, he was greeted by Susan's father, who helped load his trunk into the car. He sat in the back seat with Susan and her parents, while Madame Bones sat in the front with the driver. Once they were underway, Harry said, "Mr. and Mrs. Bones, thank you for inviting me to stay, although the Weasleys have also invited me to stay with them, and I think I will join them after the World Cup. Sirius was keen for me to stay with the Weasleys, too." "I'm sure we can arrange for that, Harry," Mrs. Bones said. "First of all, though, it's your birthday and we have some shopping to do." Harry groaned silently. He remembered the last time he went shopping with the Bones. It was an experience he was not eager to repeat. As it was getting late, they headed straight to the Bones' house. Once there, they held a quiet birthday party for Harry. Sirius managed to put in an appearance before he returned to Grimmauld Place. That night, Harry went to bed early. He knew they would be going shopping in the morning. The next day at the mall, Susan dragged him into various clothing shops to try on various styles. As far as Harry was concerned, the first shop they entered had everything he needed, but she insisted they go to other shops as well. Eventually, just before midday, she settled on an appropriate outfit for him. Harry didn't entirely agree with her selections, but knew better than to question them. Susan did know more about clothes than he did, so he went with her opinions. That night, Harry got out the books he had been working on and continued copying the notes into his own textbooks. He worked for an hour or so before calling it a night. That night, Harry had a disturbing dream. In the dream, he saw Voldemort murder a Muggle. At breakfast the following morning, he mentioned it to the Bones and decided to call Sirius. Before calling, however, Susan's mother, Margaret, suggested they contact Amelia Bones. After Madame Bones arrived, Harry began explaining what he had seen. "In my dream," Harry began, "I saw Voldemort in a room with a fire in the grate. It looked like a room in an old-style house. I think it may have been that old mansion near the shack where we found one of those other items we were looking for a couple of years ago, Sirius." "I think I know the place," Sirius replied. "Carry on, Harry. What else can you remember?" "Pettigrew was there with him. It looks as if he went to wherever Voldemort was hiding and brought him back to Britain," Harry continued. "Harry, it sounds as though you are describing an incident as it is happening. I thought you could only see the future," Susan said. "I have visions. They are usually about the future, but not always," he replied. "Anyway, to continue, while they were there, a Muggle entered the house. I think he was an elderly neighbor or something similar. This Muggle overheard some of the conversation Voldemort and Pettigrew were having about the World Cup, and they mentioned some other event that was happening after the World Cup ended. At this point, a giant snake entered the room. It told Voldemort about the Muggle listening to them outside the door. Voldemort told Pettigrew to invite the Muggle into the room. They killed him right there and then. Then I woke up," he finished. "You saw a murder?" Madame Bones asked, sounding shocked. Everyone else looked just as surprised. "That's what it looked like, yeah." "Sirius," Madame Bones said. "You seem familiar with the area around Harry's vision. I'm granting you the authority to second any person you feel may be able to help you, and I want you to go to this place to start an inquiry. Keep it low-key at first. It seems this is a Muggle area, so you will need to be discreet. Find out what you can and report to me directly this evening. I'll take Remus Lupin with me. Harry, I will need both elves too, if that's okay." "I'll tell Creature to help you with your inquiries," Harry said. "Madame Bones, I will contact you at your office this evening about 7 o'clock, Sirius said. "Thank you, Sirius. Be discreet and good luck," Madame Bones said before the mirror went blank. "Harry, I would like you to be present at this meeting. I know your visions are uncannily accurate, and I would like you to tell me as much as you can remember of the dream," Madame Bones said. "May I come too, Auntie?" Susan asked. "I hardly think you should be listening in on potentially private information or the gory details of a possible murder," Susan's father, Charles, said. "I quite agree," Amelia added. Susan looked unhappy but agreed. "Let's go swimming," she said to Harry. Harry and Susan spent the day together, mainly around the pool, but also going for a walk together around the town. Susan had attended a Muggle school and knew many of the local teenagers. She was on good terms with the majority, and when asked, happily introduced Harry as her boyfriend. They ended up having lunch at a local burger place where Susan introduced some of her closest Muggle friends. These included a girl named Virginia Potter. At first, she thought she may be a distant relation of Harry's, but they soon realized there were no familiar names among their immediate family trees. Harry and Susan returned home early evening. Once there, they had a light meal before Harry used the flu connection to go to the Ministry of Magic. As he stepped out of the fireplace, he was met by Sirius, who escorted him straight to Madame Bones' office. "Auror Black, what have your initial investigations shown?" Madame Bones asked after they entered her office. "As requested," Sirius began, I formed a team of non-ministry officials and proceeded to the village of Little Hangleton to investigate a report of a possible murder. Team members were Remus Lupin, until recently Dada professor at Hogwarts, and 2 house elves, Creature and Dobby. Upon arrival, I examined the area and located large, but run-down house just outside the town, which appeared to fit the description given earlier. At this point, I asked Lupin to examine the area outside the house for any unusual scents. As you know, Lupin is a werewolf, and as such, has heightened senses. He informed me there was a fresh smell of burning coming from the house. As the house is supposedly abandoned, I became very curious. I found the back door leading into the kitchen was unlocked with the key in the lock. We entered the house and immediately became aware of footprints and other signs of recent habitation. We followed the footsteps to a staircase where we found several other tracks, including one that resembled those typically left by a large snake. Magic revealed the house to be empty of people, so we ascended the stairs. At the top of the stairs, we found a room which appeared to be at the center of the various tracks. The fireplace was still warm, indicating a fire had been lit in the grate very recently and then hurriedly extinguished. It was obvious someone had been living in the room very recently. Further searching revealed a walking stick tossed aside, and clear evidence that someone had fallen to the floor in that room within a very short time frame prior to our arrival. At this point, I asked Remus to take Dobby and investigate the grounds, while Creature and I continued searching the house. When we met again, Remus informed me the caretaker's house on the grounds was empty, but that someone was living there and had apparently left in a hurry. The evidence was they were expecting to return within a very short period of time. "Can you be more specific with this evidence, or Black?" Madam Bones asked. Sirius quickly checked his notes before continuing. "There was a kettle full of water on the stove which had recently been boiled but had cooled down again. It appeared the occupant had boiled the kettle, then become distracted by something he had seen out the window." The window faced the old mansion and afforded a clear view of the building, including a window into the room we had just searched. "Very well. Please continue," Madam Bones said. "Having determined that the caretaker was missing, we proceeded to the nearby village. I left the elves behind to guard the house and ensure no one entered the grounds. Their instructions were to alert me if anyone did so. As it transpired, nobody entered the grounds. Upon arrival at the village, we went to a local public house as this appeared to be the focal point of the village. Once inside, I asked the landlord about the old house on the edge of town. He informed me it was called the Riddle House, and that it had been the scene of a triple murder some 50 years earlier. Knowing the significance of the name Riddle, I inquired about said murders, and was informed that the caretaker, a man named Frank Bryce, was believed to have been the killer, although he was never charged. The reason being lack of evidence. The landlord stated that Mr. Bryce still lived there. I informed the landlord we had uncovered evidence that the caretaker was dead. I didn't go into too much detail, of course, but I said it appeared he had entered the house and had been attacked by someone who had been squatting there. The squatters were gone, and there was no sign of the caretaker apart from a walking stick. I said the police were investigating, and they would undoubtedly want to talk with locals. We returned to the Riddle House and collected the elves. Next, we put preserving charms around the property to protect the scene and left the town. Lastly, I advised the Muggle authorities in the nearby town of Great Hangleton of our suspicions. I pretended to be with the government's anti-terror group, Sirius finished. "Thank you, Auror Black. I shall follow up on your report by sending it to the Muggle authorities. I have a number of contacts in the Muggle police force who are aware of the presence of witches and wizards and who can handle the situation for us until after the Quidditch World Cup." "Thank you, Madam Bones," he replied. Madam Bones turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, thank you for your information. It appears as though there is nothing we can do for the Muggle, so I think it best you return to my brother's house. I have spoken with Arthur Weasley, and it has been agreed that you shall stay with my brother until the day before the final. You are to use the Flu Network to travel to the Weasleys' house on the evening of the day prior to the World Cup final, where you will remain for the next 2 weeks. I expect you will be returning to my brother's house for the last few days before returning to school, although you may wish to remain with Weasleys as per your invitation. Thank you. I will decide closer to the time where I will spend the last few days of the holidays. If I learn anything more about today's events, I will let you know via that scroll," Harry finished. Over the next week, Harry was able to spend a great deal of time with Susan. They generally relaxed around the pool, or if the weather was against them, they watched videos. They had finished all their holiday assignments, and Harry wondered whether or not Ron had finished his yet. "Susan," Harry began. "Yes, Harry. Thank you for inviting me to stay over the holidays. I have enjoyed my time here." "That's fine. You're welcome to stay, but you obviously want to join the Weasleys. Don't let Ginny get any ideas, though." "Don't worry. I won't think Ginny is as interested as she used to be." "I guess you're right. We'd better go tell my parents, though," she said as she led him out of the kitchen and into the backyard. After telling Susan's parents, Harry used the Flu network to contact the Weasleys. It was Mrs. Weasley who answered the call. "Hello, Harry, dear. It's good to see you," she answered. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley. How are you?" he asked. "I'm fine, Harry. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Is Ron there?" "Just a moment. I'll call him." Mrs. Weasley left the kitchen. While she was away, Harry looked around the room. She was obviously cooking something for their evening meal, but he couldn't make out what it was. Mrs. Weasley returned with Ron a minute later. "Harry, good to see you, mate," Ron said upon entering the kitchen. "Hey, Ron, how are you?" "Good. Hermione's here too. She's with Ginny at the moment. Everybody here's fine, so are you all set to join us?" "Yeah, I'll come this evening if that's okay." "That will be fine, Harry," Mrs. Weasley interrupted. "We were just about to eat. Would you like me to keep something hot for you?" "No, thank you for the offer, but Susan's cooking here, so I better stay and enjoy her meal," Harry replied. "That's probably a good idea," Hermione said. She and Ginny had just entered the kitchen. "How are you anyway, Harry?" "I'm good, thanks, so I'll see you about 9 p.m. "Okay, we'll be expecting you. And remember, all of you, you have to be at 5 so no late night talking," Mrs. Weasley intoned to everyone. Mrs. Weasley insisted Harry have a hot drink before going to bed. While he was drinking, Ron's 2 eldest brothers came in. Bill, the oldest, was tall like Ron. He had very long hair that Mrs. Weasley clearly wanted to cut. He also had a fang earring that Mrs. Weasley didn't approve of. Harry liked the look, however. Charlie was built much like the twins and looked very fit. Harry knew he worked with dragons and guessed this must provide plenty of opportunities for keeping fit. Harry exchanged pleasantries with Bill and Charlie and learned a little more about them. Bill was working in Egypt as a curse breaker for Gringotts. Harry was fascinated with what Bill told him and wished the conversation could have gone on longer, but Mrs. Weasley said he needed to get some sleep. Harry said goodnight before finishing his drink. Once he'd finished, Ron led him up to the top of stairs to the room right under the ghoul in the attic, which he would be sharing with Ron for the remainder of the holidays. Harry pretended to be surprised by the ghoul and asked if Ron could tell him more about it after they got back from the World Cup final. As they climbed the stairs, Harry looked around him. The house was just as he remembered it, although, as far as Ron knew, this was his first visit to the burrow. When they reached Ron's room, Ron asked, "Well, what do you think?" "I like the house. I would like to see the outside before I give you a considered opinion, but the interior is fascinating." "Susan's house doesn't look much like this, but then they live in a muggle area, so they have to keep everything looking normal," Harry replied. Ron looked delighted. "Tell me more about Susan's house. How does it compare to muggle houses or wizard houses?" he asked. "Not now," Harry replied. "We have to get up early tomorrow, remember?" Ron looked disappointed. "Oh, yeah, I suppose we should get to sleep." Ron and Harry were woken very early the following morning. Mrs. Weasley dragged everybody out of bed and gave them a quick breakfast. Ron complained Percy wasn't with them, but Mrs. Weasley told him that Percy was going to apparate along with Bill and Charlie, the 2 eldest Weasley brothers, so they could sleep in. Mr. Weasley was already in the kitchen, dressed as a muggle, when Harry and Ron arrived. They were soon joined by Fred and George, and a little later, by Hermione and Ginny. After a quick breakfast, Mr. Weasley led them out and over the hills to a portkey. 2 other people were waiting for them, Amos Diggory and his son Cedric, the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain. At 7:05, the portkey activated and carried the group to a field where they were greeted by a Ministry of Magic official who was trying, and failing, to dress as a muggle. A second Ministry official was there too, and he was just as poorly disguised. The Weasley group separated from the Diggorys and made their way to a campground where a man greeted them. This man was obviously a muggle and was already becoming suspicious of the people around him. A Ministry official appeared soon after and obliviated him, explaining that he needed to perform the charm regularly to preserve the secrecy of the event. After they arrived at their allotted campsite, Mr. Weasley insisted on doing everything the Muggle way. This meant putting up the tents, something they eventually succeeded in doing after several attempts, and using matches to light a fire. Hermione took over after Mr. Weasley had used over half a box of matches without success. While the fire became hot enough to cook with Harry, Ron and Hermione were sent off to get water from a tap on the other side of the campground. They met several people from Hogwarts and took a long time to return to their campsite. They found out that Oliver Wood had received a contract from Puddlemere United and was playing professional Quidditch. They congratulated him on getting his wish. Along the way, they saw many examples of magic being displayed despite the fact they were in a Muggle environment, and several times watched Ministry officials trying to regain order. After returning to their campsite, they found Bill, Charlie, and Percy had arrived. They sat down and had a cup of tea while listening in on Mr. Weasley, who was introducing some of the people he worked with, among them Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, who had done so much work organizing the event. Harry found it amusing that Percy, who worked in Mr. Crouch's office, would insult Bagman behind his back, but to his face, he was completely polite. Although Percy worked in Crouch's office, Crouch apparently didn't know Percy's name. The others found it amusing when Crouch referred to Percy as Weatherby. Various salespeople apparated among the tents over the day, selling souvenirs and programs as well as other items. Bagman was taking bets on the outcome of the match, and Fred and George, despite warnings from their father, placed a bet on the outcome. Even when Harry told the twins he'd had a vision and that they shouldn't trust Bagman, they insisted on placing their bet. Harry bought everyone omnioculars, a special set of binoculars that allowed the user to slow down events to a more manageable speed so they were easier to follow. Hermione bought them each a program, and they all bought souvenirs, green rosettes for Ireland and a miniature figure of Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian seeker, as well as other items. Toward evening, the visitors were summoned to the stadium. Mr. Weasley led them all the way to the top box. It was empty when they arrived except for a house elf sitting in the corner. Harry made sure his wand was securely hidden out of sight before sitting next to the elf. "Hello," Harry said. The elf looked at him. He immediately recognized her as Winky, the Crouch family elf, and realized that Barty Crouch Jr. was sitting on her other side. When he spoke, the Weasleys and Hermione all turned to look as well. "Is Sir speaking to Winky?" the elf asked. "Yes, I was only being polite. You are all alone up here," Harry replied. "Winky is a good elf who does what Master tells her. I is to stay here and watch Master's seat." "Well, it's nice to meet you, Winky," Harry finished. Harry turned away before making sure his wand was still in his pocket. He noticed Winky was covering her face and remembered she was afraid of heights. Briefly, Harry considered exposing Barty Crouch Jr., but he soon decided against it. He couldn't be 100% certain Crouch Jr. was there, although he was almost certain of it, and if he had been wrong, he could have gotten into a lot of trouble. When the Bulgarian delegation arrived, Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister of Magic, attempted to communicate with them, but it appeared none of the Bulgarians spoke English. Harry knew this wasn't true, but he enjoyed watching Fudge make a fool of himself. When one of the Bulgarians saw Harry's scar, he quickly informed the rest who Harry was. Harry didn't need to understand Bulgarian to know what they were talking about. Over the next half hour or so, many more people entered the top box, including the Malfoys. Lucius Malfoy made his dislike of Arthur Weasley clear, even though Fudge was right there. It was from Fudge that the others found out Winky belonged to Barty Crouch, and that she was supposed to be saving him a seat. When they had all settled in, Ludo Bagman, who would be providing the commentary for the match, stood up and began addressing the crowd. He used the sonorous charm to magically magnify his voice so everybody in the stadium, about 100 people, could hear him. Across from the top box was a giant scoreboard that up until now had been playing various commercials. When Bagman began speaking, the scoreboard had changed and was now reading Ireland, 0, Bulgaria, 0. Firstly, Bagman introduced the Bulgarian mascots, Velas. Harry remembered the affect Velas could have on people, especially men, and quickly covered his ears. Ron and the other Weasley boys didn't, however, and soon Ginny and Hermione had their hands full trying to stop them doing stupid things. Bill and Charlie didn't seem affected, so Harry guessed they already knew what Velas were capable of doing. Next, Bagman introduced the Irish mascots. These turned out to be hundreds of leprechauns who were all carrying either green or orange lanterns. As they flew around the stadium, they threw out handfuls of gold coins. many of which hit people on their way down, although no one was injured. Ron, thinking the coins were real, grabbed several handfuls and stuffed them in his pockets after giving several to Harry to pay for his omnioculars. Harry decided to wait until after the game before telling Ron the coins were not real, and therefore worthless. Once all the mascots from both teams had settled down at opposite ends of the pitch, Bagman began to introduce the players, starting with the Bulgarian team. Dimitrov, Ivanova, Zagraf, Levski, Volchanov, Volkov, and Krum. Next, he introduced the Irish team. Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Morin, Quigley, and Lynch. Briefly, Harry remembered back to his first year at Hogwarts when 3 of the Irish national team had played for Ravenclaw in the Quidditch match against Harry's Gryffindor team. It had finished in a draw with Harry catching the snitch, but only after Ravenclaw had scored 15 goals. That was the only time Harry hadn't played on a winning team, unless, of course, you counted the abandoned match against Slytherin the previous November. Harry didn't because the game had been abandoned, and in his mind at least, had not been official. All the Irish team were riding Firebolts, the latest version of racing broom to come on the market. Harry knew they were very expensive. He had looked at one the previous year, but the notice had said price upon request. Both he and Sirius had realized what that meant. By zooming his omnioculars in, he was able to read the Firebolt brand on each broom in turn. When all the players were on the pitch, the referee, Hassan Mostafa, blew his whistle and the game began. Harry had never seen such a fast or aggressive game of Quidditch. The speed and skill of the players was amazing. Harry watches as much as possible, deciding he would use the omnioculars playback feature later to review the match in more detail. For now, he just wanted to see the action. The World Cup final finished spectacularly, with Krum catching the snitch for Bulgaria, but only after Ireland had built up an unassailable lead. Even with Crum's catch, Ireland had won the game, the final score being 170-160. The match had ended in a riot with both teams' mascots charging onto the pitch and fighting. Even the referee had been caught up in it. One of the Vila had set his broom on fire, and he had missed Krum being struck full in the face by a bludger. The Irish seeker, Lynch, had also been badly hurt. In attempting to catch the snitch, he had crashed at speed into the ground, whereupon he had been trampled by the Vila and looked to have suffered a severe concussion. The Irish team were ecstatic with their triumph, however. As they performed a lap of honor flanked by their mascots, the World Cup itself was brought into the top box. Harry was briefly dazzled by the bright light that suddenly filled the box. First, the Bulgarian team entered the top box to receive the congratulations of the ministry officials. Harry noted Krum seemed a little uncoordinated when walking. Next, the Irish team entered. Lynch was clearly concussed, and Harry wondered at the wisdom of allowing him to receive his winner's medal before receiving appropriate medical treatment. No one else seemed to notice, however. After Bagman used the quietest charm to return his voice to normal, Fred and George approached regarding their winnings. Harry watched as Bagman handed over a large bag of coins which he knew were only leprechaun gold. Mr. Weasley admonished the twins about gambling, but when they said they had plans for the money, he decided the less he knew the better. After returning to the tent, they all had a hot drink before Mr. Weasley finally sent everyone off to bed. Harry made sure he stayed awake, however. He knew what was about to happen, and even told Mr. Weasley of his vision, but Mr. Weasley said such an occurrence was very unlikely. Harry debated whether to call Sirius, but decided against it. He didn't know if Sirius was still awake, or where exactly he was anyway. Suddenly, Mr. Weasley was shouting for everyone to get up. A riot had broken out in the campsite, and a band of masked men and women were marching across the field, blasting tents and people out of their way. Bill, Charlie, and Percy hurried off to join the ministry officials who were trying to regain order. Harry could see 3 people being hung in the air by magic. They were being flipped and contorted into grotesque poses. As he watched, he realized there were actually 4 people in the group, not 3, and 2 of them were children. "All of you," Mr. Weasley shouted, "into the woods, hide. Fred, George, keep an eye on Ginny, make sure you stay together." Mr. Weasley then hurried off to join the ministry officials. They ran into the woods. Harry pulled out his wand and cast a Lumos spell. Next, he summoned Creature and Dobby. "How may Creature help Master?" asked the first elf. "Dobby is here," the second one called. "I need the 2 of you to stay here and protect us," Harry explained. "A riot has broken out in the campground." A loud bang startled everyone. Clearly the rioters were getting closer. "Hang on," Ron called. "Where's my wand?" Hermione had just lit hers as well and turned to help Ron look for it. "When did you last see it?" she asked. "When we left for the top box," Ron replied. "It may have fallen out of your pocket while you were there then," Harry said, adding to himself it may have been stolen then, although he didn't voice that opinion. "It could be anywhere," Hermione said, sounding resigned. "Come on," Harry said. "We need to catch up to the twins. You'll lose a lot more than a wand if they catch you." A nearby voice said, making them jump. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Ron snapped. "Manners, weasel," Draco sneered. "You seem quite at ease, Malfoy," Harry said. "What do you know about the riot that we don't?" "Just that they are hunting muggles," Malfoy replied. "I suggest you hide her unless, of course, you want to see her knickers." Draco looked at Hermione as he spoke. "Hermione's a witch," snarled Ron. "Have it your way, then," Draco replied. A moment later, Draco found himself hanging upside down from a branch. "Hey, put me down," he shrieked. "Not until you says sorry to Mistress Hermione," Dobby said, pointing his finger at Draco. "Nice one, Dobby," Ron said. "Dobby, thank you for your help, but let him down, please," Harry said. "We need to keep moving." "As Master Harry wishes." Dobby released Draco, who fell face first into the undergrowth. "At least that was funny," said Ron as they hurried off further into the woods. "Let's just find a quiet place to wait until the riot's over. Then the elves can take us back," Harry said. They moved deeper into the woods. Soon they came across a clearing where a group of young men were trying to make some villa like them. Harry felt like laughing, but Ron suddenly joined the group, spouting some nonsense about brooms and Jupiter. Hermione dragged him away while Harry and the elves left the clearing. A short while later, they found another clearing. It was empty and quiet, so they decided to stay there until things settled down. No sooner had they stopped than they heard someone moving behind some nearby bushes. Before any of them could react, it went silent. Then a voice called out, "Morsemortar." A vast, smoky green, glittering cloud erupted into the air. It formed into a skull with a snake poking out of the mouth like a tongue. Harry whipped out his wand and, pointing at the direction the voice had come from, yelled, "Stupefy." A bolt of red light burst from his wand and through the trees. "What the?" Ron began before Hermione cut him off and tried to drag him and Harry away. "Ron, Hermione, Creature, Dobby, when I say duck, do it," Harry said to the others. Moments later, several loud pops filled the clearing. A moment later, Harry yelled "duck" and dived for the ground. Almost immediately, dozens of voices shouted "Stupefy," and a salvo of stunners burst into and through the clearing. Nobody was hit, however, thanks to Harry's warning. "Stop!" shouted Mr. Weasley. "Stop, that's my son." "Harry, what happened?" shouted another voice. Harry recognized it as Sirius. "The dark mark came from over there," Harry called out, pointing toward where he had fired the stunner. "I shot a stunner at a loud male voice I heard coming from that direction." Several ministry officials hurried off to look, but most remained where they were, including a man who now addressed Harry and the others. "Which one of you did it?" he demanded. "Barty," a woman said. "These three are children, and they've told us where they think the spell came from." A man called from a short distance away. "We got him. There's someone here, but blimey, it's an elf." A man Harry recognized as Amos Diggory entered the clearing carrying a house elf. He placed it on the ground. Immediately, Harry said, "We heard a human voice, not an elf's, and certainly not a female elf." Harry now recognized Winky lying on the ground. Mr. Crouch looked at her in shock. "No, it cannot be," he said before dashing off to look where they had found her. "Well, that's embarrassing, isn't it?" Sirius said. "The man who sent me to Azkaban without a trial now finds himself in potentially the same boat." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. By now he, along with Hermione and Ron, was sitting on the ground with Dobby and Creature either side of them. "This is Barty Crouch's house elf, and she is accused of casting the dark mark," Sirius explained. Harry was annoyed. "First of all, I have already told you a human man cast the spell, not a female elf, and secondly, to cast the spell you need a wand." "She had a wand," Mr. Diggory said, still glaring at the unconscious elf. He produced a wand to show the others just as Crouch re-entered the clearing, a look of shock and anger on his face. "Find anyone, Barty?" asked one of the others. "No, it must have been her." Harry was about to speak, but Mr. Weasley cut him off. "Can anyone prove she cast the spell? I am well aware how much damage baseless accusations can do to innocent people." Harry noticed Mr. Weasley eyeing Sirius as he spoke. "We can check the wand," Mr. Diggory said. He touched his own wand to one on the ground and said, "Priori incantatem." A much smaller reflection of the mark hanging in the air above them emerged from the wand. "That only proves the wand cast the spell, not who was holding it," Sirius said. He looked closer at the wand. "Isn't this your wand, Ron?" "You did this," shouted Crouch, pointing his wand at Ron. "Don't be ridiculous," Sirius yelled. "We already know the spell was cast from over there." He pointed in the direction Winky was brought in from. "Remember what happened the last time you falsely accused someone of something they didn't do." "Are you threatening me, Black?" Crouch yelled back. "Yes, I am," Sirius replied. "I'm threatening to arrest you." "Enough," Mr. Weasley shouted over Sirius. "Both of you calm down." Everybody quietened down. One of the ministry officials revived Winky, who sat up, looking scared. Just then Madam Bones and Ludo Bagman apparated into the clearing. Bagman appeared very flustered. "I have just been informed the dark mark has been cast from this location. Tell me what has happened," Madam Bones demanded. "We caught a suspect," Crouch informed her, pointing at Ron. "A child," she sounded incredulous. "Don't be ridiculous. We know it wasn't Ron or Harry or Hermione either," Mr. Weasley said. Madam Bones looked around the group before turning to Sirius. "Or Black, you tell me what you saw first." Sirius finally stopped glaring at Mr. Crouch. "We were at the campsite attempting to suppress a riot. Death Eaters, judging by their masks. We were then distracted by the appearance of the dark mark. This clearing appeared to be right below where it was cast, so we all apparated here to try and catch them. Harry Potter here had already fired a stunner into the woods where he believes the spell was cast from. All we found there was this elf." He pointed to Winky, who was by now quietly sobbing. "Very well," said Madam Bones. "Arthur, what did you see?" "I saw much the same as Sirius here. After the dark mark was cast, I apparated here and shot off a stunner, as did everyone else. I then realized my own son was here along with his friends. I called everyone to stop. This elf was found by Amos, along with the wand used to cast the dark mark." "Amos, where exactly did you find the elf?" "Just through those trees there," Mr. Diggory said, pointing to the trees off to the side. "Barty here immediately went to search the area more fully." "Barty," Madam Bones said. "Why did you go through those trees after Amos had already searched there?" "I was merely double-checking. I wanted to ensure nothing had been missed," Crouch said. "Is that because this is your elf?" "Were you perhaps hopping to find someone you could blame this incident on?" "No," Crouch snapped. "I was merely being thorough." "Madam Bones," Harry said. "We already know Winky didn't cast the spell. Ron, Hermione, and I all heard a male human voice cast the spell." "Which is why I was double-checking," Crouch added. "Why don't we ask Winky how she came to have a wand?" Harry asked. "Elf," Mr. Diggory said. Winky jumped at being spoken to. "I am a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Explain to us how you came to be at the scene of the crime and to be in possession of the wand that cast the dark mark." "I is finding it. I is not knowing how to cast a spell with it," Winky sobbed, rocking backward and forward as she spoke. "She must have been only feet away from the person who did cast it," Mr. Weasley said. "Winky, did you see who cast the spell?" "I is seeing no one, sir, no one," Winky replied. "Whoever cast the spell must have disapparated right after doing it, leaving Ron's wand behind." "Clever thinking, not using their own wand," said Mr. Weasley. "I think this elf has told us all she can," Crouch interrupted. "I know you would normally take her in for questioning, Amos, but I would ask you if you would allow me to deal with her." Mr. Diggory didn't look happy but agreed to the request. "You know what this means," Crouch said to Winky. "No," she cried. "Not clothes." Crouch nodded. "Mr. Crouch," Harry began, "if you don't want Winky anymore, could I suggest you order her to go work for someone else?" "How many elves do you want, Harry?" Sirius asked. Harry shook his head. "I was thinking Mr. Weasley might be able to take her in." Mr. Weasley looked surprised, as did Ron. "You want us to have an elf?" asked Ron. "We really don't," Mr. Weasley began. "No," Crouch interrupted. "Winky has failed me and I am dismissing her." "But," Harry began. "No, my decision is final," Crouch yelled over the group. After a few moments' silence, Madam Bones spoke. "I suggest we all return to the campsite and get some rest. It's all going to hit the fan tomorrow, so you will all need to be in top form." The ministry officials began disapparating until soon only Madam Bones, Bagman, Crouch, Sirius, and Mr. Weasley were left. "Winky," Harry asked, "if you need a new job, then you can always go to Hogwarts. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will take you on." Mr. Weasley watched as Harry spoke. "Well, we'd best be getting back to the camp. Ron, Harry, Hermione, bring the elves. Sirius, would you like to come too?" "Thank you, Arthur. I think I will," Sirius replied. They left the clearing, leaving Bagman, Crouch, and Madam Bones alone with Winky. The Weasleys, Harry and Hermione, packed up early the following morning. Mr. Weasley was able to get them an early portkey back to the burrow, where they found Mrs. Weasley waiting for them. "Oh, thank goodness, she said when the group appeared. She ran to meet them, grabbing Mr. Weasley into a hug. Harry noticed she had dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline read, "Scenes of Terror at the Quidditch World Cup." After several more hugs for her family, Mrs. Weasley finally stepped back. After Bill picked up the newspaper, everybody crowded into the tiny kitchen, where Hermione made Mrs. Weasley a cup of strong tea, into which Mr. Weasley added a measure of fire whiskey. The article, written by Rita Skeeter, was full of exaggerations and inaccuracies. Among other claims, it said dark wizards were allowed to run unchecked because of lax security, and the whole event had been a national disgrace. Almost the only truth it contained was that nobody had been arrested. Percy accused Rita Skeeter of having it in for the Ministry of Magic. He then complained about some of the other stories she written. Finally, Bill told him to shut up. At this point, Mr. Weasley said he had been mentioned. "Where?" spluttered Mrs. Weasley. "If I'd seen that, I'd have known you were alive." "Not by name," said Mr. Weasley. "Listen to this. If the terrified wizards and witches who waited breathlessly for news at the edge of the wood expected reassurance from the Ministry of Magic, they were sadly disappointed. A ministry official emerged sometime after the appearance of the Dark Mark, alleging that nobody had been hurt, but refusing to give any more information. Whether this statement will be enough to quash the rumors that several bodies were removed from the woods an hour later remains to be seen." "Oh, really?" said Mr. Weasley in exasperation, handing the paper to Percy. "Nobody was hurt. What was I supposed to say? Rumors that several bodies were removed from the woods. Well, there certainly will be rumors now she's printed that." "Who does she mean here?" Percy asked. "An Auror who emerged at the same time stated the person who cast the mark used a stolen wand and disapparated before the ministry arrived. That was Sirius Black. I asked him if he wanted to join us, but he got called away just as we left the forest. I suppose Skeeter is going to claim he was called away to help with body recovery. He was asked to help with the muggles those Death Eaters had attacked. I better go into the office. I seem to have made things worse thanks to this article," Mr. Weasley said. "I'll come too," Percy added. "Mr. Crouch is going to need all hands on deck." Percy and Mr. Weasley changed into their work robes and left soon after. Despite the events from the night before, no one wanted to sleep. Ron suggested they all go play Quidditch, adding that Bill and Charlie would want to play. Harry said, "We should invite Ginny and Hermione as well." Ron shrugged. "I doubt they'd want to play," he said. Harry decided to ask anyway. "Hermione, would you like to join us in a game of Quidditch?" "No, thank you. I think I'll stay with Ginny," she replied. "Ginny. We were going to play Quidditch. Would you like to join us?" Ginny ran out the door and to the broom shed almost before Harry finished asking her. Hermione looked surprised. "I guess I will be joining you then," she said, shrugging. Only Fred, George, Charlie, and Harry had their own brooms, but they found enough brooms for everyone to play at the same time. They picked up 2 teams, Bill, Fred, Harry, and Ginny on one team, and Charlie, George, Ron, and Hermione on the other. They soon realized, though, that Ginny was a very good player, nearly as good as Charlie and Harry and far better than Ron or Hermione. Ginny's team were leading comfortably when they decided to take a break and repick the teams for after lunch. When the new teams came up, Hermione and Ginny had swapped sides. Harry's team still won, but it was much closer. Staying at the Weasleys meant Harry had next to no time alone. Finally, on the day before they were due to return to Hogwarts, Harry was able to get away. Sirius had said they were welcome to stay at Grimmauld Place that night, and Harry went on ahead to make sure everything was ready. Before the Weasleys and Hermione arrived, he was able to put the finishing touches to his new potions books. Now all he needed to do was return Snape's books to his classroom, and everything would be set, and hopefully, Snape would be none the wiser. Sirius called Harry into the drawing room a few minutes before the guests arrived. "Harry," he began, "I'm sorry I have been unable to spend any time with you over the summer. I had hoped that, once the World Cup was finished, I would be able to get some time off, but, as you know, a Death Eater shot the Dark Mark off, and all Aurors have had to do extra work to try and regain order. We have been inundated with complaints and claims for compensation." "I know. Percy said he had received dozens of howlers and they had made a real mess of his office," Harry said. Sirius laughed. "In that case, you know what it's been like. And then, of course, there was another matter that took place before the World Cup. A ministry employee has gone missing. I was wondering if you were familiar with the name Bertha Jorkins. Harry thought about it for a while. The name did seem vaguely familiar. I'm not certain, but I think I have heard it before. It is possible that I encountered it during that vision I had of Voldemort and Pettigrew. You know, when that muggle died. A look of concern crossed Sirius' face. That could be bad. She works in Bagman's office and had access to a lot of information, including some of our plans for security at the World Cup. That may explain why the Death Eaters were so well organized. I think they said something about disposing of her, and they definitely mentioned something coming up after the World Cup, Harry added. Disposing of her probably means she's dead, Sirius said. As for the event after the World Cup, that is bad, too. Harry, I'm going to tell you something that is supposed to be embargoed until 7 p.m. tonight, but based on what you've told me, it may already be too late. Hogwarts is going to be hosting the Tri-Wizard Tournament this year against Beauxbatons and Durmstrang magical schools. It is supposed to be a sporting contest between Europe's 3 largest magical schools, but there is an element of danger involved. You're too young to compete, so you are safe, but the competitors will be facing considerable danger. Probably even more now if Voldemort knows about it. I assume you're going to tell Madame Bones what I just said, Harry asked. Yes, she needs to know so we can do something to improve security around the event, said Sirius. I might as well now there will be no Quidditch at Hogwarts this year. The inter-house competition is being cancelled so it doesn't clash with the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Harry nodded. I saw something like that happening, but the details of my vision weren't entirely clear. Anyway, I have something I want to show you. Come down to the kitchen. Harry followed Sirius to the kitchen. Upon entering, Harry was surprised to see a medium-sized lizard seated at the table. On the table was a long, thin package wrapped in brown paper that resembled a broom. The lizard turned toward the door as they entered. The broom, began Sirius, is a brand new racing broom I bought for you before the Quidditch tournament was cancelled. I think you'll like it while the lizard is. Harry briefly wondered why Sirius had stopped, but then the lizard transformed into Tonks. Welcome, Harry. As you can see, I have mastered the Animagus transformation. I shouldn't really be surprised, I guess, but you saw it. I turn into a chameleon. Congratulations, Tonks. When did you achieve it? Asked Harry. My first successful transformation was nearly 2 months ago. Just after the school year ended. I am, of course, registered with the ministry, but I will keep quiet about you. So are you curious about the new broom Sirius and I got you? Tonks glared at Sirius as she spoke. All right, Tonks and I went halves on the broom, but it was my idea to not tell you until today. Harry laughed. He reached for the broom and began unwrapping it. His eyes lit up when he realized it was a firebolt. Thank you, he said before hugging both of them. We're going to give your Nimbus 2000 to Ron, but based on what Arthur has told me, Ginny is a better Quidditch player than Ron. It might be better to wait until next year to see which of them makes the house team first. Harry thought for a minute before deciding. I think I'll keep it, but I will lend it to whoever makes the team as the new keeper. That way they won't be fighting over it all the time. Sounds like a plan, Sirius said. Why don't we grab a snack before the Weasleys arrive? Dobby. Dobby appeared, and Sirius asked him to provide sandwiches and pumpkin juice for 3. When the Weasleys and Hermione arrived, Sirius excused himself, saying he had a report to send into the office. Harry led them into the kitchen, where the chameleon was once again seated at the table. Everyone take a seat. Tonks will be here shortly, Harry said as they entered. Why is there a chameleon sitting at the table? Asked Charlie. He and Bill were still on holiday and were all aware of what was coming up at Hogwarts. They had both decided to see the younger ones off on the train. Percy was, of course, working. Ron had mentioned he thought Percy would live at the office if their mother let him. By way of reply, Harry turned to the chameleon. Why don't we find out? He asked. Immediately, Tonks appeared where the chameleon had been. Her transformation was greeted with gasps of surprise from the Weasleys and a smile from Hermione. So, does this answer both those questions? Asked Tonks. After Mrs. Weasley reminded them they were only staying one night, so they should only unpack the essentials, unlike last time they'd stayed overnight at Sirius. When the boys had unpacked nearly everything, they separated off into their own rooms. Harry and Ron were sharing a room while Hermione and Ginny were across the hall from them. They all felt an early night would be a good idea, so they went to bed rather than sit around talking. The following morning, before they had eaten breakfast, an urgent call came through the Flu network meaning Mr. Weasley would have to go into work early. A situation had arisen involving Mad-Eye Moody, the Auror who had been caught passing information from inside the Ministry to Dumbledore some 18 months earlier. Apparently it involved Muggles, hence Mr. Weasley's involvement. Tonks, Sirius, and Remus Lupin accompanied them to the station. It may have only been a 20-minute walk, but the rain was pouring down, and despite their best efforts, everyone got soaked so. After arriving at the station, they all needed a quick drying off before boarding the train. Luckily, once they were on platform, they were able to use magic to complete the task. Harry had told Ron about a special gift Sirius and Tonks had given him the night before but had said at that time they would talk about it in the morning. Now he told everyone about the firebolt, adding that his Nimbus 2000 would be available to whoever became the Gryffindor keeper after the next practice session. He didn't mention the fact there would not be any Quidditch in the upcoming year, however, nor did he mention the Tri-Wizard Tournament. It did appear the only people not aware of it were Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione. They all knew something was happening, but no one had told them exactly what. Harry decided to tell them once they were on the train. Once they had boarded the train and found a compartment, Harry told the others what Sirius had told him about the Tri-Wizard Tournament. He chose not to mention that Quidditch had been cancelled, because that would cause an uproar among the Weasleys. The other schools are Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. I don't know how many students and staff are coming, but I dare say there will be about 20 people, most of them students, from each school. Sirius didn't say when they will be arriving, but it will be within the next couple of months, he told them. The Tri-Wizard Tournament, Ron said, a longing in his voice. Sounds dangerous, Hermione said. Neville, who had now joined them, and Ginny agreed with her. It is, Harry said. That's why they are restricting it to students who are 17 and over. You have to be of age before you can enter. The dreamy expression on Ron's face disappeared. What? They can't do that. What if someone under 17 wants to enter? They won't let you, Harry explained. Do you really think any of us have enough skill and experience to be able to cope? Not me, Neville said. Hermione and Ginny agreed with him. I could learn, Ron insisted. Harry had to suppress a laugh. I seriously doubt that, Hermione said. Ron, have you finished your holiday assignments yet? No, but... Then there is no way you could learn enough to be able to cope with this type of thing. And don't ask me to help you finish those assignments, either, Hermione interrupted him. Don't think I will help you with them either, Harry said before Ron could ask him. I am looking forward to a quiet year this time around. Ron looked shocked. I was hoping one of you would help me. I don't know some of the answers. You've had 2 months to do your work, and all your brothers have been home for much of that time, said Hermione. Why didn't you ask one of them? Ron muttered something about not wanting them to laugh at him. Harry glanced at Neville, and the two of them shared a silent laugh at Ron's predicament. After the lunch trolley came around, Ron decided to try and finish his assignments. Ginny had gone off to find some of her friends and hadn't returned, so Ron's books were now all over her seat. Hermione was reading, while Harry and Neville were discussing the Quidditch World Cup. Neville hadn't been able to attend and was keen to hear what it had been like. Harry and Ron showed Neville some of their souvenirs from the final until Hermione reminded Ron was supposed to be finishing his assignments. He returned to his work before Hermione finally relented and agreed to help him. Soon after this, Draco Malfoy turned up along with Crabbe and Goyle. Oh, look, it's Weasel and friends, Malfoy began. Get lost, Malfoy, snapped Ron. Is there something we can help you with, Malfoy? Asked Harry. Weasley, what is that? Malfoy asked, pointing at a moth-eaten sleeve that had slipped out of Ron's trunk when he had taken his books out to do his assignments. Ron looked unhappily, just an old rag, he finally said. Malfoy grabbed the sleeve and pulled. These aren't your dress robes, are they? Malfoy said, trying not to laugh as he spoke. Ron jumped to his feet. Don't touch those, Malfoy, he shouted. Harry was on his feet too. Get out of here, Malfoy, unless you want a duel, he said, pointing his wand at Draco. Don't worry, Potter, Malfoy replied. I'm too busy laughing to want to duel anyone. With that, he beckoned Crabbe and Goyle to follow and left the compartment. All three of them were laughing as they left. Those are my dress robes, Ron muttered. With so many of us, Mum couldn't afford their second hand or third hand. No one said anything. Harry decided not to show Ron his dress robes, which Susan had picked out for him several weeks earlier during their shopping trip. Even though she had bought them from a Muggle shop, they could easily have passed as wizard robes. Harry hadn't thought much about them at the time, but he now realized she probably knew he would need them. They looked like the formal attire that a muggle would wear to a high-class function or similar setting, but could pass just as easily at a formal wizarding function. "Do you think the reason we need dress robes is because of the other schools?" Neville asked. "It will have something to do with it, yeah," Harry said. "I wonder if the visiting students will join us for classes," Hermione asked. "Maybe they will join in with the older students. I really don't know or care," Harry replied. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully, although the rain never let up. Once they reached Hogsmeade, there was a rush to get to the carriages that would take them to Hogwarts. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione managed to get a carriage together and were soon joined by Ginny and one of her friends, a girl named Demelza Robbins. They soon found out that Demelza would be trying out for Quidditch as well. Harry wished her good luck, knowing there would be no Quidditch this year anyway. Once the carriages reached the main entrance, there was a mad rush to get inside out of the rain. Harry pulled the hood of his cloak up and advised the others to do the same. "Why?" Ron asked. "We're inside now, so why do we?" He was promptly cut off by a water balloon hitting him in the head. "Peeves!" bellowed Professor McGonagall. The poltergeist threw several more balloons into the air and shot off, cackling maniacally. Professor McGonagall hurried across the room, slipped and grabbed onto Hermione for support, nearly dragging her to the ground as well. Harry grabbed Hermione and steadied her, while Ron shouted a curse after Peeves. "Sorry, Miss Granger," McGonagall said after regaining her balance. "That's quite all right, Professor," Hermione replied, massaging her throat. "Well, move along quickly," McGonagall commanded, sending everybody into the Great Hall. The group made their way to Gryffindor table where Ron started squeezing water out of his sopping, wet hair, and Harry took his trainers of and emptied them of water. All along every table, students could be seen doing the same thing. "I wonder if we would be allowed to go put some dry clothes on before the welcoming feast?" Harry asked out loud to nobody in particular. All those who heard him agreed with the sentiment. Harry looked along the table and saw Alicia Spinnet wearing her prefect badge. Harry excused himself and went to speak to her. "Hi, Alicia. Do you know if we might be allowed to go put some dry clothes on before the feast?" he asked her. "I don't know if it's ever come up before," Alicia replied. "We were just discussing the same thing." Sitting with her were Angelina Johnson, the Weasley twins, and a few other students. They all added their agreement to the question. "Can you ask someone for us?" Angelina asked Alicia. "All right, I'll be back shortly," Alicia said as she stood and walked toward the teacher's table. Harry returned to his seat and explained the conversation he'd just had with Alicia. They all agreed it was a good idea. Alicia returned a few minutes later and said the staff had the situation under control, but they would have to wait until the first years arrived. A few minutes later, Professor McGonagall led the first years in. Before the Sorting Hat could begin its speech, however, Dumbledore stood and addressed the hall. "May I have everyone's attention, please?" he began. "Because the students received a thorough drenching on their way in, I have decided to delay sorting until the staff have applied drying and warming charms to everybody present. This should only take a few minutes to take effect." Almost immediately, Harry felt a warm breeze fill the hall. Within 2 minutes, he felt dry and a lot warmer than he had a few moments earlier. "The sorting shall now begin," Dumbledore said before sitting down. Then the hat began its song. Once the hat finished, McGonagall began reading off the list of first years. One of the first names was Creevy Dennis. A tiny boy, who seemed to be wearing Hagrid's overcoat, stumbled forward and was sorted into Gryffindor. As soon as he sat down, he said to his brother, Colin, "I fell in. It was brilliant, and something in the water grabbed me and pushed me back into the boat." "Cool," Colin replied, sounding excited. "It was probably the giant squid." It sounded as though Dennis had thought it an exciting adventure, falling into a fathoms-deep lake of icy water and being rescued by a monster. Harry glanced at Ron, who was looking just as perplexed at the conversation. Harry shook his head and returned his attention to the sorting. Once the sorting had finished, the feast began. One of the main topics of conversation was the lack of a Dada teacher. Most students had quickly realized this when they scanned the staff table and noted the empty seat. There was some speculation that maybe Dumbledore had been unable to find a suitable teacher, but many others, including Harry, merely thought the new teacher had been delayed by the bad weather. The Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, mentioned there had been a disturbance in the kitchens earlier concerning Peeves. Peeves had felt he should have been allowed to attend the feast, but the other ghosts, led by the Bloody Baron, Slytherin House's resident ghost, had voted overwhelmingly against it. Indeed, only the Hufflepuff ghost, the fat friar, had wanted to give him a chance. Nick explained that Peeves couldn't look at a plate of food without throwing it, thus making Harry glad they had stopped him. Once the meal was finished, Dumbledore stood to give the usual start of term announcements. He was interrupted almost immediately, however, by a flash of lightning and a loud crash of thunder. At the same time, the doors to the Great Hall opened and a man walked in. The students watched him in total silence. With every second step he took there was the thud of wood on wood. Clearly the stranger had a wooden leg as well as an artificial eye and only half a nose. When the stranger reached the staff table, he had a quiet word with Dumbledore before moving to the empty seat at the staff table. "Allow me to introduce our new Dada teacher, Professor Moody," announced Dumbledore as the stranger, Moody, sat down. Unusually, the announcement was greeted with muttering. Normally, when a new teacher was introduced, the students and staff alike applauded. It seemed this time, however, even the staff were worried by his presence. Snape especially, Harry noticed, seemed almost afraid of Moody. Once Moody had sat down, Dumbledore resumed his announcements. "This year," he began, "I regret to inform you that Quidditch has been cancelled." Before he could continue, a chorus of booing and complaints drowned him out. "Silence!" he bellowed over the noise. The hall went quiet. "This is because this year Hogwarts will be hosting an event which has not been held for over a century, the Triwizard Tournament." "You're joking," Fred Weasley called over the upswelling of conversation that greeted that announcement. "No, Mr. Weasley, I am not joking, although I am reminded of an excellent joke I heard over the summer concerning a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who went into a bar." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. "Perhaps later then," Dumbledore concluded. "The other participating schools are Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, and their delegations will be arriving at the end of October in preparation for the tournament." Dumbledore went on to explain the rules for the tournament, stating that no student who was under 17 as of the 30th of October would be allowed to enter. This generated another round of loud complaints from many students, including the Weasley twins. Dumbledore said that it was unlikely any younger students would be able to cope with the rigors of the tournament, which was why this rule was in place. He added the prize money would be 1,000 galleons. As they left for their dormitories, Harry heard several students, including Fred and George, were discussing how they may be able to get around the age restriction and enter anyway. Harry knew they would all fail but kept that to himself. He was more worried about himself than anything else. After returning to the dormitories and unpacking, Harry said he was going to see if the snakes were around. He asked if anyone would like to join him, but no one said yes. As he passed through the common room, a few students were still there. They asked where he was going, and Harry said he was going to visit the snakes. Nobody wanted to come along. When he entered the snake room, he found one snake waiting there. "Hello, Stuart, how are you?" he asked the snake. "Welcome back, Harry." "We are all fine, but we miss you. We have been taking turns to wait for you in this room. The others are away hunting, but I will tell them you are back. They are all eager to see you and Luna again." "Well, we are all back now. I'm sure Luna will want to visit you as soon as she can, but I dare say she is too tired to come here tonight. I really should get back to bed too. It has been a long day, and the weather was terrible all the way here." Stuart nodded before slithering up to Harry and licking his fingers. Harry noted the snake's tongue was very rough and that it darted about quickly. "Good night, Harry," he said. "I look forward to our regular chats in the future." "Good night, Stuart," Harry said before leaving. Harry returned to the common room and asked Ron if he wanted to meet the snakes. Ron said no and asked why he had even asked. Harry replied some people liked them and the snakes wanted to meet more people. Classes started the next day. The storm had blown itself out overnight, so the first classes, herbology and care of magical creatures, would not result in them being soaked through. Harry would get his first chance to talk to Hagrid during care of magical creatures, and he wanted to ask him something. They were working with creatures called a blast-ended scroot, a creature Harry knew was an illegal crossbreed. After class, Harry stayed back to talk about them. Hermione and Ron joined them. "Hagrid," Harry began, "I was wondering where you got the scroots from." "From a bloke I know," Hagrid replied evasively. After making sure no one could overhear them, Harry continued. "Are you sure they're legal?" "Course they are. I got them here, ain't I?" "Yes, but I believe the Ministry of Magic forbids cross-breeding of magical species except in a controlled environment. A school is hardly a controlled environment." "Ah, well, they'll be fine. Should be interesting to see how they grow." "Hagrid," Hermione asked, "what do they grow into?" "Dunno," Hagrid replied. "Never 'ad 'em before, 'ave I? Which is why we were asking, Harry added. Well, gotta go now, lessons to prepare and all, said Hagrid as he hurried away. Hagrid preparing lessons? Ron asked. Something fishy going on here. Harry, do you think they might be an illegal crossbreed? Hermione asked. Knowing Hagrid, I wouldn't be surprised, he replied. After lunch, Harry and Hermione had arithmancy, while Ron had divination. Arithmancy class proved to be a straightforward introduction to the work they would be doing that year. Harry was pleased to see they did not get any homework. That made this the first time Harry could recall a day of classes at Hogwarts where they had not received any homework. By contrast, Ron had received a lot of homework from divination. According to Neville Professor, Trelawney had overheard Ron make a rude comment about lavender brown. This may have been the reason for the large amount they were given. When Harry asked Ron about it, he said it was only meant as a joke between himself and Neville. He said nobody else was meant to hear it, and that Lavender hadn't heard him anyway. Harry told him not to say such things in the future, as such comments were likely to offend some people. After classes that evening, they met Fred and George, who had just had a lesson with Professor Moody. Both were talking about the lesson as if they were in awe of Moody. When Ron checked his timetable, they realized they wouldn't see Moody until Thursday. Later that evening, Harry visited the Snakes again. He met Luna Lovegood there and got talking with her. Hello, Luna, he began. How was your holiday? It was good, although I am happy to be back here so I can talk to the Snakes again, she said. I want to speak with them as well, Harry said. He sat down and turned to the Snakes, which were gathering around them. Hello, it's good to see you all here, Harry said. Hello, Harry, welcome back, Sam said as she and the others slithered toward Luna and himself. How have you all been? He asked. We have been well, hello, Luna. The Snakes say hello, Luna, Harry said. I still don't understand what they are saying, Luna replied. Tell them I said hello. Luna says hello and that she is still unable to understand you, Harry translated. We are unable to understand her also. We will keep trying, however, Sam said. Thank you, Sam. Good night, Harry said before turning to Luna. I'd better be off, Luna. I have some things to do. Goodbye, Harry. I think I will stay with the Snakes for a while. They are fascinating creatures, Luna replied. Harry left the room, but instead of returning to the common room, he headed toward the room of requirement. Upon arriving, he took out the Marauder's map and activated it. He quickly located Mad-Eye Moody alone in his office, so Harry began checking for other people. He soon noticed Barty Crouch was in the dungeons, apparently leaving the area around Snape's classroom. Harry guessed Crouch had just been looking for ingredients for the Polyjuice potion. Next, he looked for Snape, and soon found him in Dumbledore's office. Obviously, Snape had no idea Crouch had just searched his office. Harry knew Moody's false eye could see through solid walls, so he guessed Crouch had waited until Snape was as far away as possible. Possibly, Crouch had met Snape and asked him where he was going, obviously not so openly because that would raise Snape's suspicions. Harry decided he'd give it a week before exposing the imposter. This was because the real Moody had been Dumbledore's spy within the Ministry, a fact that Harry was unsure if he could accept. Moody was clearly loyal to Dumbledore, and Harry didn't trust Dumbledore. Another reason he was checking the Marauder's map was he needed to get Snape's books back to his classroom. For the moment, he was keeping them in his trunk, but the sooner they were returned, the better. As far as Harry knew, Snape hadn't missed them, but it was only a matter of time. Every night, Harry checked the map, and finally, on the Wednesday evening, the opportunity arose. Snape was in Dumbledore's office, and fake Moody was in the Dada office with the real Moody. The area around Snape's classroom was deserted, so Harry picked up the books and left the common room. Ron asked where he was going, and Harry said he was going to the library to study. This, of course, convinced Ron to not join him and allowed Harry to slip out quietly. Once clear of the common room, he donned his invisibility cloak, and map in hand, he made his way to the dungeons. Getting into Snape's classroom proved easier than he expected. He was able to enter and return the books to the cupboard he had gotten them from without meeting anyone. Leaving the room was just as easy, although, when he returned to the entrance hall, he had to wait until Professors Babbling and Burbage had finished a discussion they were having over their respective subjects. Even though Harry tried not to listen, he couldn't help overhearing much of the dialogue. Once clear of them, he headed to the library in case someone was looking for him. In the library, he met Lisa Turpin and Sue Lee, 2 Ravenclaws in his year who were finishing off some homework. He joined them, and soon they were comparing notes about the various subjects they had already had. Have you had any classes with Moody yet? Harry asked. We had him today, Sue said. It was weird, Lisa added. He actually showed us the unforgivable curses. Is he even allowed to do that? Probably not, Harry replied. I doubt he will get into any trouble over it, though. Have you had him yet? Sue asked Harry. Not yet. Our first class with him is tomorrow. I suppose he'll show us the same thing. I wonder how Susan will react when she sees him do that. Lisa smiled at the thought. That could be interesting, yeah, she said. What's Snape like? Same as usual, Sue asked. Pretty much, Harry replied. Do you think he's afraid of Moody? It certainly looked like it back at the welcoming feast. Possibly, I guess, Sue replied. Moody is a very scary person, after all. After that, they returned to their homework, only leaving when Madame Pince, the librarian, told them it was closing time. Harry decided not to tell the others what he had heard from the Ravenclaws. That way they would be surprised by the lesson. The following day, the Gryffindors arrived early for their Dada lesson. When Moody arrived, he took the roll and then addressed the class. He explained the focus for the year would be on curses, what they looked like and how to avoid them. After telling Lavender Brown off for not listening, Moody produced a jar containing 3 spiders. He then asked the class a series of questions. What are the curses that are the most heavily punished in wizarding law? Several people put their hands up, including Ron and Hermione. Moody pointed to Ron. I think there's one called the Imperious Curse, Ron answered. Moody took the first spider out of the jar, pointed his wand at it, and said, Imperio. He then made the spider do all sorts of tricks which made most of students laugh. Think that's funny, do you? Moody growled. How would you like it if I did that to you? Everybody stopped laughing, realizing exactly what Moody meant. Then Susan spoke up. Professor Moody, she began. Do you know it is illegal to use that spell even in demonstrations without prior written permission from the Ministry of Magic? Course I do, he growled. How do you expect me to show you what they look like unless I cast them? Susan sat down, and Moody lifted the curse before returning the spider to the jar. He then went on to explain how the curse had been popular several years ago and how the ministry had been forced to be careful when trying to sort out who had been under the curse and who had been acting of their own free will. Clearly, Moody was unhappy with how it had been handled. Next, Moody asked if there were any other banned spells. Neville put up his hand and Moody pointed to him. The Cruciatus Curse, Neville whispered. Your name's Longbottom, right? Moody asked. Neville nodded. Moody took another spider out of the jar. The Cruciatus Curse. Needs to be a bit larger to see it clearly. Engorgio. The spider grew much larger, making Ron move further away from it. Harry remembered Ron was afraid of spiders. When Moody applied the Cruciatus Curse to the spider, the whole class could see it writhing in agony. After a few seconds, Hermione yelled, Stop it! Harry realized she was watching Neville, who was twitching just like the spider. Moody lifted the curse, returned the spider to its normal size, and placed it back in the jar. Pain, Moody said. If you know the Cruciatus Curse, you can use it to torture people. That was another popular curse a few years ago. Now, can anyone tell me another curse? Before anyone could answer Moody's question, Susan Bones stood up. Professor Moody, am I to assume you intend using another unforgivable curse on that spider? You know Avada Kedavra is banned even in demonstrations. Moody turned both eyes, normal and magical, to Susan. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. When cast, it shoots a beam of green light at the victim, killing them. The curse is unblockable, and only one person has ever survived being hit by it, and he's sitting here, right in front of me. Both Moody's eyes switched to Harry. After sealing the jar, Moody returned it to his desk. Susan caught Harry's eye as she sat down and gave him a smile. Harry decided to talk to her after class. The rest of the lesson was spent copying notes about the various curses. When they were released at the end of the lesson, Susan came up and asked Harry to go for a walk with her. As they were leaving, they noticed Hermione and Ron standing in a side passage with Neville Longbottom. Before they could ask what was wrong with Neville, Moody joined them. You all right, Sonny? Moody asked Neville. I'm fine, Neville said, his voice much higher than usual. Come to my office. We can have a cup of tea. Professor Sprout tells me you're good at herbology. I have some books you might be interested in. Neville seemed reluctant to accompany Moody, but when nobody spoke up, he left with the Dada professor. What was that about? Ron asked. No idea, Hermione replied. Ron and Hermione left still discussing the lesson while Harry and Susan headed off alone. I assume you're going to contact your aunt about what Moody is doing, Harry asked Susan. Of course I am. What does Moody think he's up to? You saw how that affected Neville especially, she replied. Do you what that is about? Harry asked. Susan said nothing for a minute before replying. I've heard rumors, that's all. I guess Neville will tell us when he's ready. No point in pushing him, Harry said. What about you? What about me? Avada Kedavra, the curse you know who used on you and your parents. How do you feel? I'm okay with it, Harry said. I already knew that was what had happened. But you saw it happen, Susan said. I know you remember it. Harry decided it was time to change the topic. Avada Kedavra is probably the same curse used to kill your family. Is that why you stopped Moody from demonstrating it in there? I wasn't there when Uncle Edgar and his family were killed. If I had been, I would probably be dead. I only learned about it years later. The reason I stopped Moody was because it is just so cruel to kill something just for the sake of a demonstration. By this time, they had reached the main hall. Professor Sprout was right ahead of them. Harry decided to tell her what Moody had done. Excuse me, Professor Sprout, Harry said. Good afternoon, Harry, Susan. How may I help you? It's about Professor Moody. We have some concerns about his lesson today, Harry said. You're not the first to complain about Professor Moody's teaching, she said. The headmaster has already been informed of the situation, but he insists that Moody be allowed a little leeway, at least for now. Harry and Susan separated and went to their respective house tables. Harry told Ron and Hermione about his discussion with Professor Sprout. Hermione agreed with Harry's actions. Ron was somewhat less impressed. What's wrong with Moody showing us the various unforgivable curses? He asked. It's not as if we are going to us them, is it? You saw the effect they had on Neville, Harry said. And just because we won't use them doesn't mean others won't try. Malfoy, for example. Malfoy is an idiot, Ron mumbled. Anyway, Professor Sprout said we weren't the first to complain about Moody. Who else has complained? Hermione asked. Professor Sprout didn't say. She just said we weren't the first, he replied. Do you reckon Dumbledore will do anything about Moody? Asked Seamus Finnegan, who was seated nearby. I doubt it, Harry replied. He'll just keep Moody here until the end of the year, then find someone else to teach Dada. After classes on Friday, Harry dropped off his school books and took out the Marauders map. After activating it, he confirmed both Barty Crouch and Moody were in the Dada office. Next, he took out the two-way mirror Sirius had given him years ago and called Sirius. Hello, Harry. How was your first week back? Sirius asked when he answered. Pretty good, really, although I do have something to ask you, Harry replied. Go ahead, then. Are you alone at the moment? I'm at home. There's no one else here, Sirius said. Do you have any idea why Barty Crouch has been spending so much time here at Hogwarts this last week? Sirius appeared confused. Crouch. He's been in the office every day this week, as always. I don't think Crouch has missed a day's work in 10 years. According to the Marauders map, Crouch has been here every day, at least when I check the map anyway. He's usually in the Dada classroom or office or hanging around Snape's office. That's interesting. Give me a moment, Harry. I'll get my copy of the map. A few moments later, Sirius returned. I see what you mean. He's in Moody's office now. Leave it with me and I'll look into it. Thanks, Sirius. I'd better get back to my homework. It won't do itself, unfortunately. Bye. See you later, Harry, replied Sirius, and the mirror went blank. Harry woke up early the following morning. It took him a few minutes to realize why, then it dawned on him. Normally, Saturday at Hogwarts meant Quidditch training first thing in the morning, but there was no Quidditch this year. Harry would be able to sleep in on Saturday morning. Still, now he was awake, he decided to get up and go down to the common room. Not surprisingly, the common room was deserted when he arrived. Taking the opportunity to catch up on his homework, Harry was able to do a significant amount before anyone else arrived. When other students started coming down, Harry packed his work up and headed off for breakfast. After breakfast, Harry dragged Ron off to the library. You should take advantage of the opportunity to get as much homework as possible out of the way as early as possible, Ron, Harry said when Ron complained. Otherwise, you'll just find yourself unable to cope when you realize it's due the next day and you haven't finished it. I've always done my homework this way, Ron said, and invariably you've come to either Hermione or me for help getting it done. This year you may not have that kind of support. Remember, too, next year you'll be sitting your OWLS, and it's unlikely either of us will have the time to help you. Reluctantly, Ron agreed to join Harry in the library. When they arrived, they found most of their regular study mates already there. Harry, of course, sat next to Susan, while Ron sat on Harry's other side. Soon afterwards, they were joined by a group of Slytherins, much to Ron's disgust. Daphne and Tracy were there as usual, but they had brought Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini with them. Harry knew that Daphne and Theodore had started dadding at the end of last year, but he was surprised by Blaise's presence. "Morning all," Tracy said when the Slytherins arrived. "I hope you won't mind if Theo and Blaise join us." Ron seemed to be the only one to object, so the group sat down. Over the next 2 hours, Harry learnt that Blaise was now dating Tracy, the two of them having gotten to know each other over the holidays. Harry couldn't help thinking that this may just be a convenience arrangement. Although he didn't know Blaise well, he did that he was something of a pureblood supremacist, although definitely not a likely Death Eater candidate. Still, if Tracy was happy with the arrangement, then who was he to question it? The group broke up at lunchtime. Harry, Hermione, and a few others had finished all their homework, while people such as Ron had done very little. When Harry had realized this, he had shaken his head, deciding that if Ron wasn't prepared to help himself, then he wouldn't help him either. Hermione agreed with Harry over this, so Ron suddenly found himself alone, while everybody else was enjoying the good weather. That evening, however, a commotion disrupted the peace of the castle. The sound of breaking glass, along with shouting, and some loud bangs, caught everybody's attention. Before anybody could find out what was going on, Professor Dumbledore's voice sounded throughout the castle. "Attention please, all staff and students. Can all students please remain where you are, and can all staff please check the castle to ensure the students do as requested. I shall explain more fully what has happened once we have ensured that everybody is safe. That is all." Moments later, Professor McGonagall entered the common room. "Attention all Gryffindors," she began. "As you are aware, there has been an incident in the castle. The staff, assisted by a number of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, have the situation under control, and there is no danger to any pupil provided you follow instructions. No one is to leave the common room between now and 7 am tomorrow. Prefects, please ensure this rule is enforced, as I do not wish to see a Gryffindor in any sort of danger. Are there any students whom you know are not at present in the common room?" "Ron Weasley is still in the library, I think," replied Hermione. "I think Neville Longbottom's there too." Another student said their friend had gone out for a walk, while a few others said there were a small number of other people involved in activities outside the common room. Professor McGonagall thanked them. "I shall attempt to locate those students who are out and about. Those in the library are safe. Madame Pince is there with Professors Vector and Babbling. They shall be brought here when it is safe. It is the others who may be in danger. Prefects, please ensure nobody leaves from now on. Understood?" "Yes, Professor," a couple of the prefects replied. With that, McGonagall exited. "What do you think has happened?" Hermione asked Harry. All around them, various groups of students were asking the same question. "Let's find out," Harry replied before heading towards the boys' dormitories. Fred and George joined him. They had the same idea as Harry: get out the Marauders' map and see what was up. They returned to the common room a few minutes later. Somebody asked Harry what he had, and he replied, "It's called the Marauders' map. Sirius Black gave it to me. He has the original while I have one copy and Fred and George have the other. Basically, it's map of Hogwarts, which shows where people are and who they're with, although not what they are doing." Soon, nearly everybody was crowded around either Harry or the twins. It didn't take long for them to realize there were a lot of Aurors in the castle, while it appeared as though Professor Moody was being taken to the hospital wing. After a short while, they noticed Professor McGonagall heading towards the common room with a group of students, Ron and Neville amongst them. The twins and Harry both deactivated their maps and put them away before she returned. "Attention, please," McGonagall began when she entered. "A Death Eater was detected in the castle a short time ago. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. It transpires that this Death Eater has been impersonating Professor Moody with Polyjuice Potion for the past week. The real Professor Moody has been taken to the hospital wing to recover. Professor Dumbledore will explain more fully tomorrow morning at breakfast. Until then, nobody is to leave the common room. That is all." Before anyone could ask any questions, McGonagall left the room. Hardly anyone slept that night. Most people were too excited to sleep, instead discussing with their friends what had happened and who the intruder had been. Ron, Neville, and the others who had been outside the common room when it had happened found themselves the center of attention, but they knew very little that hadn't already been revealed. All they were able to add was that the intruder had escaped on a broom by smashing the windows of the Dada classroom and flying away over the forest. They didn't know who it was, but the consensus was it was probably Peter Pettigrew. Harry knew it was Barty Crouch Jr., but kept the information to himself. Soon after midnight, Professor McGonagall marched into the common room and ordered everybody to bed, telling the prefects it was their job to ensure this happened. Once she had gone, however, the prefects told people to keep their voices down, but did not send anyone to bed. They, too, were interested in what had happened. Eventually, though, some students were practically fallen asleep in the common room, so, at about 3:30 a.m., they finally began making their way up to bed. At breakfast, all students were told to remain seated until after Professor Dumbledore had addressed the school. Once he was certain all students were present, he began speaking. "May I have everybody's attention, please?" he began. "As your heads of house will have told you yesterday evening, a Death Eater was discovered in the castle. Unfortunately, a second Death Eater was able to alert him to the fact that he had been discovered, and thus allowed him to escape before the Aurors could arrive and arrest him. Over this last week, the first Death Eater has been impersonating Professor Moody, while the real Professor Moody has been held prisoner in his own trunk. As a result of this incident, a senior Ministry of Magic official, Bartemius Crouch, who is the Minister of International Magical Cooperation, has been arrested and charged with harboring a fugitive, namely his son Bartemius Jr., a man believed dead for over 10 years. Crouch Jr. was the one impersonating Moody. The level of muttering was by now loud enough for Dumbledore to have to wait to avoid having to raise his voice. After a few seconds, he banged his goblet on the table and called for quiet. Once the noise level had dropped sufficiently, he continued. "While Professor Moody is recovering from his ordeal, a temporary teacher will be covering his classes. The Ministry of Magic is supplying an Auror to supervise Dada lessons and to answer any course-related questions you may have. I believe that is all. Please resume your discussions," he finished. Inevitably, the revelation of the intruder's identity was the major topic of discussion over the next few days. Harry, however, was more concerned for Neville. When they left the Great Hall, he invited Neville to come to McGonagall's offices with him. Harry told Neville he was aware of what had happened to his parents, but was sworn to secrecy not to reveal it to anyone. Neville was surprised Harry knew, but thanked him for keeping it a secret. When they reached McGonagall's office, Harry knocked. "Enter," McGonagall said. "Ah, Mr. Longbottom, I have been expecting you. Please sit down. You too, Mr. Potter." "Professor," Harry began, "I am aware of the situation regarding Crouch's attack on Neville's family. I'm here to offer him any support he may need over the next days or weeks." "Did Sirius Black tell you what happened?" McGonagall asked. "No, I found out through other means, but I've promised Neville I will not talk about it to anybody who doesn't already know." "I intend to keep that promise." "Very well. Thank you for offering to help Mr. Longbottom, but I believe bringing in a trained counselor may be a better idea. You may go now, as I wish to speak to Mr. Longbottom alone." "Of course, Professor. See you later, Neville," Harry said before leaving. Harry was delighted to see Sirius would be the temporary Dada teacher. Sirius was seated at the staff table Monday morning when the students arrived for breakfast. Harry's friends were equally pleased, although he could see students in other houses, especially Slytherin, didn't look as happy. "Your attention, please," Professor Dumbledore announced. "I would like to introduce to you our temporary defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Black." The usual round of applause followed, then Dumbledore continued. "Professor Black will be here until the end of the week, by which time it is hoped Professor Moody will be fit to return to work." As Harry and the others didn't have Dada until Thursday, they asked other students what he was like. "Good teacher," Fred Weasley said when asked. "I hope he stays," George added. "His lessons are interesting, Fred. And he keeps it simple, George. He doesn't demonstrate the unforgivable curses, Fred, but still makes sure we know what they look like, George." "Well, that will be an improvement, won't it?" Hermione said. "Yeah, sounds good," Harry added. "I wonder if he'll want the job permanently. You know Moody's only staying for 1 year," Ron said. "Let's go ask him," Harry said. "At least we know we're safe if Sirius is around." Harry led the group to the Dada office. Ron, Neville, and Hermione came along, but the twins stayed behind, saying they had things to do. Sirius opened the door before they even reached it. "Come in, you lot. I was wondering how long you would take before deciding to visit." The group entered and sat down. Harry noticed the Marauder's map sitting on Sirius' desk. Once everyone was settled, Harry asked, "Sirius, we were wondering if you might consider becoming the full-time Dada teacher after Moody leaves at the end of the year." "Not interested," Sirius said. "I am definitely not teaching material. I'm only filling in for this week because Madam Bones told me I have to. If Moody's not ready come next Monday, someone else will be asked to fill the position. As for next year, definitely not, although it would allow me to spend more time with Charity, Professor Burbage to you. So the two of you are getting on well then? Asked Harry. Very well, thank you. How is there anything I can help you with? What do you have planned for Thursday? Hermione asked. I'll be working from the lesson plan Moody had worked out before he was attacked. The ministry has assessed it and decided it is satisfactory, so I'll just use that. You'll have to wait until then to find out what I'm teaching. Oh well, I guess we should let you carry on with what you were doing, Harry said. See you Thursday, Sirius. Bye you lot. Make sure you behave yourselves, Sirius said, smirking. Moody returned to teaching the following Monday, fully recovered but still a bit jumpy. His first lesson was a continuation of what Sirius had started the previous week, and from then on, the lessons followed in a logical sequence that made them easy to follow, although the standard set was quite high. On the whole, Harry enjoyed the classes. It didn't take Harry long to establish a routine which allowed him to complete all coursework within the time given while still allowing him free time. In fact, he found himself with more free time than he was used to because there was no Quidditch to train for. Harry's favorite subject was ancient runes. Since they were now being taught how to create runes as well as reading them, he found the subject even more fascinating. He could already see just how valuable and useful runes were, and began wondering why the subject wasn't compulsory. It was certainly more useful than history of magic or even astronomy, but they were compulsory. Harry regularly visited the snakes and talked with them, although Luna Lovegood was still the only other person to have shown any desire to meet them. Often he would find himself talking to Luna while they were with the snakes. Luna was intelligent, if a bit wayward thinking, and she was good company. She was clearly more interested in snakes and other creatures, normal or magical, than she was in people, however. Harry and Susan spent as much time as possible together, even going on a proper date on the day of the first Hogsmeade visit for the year. Harry hoped this would continue for as long as possible, but he knew that when the Triwizard Tournament started at the end of October, things were going to be different. Even though Crouch Jr. had been exposed, Harry knew he was still out there, along with Voldemort and Pettigrew, and who knew how many other people, plotting different ways to get him. Still, that was not something he could do anything about at the moment, so Harry just took it easy, enjoying having a normal, quiet school year. Whether it was because of this or simply because he had done most of the work before, Harry's school marks were steadily improving, especially in potions. During the second and third weeks of the term, when Harry turned in the best-made potion sample in the class, Snape had started paying more attention to him. As a result, Harry was having to be careful with what he produced. Telling Snape that he was following his mother's old potions notes deflected some of Snape's attention, but it led to some other problems. Finally, Harry went to Professor McGonagall and told her of Snape's unwanted attention to the explanation for his steadily improving grades, and McGonagall had gone to Snape and Dumbledore. After that, Snape had been forced to treat Harry the same as any other student. This seemed to only make Snape angrier, and Harry was relieved he only had to see him once a week during class. As Halloween approached, the school began to discuss what they might expect when their visitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived. The consensus was they would generally be similar apart from obvious language and cultural differences, and many students began wondering if they would want to be friends or if they would stick to themselves. On the morning of the 30th of October, Professor Dumbledore announced that classes would be finishing early that afternoon because the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be arriving that evening. All staff and students would be required to be present in the courtyard outside the castle before they arrived, so they could participate in the welcome for their guests. Students were told to be on their best behavior and to ensure their uniforms were tidy and presentable. Heads of house would be responsible for the behavior of their pupils, and any misconduct would be harshly punished. Clearly, Dumbledore and co. were determined to put on a good show for their guests. Many students groaned quietly at hearing this, but it seemed the majority supported the idea, Harry included. A good first impression was always a valuable asset. That evening, the entire school was brought outside. The heads of house went around ensuring the students were tidy and presentable. They were arranged in ranks, first years at the front, second years behind the first years, and so on. Prefects were stationed around edges of their respective houses, with clear orders to prevent any childish behavior or anything else that may disrupt the discipline of the group. After a while, when it seemed nothing was happening, some students began to get restless, but then Professor Dumbledore called out from the back row where he and the rest of the staff were waiting. "Aha! Unless I am much mistaken, our guests from Beauxbatons are approaching." Several students began scanning around in all directions. Many calls of "Where?" were heard. For his part, Harry was looking toward the forest, and he was rewarded when several large objects flying close together came into view. "Look, over the forest!" someone shouted, and all eyes were turned in that direction. Students began speculating what the huge object was. Ultimately, it was Dennis Creevey who got the closest when he said it was a flying house. It was actually a huge carriage pulled by 12 enormous winged horses that looked like palominos. The carriage itself was a powder blue color and as big as a house. As it came into land, several students drew back, as if afraid of being hit. The carriage hit the ground with a crash, bounced on its wheels, and finally settled on the ground. It bore a coat of arms that resembled 2 crossed wands, each emitting 3 stars on its door. Harry barely had time to notice this before the door opened. After a few moments, an enormous woman, at least as big as Hagrid, stepped down from the carriage, followed by about a dozen students wearing light silk-like robes of a pale blue. After a brief discussion, during which time the students were told this woman's name was Madame Maxime, the Beauxbatons group decided to wait at the castle. Their uniforms were very lightweight, and it was already becoming cold outside. Madame Maxime expressed some doubt as to whether the Hogwarts staff would be able to control her horses, but Dumbledore assured her Hagrid would be delighted to look after them. After the Beauxbatons delegation left, there was silence as they waited for the Durmstrang group to arrive. Ron Weasley was the first person to realize a new sound could now be heard across the grounds. "What's that odd sucking sound?" he asked. "The lake," shouted Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor 6th year, pointing at it. A gaunt, waterlogged hulk was rising out of the depths. It looked like an old-fashioned sailing ship. After rising to the surface, it drifted eerily toward the shore. They heard an anchor hit the water, then a gangplank was lowered to the shore. Several people, all wearing enormous fur coats, began disembarking, lining up on the shore. Dumbledore went up and spoke to a man whom he identified as Professor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang School. After exchanging greetings, Karkaroff beckoned one particular student forward. There were several gasps of shock when the Hogwarts students realized it was Victor Krum, the seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. The Durmstrang students entered the castle, followed by the Hogwarts students who headed straight to their respective house tables. All around, Harry could hear people, mostly girls, asking each other if they had any quills so they could get Krum's autograph. At least one girl clearly asked if they thought Krum would sign an autograph with lipstick. Hermione seemed unimpressed with them, however. Ron was one of the students looking for a quill, but no one had one handy. The Beauxbatons students had already sat down at the Ravenclaw table, while the Durmstrang students still hadn't decided. Eventually, they chose to sit at the Slytherin table, much to Ron's disgust. The visiting staff were at the staff table, but there were 2 more empty seats. Many students wondered who they were for. Harry guessed they were for the Ministry officials who had organized the Triwizard Tournament. He wondered who would be replacing Crouch, since he hadn't heard who the new Minister of International Magical Cooperation was. Percy Weasley had been doing most of the work recently, under direct control of Fudge, so Harry guessed it might be Fudge who would be arriving shortly, along with Bagman. During the feast, a girl from Beauxbatons came to the Gryffindor table and asked if they had finished with a dish called bouillabaisse. Ron, along with several other boys, watched her, seemingly unable to speak. After she had left, Ron said, "She's a Vila." "Don't be ridiculous, Ronald," Hermione snapped. "No, I think Ron's right," Harry said. "At least she's a part Vila anyway." After the feast, to welcome their overseas guests, the 2 empty seats were filled by Bagman and a short, plump woman with a bow in her hair. Harry shuddered when he recognized Dolor's Umbridge. His reaction was noted by Ron. "What's up, Harry?" "That woman who just came in with Bagman," Harry explained. "That's Dolor's Umbridge. She's the one behind all the anti-werewolf legislation being introduced to the Ministry. Remus says she's evil and that she hates all werewolves. She had her way, all werewolves would probably be put down." Many people who heard Harry now looked at Umbridge with loathing. Most of them had thought Remus Lupin to be a great teacher despite his condition. They were angry that a person like her could be given a position of authority. Harry wondered how she would react when she found out Fleur de Lacre from Beauxbatons was a part human, although Harry kept that to himself. Next, Dumbledore introduced the newcomers and then called for a casket to be brought in. He then mentioned the amount of work the departments of International Magical Cooperation and Magical Sports and Games had put in to ensure the return of the Triwizard Tournament after more than 100 years in recess. He added the reason it was stopped was because the death toll was getting too high. This statement drew a lot of comment from many students. When the volume died down, Dumbledore continued. Dumbledore outlined what the trials were supposed to show and then asked everyone present to show their support for all the champions. He then tapped the casket with his wand and said, "This is the Goblet of Fire, our impartial judge who will choose one champion from each school. Anyone wishing to submit their name for selection has until this time tomorrow to do so. To ensure no underage students attempt to enter into the tournament, I shall be placing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. No person under 17 will be able to cross this line." Dumbledore then explained that entering into the tournament constituted a binding magical contract, so should not be entered into lightly. With that, they were dismissed, and everyone began leaving the hall. Harry trailed behind the others, determined to avoid running into Karkaroff in particular. Ron was still talking about ways to cross the age line. Fred and George were apparently planning on using an aging potion, and Harry decided it would be amusing to watch them fail. Upon returning to his dormitory, Harry took out ink, quill, and parchment and wrote a letter. After sealing it, he went to McGonagall's office and knocked. "Enter," McGonagall said. "Professor, I have written a letter. It is a prophecy, and I've sealed it. I would like you to hold it and to only open it if I ask you to tomorrow after the champions are selected," Harry said. "Is there a particular reason you do not wish me to see it tonight?" she asked. "It is a prophecy I hope does not come true. If it does, then it means the ministry has been infiltrated by Death Eaters," he replied. McGonagall looked shocked. "Are you certain of that?" "I think it is very likely, yes. The point is, though, if it does not come true, then I think we are all relatively safe, at least for now, because it means exposing Crouch Jr. has probably saved innocent lives." McGonagall looked hard at Harry. He kept calm and made sure his mind was clear. After a minute or so, McGonagall finally spoke. "Very well, Potter. I will carry the note with me and will not open it unless you ask me to. For now, off you go. It is getting quite late." The next day was Halloween. Amongst other things, it was the anniversary of his parents' deaths, but this Halloween would probably be worse than usual. The Triwizard champions were to be picked, and Harry still had a bad feeling his name was going to come out of the goblet, even though Crouch was no longer at Hogwarts. He had asked Sirius to keep an eye on the Marauders map, and had even asked the snakes if they could guard the goblet in case Pettigrew had tried to slip Harry's name in, and even though all the reports had come back negative, he still felt nervous. On his way to breakfast, however, he was distracted by Fred and George, who were attempting to put their names in the goblet. "A galleon says they both end up with long, gray beards," Harry said to the group as a whole. Harry," Fred said. "If we finish up with long gray beards, George, we'll both pay you, Fred." "One galleon," George finished. "I'm with Harry on this," Ron added. "You're on, little bro," the twins said together. They both drank a measure of a potion they were carrying and stepped over the line. Lee Jordan also took a mouthful but waited to see what would happen. There was a flash and a bang. Fred and George were thrown from the goblet surrounded by smoke. When it cleared, they both had long gray beards stretching almost to the floor. Everybody was laughing. Even the twins joined in. "I did warn you," Dumbledore said over the laughter as he descended the staircase above them. "I suggest you both toddle off to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is already treating Miss Fawcett from Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers from Hufflepuff, although I must say neither of them has such an exquisite beard as you two have. Madame Umbridge, welcome. I wasn't expecting you until this evening." Dolores Umbridge had just entered the castle. Harry turned toward her. "Good morning, Headmaster. I assume they will be punished for their actions," she said, pointing at Fred and George, who were at the top of the stairs, accompanied by Lee. "The matter will be dealt with appropriately," Dumbledore replied. "Harry, I wonder if I may have a word with you in a less public place than this, perhaps?" By now most people had left the entrance hall. Only a few remained. "I suppose so," Harry replied. Dumbledore led him down the hallway to the docks under the castle. Harry followed, accompanied by Ron, Hermione, and Neville. "This should be fine," Dumbledore said. "I couldn't help noticing last night when I was on my way to the kitchens for a nightcap that there were 2 snakes curled up on the floor around the goblet. I asked them to guard it in case someone should try to tamper with it," Harry replied. "Are you expecting some sort of trouble? A prophecy, perhaps?" "I wrote it down yesterday and sealed the letter before giving it to Professor McGonagall. I asked her not to open it until I asked her to." "May I ask what this prophecy concerned?" Dumbledore asked. "It relates directly to the champions being selected tonight. It also concerns an event that, should it happen, could be very bad news for everyone. I hope it doesn't come true," Harry said. "I see. I suggest you 4 go have breakfast. You do still have classes to attend." "Goodbye, sir," Harry replied before leaving. "Are you going to tell us what you think is going to happen?" Neville asked. After checking to make sure no one was listening, Harry said, in a very quiet voice, "I think my name is going to be drawn out of the goblet as a 4th champion, even though I have no intention of entering the tournament." Throughout the rest of the day, Harry tried to concentrate on his work. At lunchtime, he contacted Sirius and expressed his concerns. Sirius advised to call back that evening once the selections were announced. If Harry's name did indeed come out, Sirius wanted to know immediately. At the feast that night, Harry was too nervous to eat much. All day, Hermione in particular had been trying to convince him he was safe from selection. When he had told Susan of his fears, she said he should relax. Only those who wanted to compete would be chosen. After the feast, all eyes turned to the Goblet of Fire. Ludo Bagman had joined them by this time, and he now sat with Umbridge and the staff, while the goblet itself sat on the desk in front of Dumbledore. A bright flash of light from the goblet caught everybody's attention. Dumbledore reached out and caught a slip of parchment from the flames. "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum," he said. People applauded as Krum stood up and walked to the front of the hall. After a brief pause, he turned and entered into the antechamber behind the staff table. When the applause had died down, people returned their attention, waiting for the next champion to be announced. After a few moments, the goblet flared again. This time, when Dumbledore caught the parchment, he announced, "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacquer." A woman with sheet of silver hair down her back stood up and gracefully walked to the front of the hall before heading toward the same door that Krum had earlier passed through. The tension in the hall was thick as everybody gazed intently at the goblet. Soon it flared for a 3rd time, and people waited for the announcement of the Hogwarts champion. "The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory," Dumbledore announced. The Hufflepuff table exploded in cheers as Cedric made his way to the front. He stopped in front of Dumbledore before turning back to his own house table. Next, he headed toward the same door that the other 2 champions had passed through. Once the cheering had died down, Dumbledore began speaking, only to be cut off almost immediately by a flash of light from the goblet as it ejected another slip of parchment. Dumbledore took it and read before turning to the hall. "Harry Potter." Ron and Hermione, who were seated either side of Harry, both put their hands on his shoulders. Harry turned to Dumbledore, aware that the eyes of every person in the hall were upon him. "Do I have to, sir?" he asked in a loud voice. For a few seconds, the only sound was an angry buzz of conversation before Dumbledore said, "Harry, if you please." Harry stood up, shaking off the hands restraining him. He walked to the front of the hall, then turned to the students. "I do not want to compete," he said before heading toward the antechamber where the other champions waited. When he entered, the other champions turned to face him. "Do they want us back in the hall?" Fleur asked. Harry didn't reply. Ludo Bagman entered the room. Right behind him were Dumbledore, Maxime, Karkaroff, Umbridge, McGonagall, and Snape. Bagman muttered, "Extraordinary. May I introduce the 4th champion?" This pronouncement drew a variety of results, mostly angry, however. Fleur, especially, seemed angered by the event. "What do you mean? This child is going to compete." Harry's name was drawn out of the goblet. "He's required to compete." Dumbledore sounded almost disappointed. "This is unacceptable," Madame Maxime said. "I quite agree, Madame," Karkaroff added. "Dumbledore, I must insist that we be allowed a 2nd champion as well." "It doesn't work that way, Igor," Dumbledore said. "The goblet has gone out and will not reignite until the next Triwizard tournament takes place." While this was going on, Harry pulled out his mirror and called Sirius. "Hello, Harry, bad news?" "Yeah," Harry said. "My name came out. I'm outside the castle now. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Where exactly are you?" "In a chamber just off the Great Hall. See you soon," Harry replied. At this point, Moody walked in. Dumbledore, what's going on? Does Potter have to compete? Unfortunately, yes. Mr. Bagman, Madam Umbridge, you are neutral observers. What are your opinions on this matter? Rules are rules, Bagman said. His name came out, so he must compete. Rules or no, Umbridge said. He is too young and should be disqualified immediately. I agree with Madam Umbridge, Harry said. I am too young and shouldn't be allowed to compete, especially since I don't want to. If Harry doesn't want to compete, he shouldn't have to, Sirius said as he marched into the chamber. May I introduce Sirius Black, Harry's guardian, Dumbledore said for the benefit of the overseas guests. Seems to me that if Potter doesn't want to compete, then the point is moot, McGonagall said. I am afraid he has no choice, Bagman said. His name came out of the goblet and therefore Potter is magically bound to compete. Reluctantly, I must agree as Ludo on this matter, Dumbledore said. Even though none of us likes it and Harry himself doesn't want to compete, he has no choice. The room went silent at this. Harry glanced at Sirius and then turned to McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, do you have that letter I gave you yesterday? Right here, she replied, producing the letter. Please read it out loud. McGonagall unsealed it and began to read. I, Harry Potter, have no desire to compete in the Triwizard Tournament, however, now that my name has been drawn out and I am being forced to compete. I wish it to be known that whoever put my name in the goblet did so with the likely intention of killing me. McGonagall stopped at this point. Please continue, Professor, Harry urged. My sole interest in the upcoming trials will be to stay alive, and I will always put self-preservation first in everything I do in this tournament. Signed. McGonagall put the letter down. Nearly everybody present was surprised by this letter. It was Karkaroff who voiced the question no doubt many of the visitors wanted to ask. What is the meaning of this? He saw this would happen. Harry is a remarkably talented seer, Dumbledore explained. Indeed, I do not believe I have ever met someone so talented in this particular branch of magic in all my life. Astounding, Bagman said, looking at Harry with almost a look of awe. Shall we proceed? Umbridge said, Of course, madam. Could you read the instructions for our champions? Bagman asked. The first task is a test of daring and ingenuity. You will only have your wand and you must devise a way to complete the task. The task will take place on November 24th. You may not seek help nor accept any offer of help from any staff member of your school. That is all, Umbridge said. Well, that's all then, said Bagman. Madam Umbridge, will you be staying here tonight? No, I shall not. I have important work to do, as do you, Bagman, she replied. Harry, can I have a quick word? Sirius asked. Harry led Sirius away from the hall and up the main staircase. What is it, Sirius? He asked. Do you really think someone is trying to kill you? Unless I'm missing something important, nothing else makes sense. Any suspects as to who put your name in the goblet? Pettigrew or Crouch Jr.? I wouldn't be surprised if they put someone under the Imperious Curse to do the actual deed, though. I asked the snakes to keep an eye on things here, and they said no one who shouldn't have went anywhere near the goblet. The rules say you're not allowed to ask a staff member for help, but they didn't say anything about anyone else. Talk to your friends. See if they can find anything out. I'll keep an eye on things, too, and I'll ask Tonks to help out. She is now a fully qualified Auror, by the way. Just graduated, although she's not officially recognized as such yet. Thanks, Sirius, I will take your advice. The snakes could help, too. They pretty much go anywhere they want to around here, Harry said. Right, I'd best get going. I'll talk to Tonks, you talk to your friends. Hopefully we can work out a solution to this, Sirius said. Bye, Sirius, Harry said. The next 3 weeks were difficult for Harry, especially the day he was called away from class to do a publicity shoot for the tournament. It was during potions, and Snape was initially reluctant to let Harry go. For his part, Harry didn't want to go and even told Snape that he'd rather stay, but Messenger was insistent. Reluctantly, Harry left class. For the most part, the Hufflepuffs treated Harry the same as always, although there was no doubt they preferred their champion, and Susan was more distant than usual. The Ravenclaws and Slytherins did not hide their dislike of him, however. Harry had decided to try and keep a low profile, and generally he succeeded. His fellow Gryffindors helped him as much as possible by generally sticking together when around him. Fred and George, especially, seldom left his side except during classes. When the article about the Triwizard Tournament came out, however, Harry found himself the object of ridicule from much of the student body. It had been written by Rita Skeeter, the woman who had written the factually inaccurate report about the World Cup riot, and contained almost no truth. Harry had walked out on her after she had tried to corner him for a private interview, and it was clear from what had been written Skeeter had been offended by Harry's actions. She had written many lines that were totally false and cast him in a bad light. After it was published, Harry had spoken to Sirius. Unfortunately, Sirius had told him he would have to prove what was written was false before they could do anything about it. They decided to just let it lie and hope it went away. November 24th came around with Harry feeling confident he could survive the dragon challenge. Over the previous few nights, he had been riding his new firebolt, taking advantage of its speed and climbing ability to search the castle grounds. He knew there were 4 dragons, and that each champion would have to get past one in order to complete the trial. During one of these flights, he had seen Karkaroff following Hagrid and Madame Maxime, and knew both would have told their own champions what to expect. Harry had then sent a note to Cedric asking to meet him at the main entrance the next evening. There he had told Cedric everything, adding that now all the champions knew what to expect in the task. Just like last time, Harry drew the Hungarian horntail and would be the last champion to enter the ring. One by one, the others left to face their dragon. Harry almost wished that Bagman wouldn't do the commentary so loudly. That way Harry wouldn't be able to hear what was happening. The gasps and shrieks of the spectators were disconcerting enough without Bagman's added comments. Finally, Bagman called for Harry to come out of the tent. Wand in hand, he stepped into the arena, trying to remain calm and focused on the strategy he had worked out. His plan was based on what had happened the first time, but with one key variation that he hoped would save him from any injury. When Bagman signaled for him to begin, Harry took a deep, calming breath and pointed his wand at the castle while shouting, "Accio Firebolt!" While waiting for his broom, Harry cast a couple of minor spells. As he had hoped, the bright flash distracted the dragon momentarily, convincing him his strategy would work. When he heard the rushing of air announcing the arrival of his firebolt, he reached out and caught it as it came to a stop by his side. He mounted it and headed toward the dragon, coming in from the side rather than front on. When he was certain the dragon had spotted him, he turned sharply away before coming back for a second pass. This time he shouted, "Expecto Patronum!" His stag Patronus flew away from his wand, and as it did so, he turned aside and watched the dragon's head. It was following the Patronus, so Harry swept around behind the dragon, making sure to avoid its tail. Once clear, he shot straight towards the golden egg and grabbed it before pulling away out of range. The dragon was still chasing the Patronus, so Harry dispelled it as he landed. He watched the dragon handlers, Charlie Weasley amongst them, subdue the horntail before turning his attention to the judges' table. Bagman was still talking about Harry's performance. Apparently he had completed the task in less than half the time of the next best champion, and it appeared he had been the only one to avoid injury. Harry didn't pay much attention to Bagman, instead looking at the expressions on the faces of the other judges. Dumbledore was smiling serenely and gave Harry a nod when he caught his eye. Madame Maxime was expressionless, while both Karkaroff and Umbridge were wearing expressions of contempt. Clearly both were unhappy with his performance. When she saw Harry watching her, Umbridge looked away, instead looking to the tent, where the other champions were presumably being treated for their injuries. Someone caught Harry's arm and he turned to find Sirius standing there. "Well done, Harry. Your strategy was brilliant. No one else thought of flying or of distracting the dragon with such a powerful spell. You were by far the best," he shouted. Susan arrived soon after. She immediately hugged him and said something, but Harry couldn't understand her. She sounded both upset and relieved at the same time. Ron led Hermione, Neville and Hagrid up soon after, but Professor McGonagall insisted he go to the medical tent before any of them could congratulate him. After Madame Pomfrey had given him a quick once-over, he was allowed to return to the arena for his score. The scores were Maxime 9, Umbridge 10, Dumbledore 10, Bagman 10, Karkaroff 6, total 45. Bagman called out, "Harry Potter's final score is 45. That puts him comfortably in the lead after the first task. Can all champion please return to the main tent where the rules for the second task will be outlined for you? Everybody else, thank you for your support. The second task will take place on February 24th. Thank you." Harry joined Cedric, Fleur, and Victor in the champions' tent. Soon after that, the judges joined them and Madame Umbridge addressed the assembled group. "The clue to solve the second task is contained in those golden eggs each of you now holds. See the hinges on the side there. These will open the egg and tell you what the second task is. If there are no questions, you may leave." As the 4 champions left the tent, Harry found Ron waiting for him. "Come on, Harry. Fred and George have a party planned in the common room. You don't want to be late," he said. Once back in the common room, Harry placed the egg on a table in the middle of the room. After eating, some of the party food people began asking Harry about the egg. They wanted to know if it was valuable and if he knew what it contained. Harry told the others the egg was the clue to the second task, and then asked if they would like him to open it. Hermione said he shouldn't since he was supposed to work out the clue on his own, but he decided to do it anyway. The moment he opened it, the egg started screaming. Quickly, he snapped it shut. He had forgotten how loud the egg was, but now he remembered. "What was that?" Dean asked. He, like almost everyone in the common room, was shaking noticeably. "It sounded like the Cruciatus curse," Neville said almost hysterically. "No, it's not, Fred. It sounded like Percy, George. Singing in the shower, Fred. Maybe you'll have to attack him, George." This had the effect of lowering the level of tension in the room, much to Harry's relief. "I've got 3 months to sort it out," Harry said. "I think I'll set it aside for now and think about it later." "I think you should concentrate on the egg now, Harry," Hermione said. "The next task will be here sooner than you think and could take ages to solve it." Harry rolled his eyes. "Hermione, I had 3 weeks to solve the first task. I've got more than 4 times as long for this one, and it won't be any more dangerous than the dragons were. The second task is a problem-solving exercise, so it should just be a matter of logic and bravery." "So was the first one," Hermione began, but Ron cut her off. "Harry deserves a break, Hermione. Let's have some fun for now and just wait a while before getting back into it." Some weeks later, as Harry was in Transfiguration with McGonagall, he and Ron were having a fake sword fight, much to McGonagall's annoyance. "Potter, Weasley, pay attention," she snapped. Harry and Ron had finished the set work and were relaxing before going down to lunch, but McGonagall was less than impressed. "Now that Potter and Weasley are paying attention, I have an announcement. A traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament is the Yule Ball, a social event held at Christmas where students and staff from the participating schools can mix with each other and let their hair down." Several students were snickering at this announcement. Harry and the others doubted McGonagall had ever let her hair down. "I will not tolerate any Gryffindor who embarrasses their house or the school in front of our guests. Potter, please remain behind, the rest of you may go." Ron said he would wait outside. After the others had left, Harry approached the desk. "Potter, as a school champion, you will be required to lead the dancing. Please ensure you have a date, otherwise I shall be most displeased. Is that clearly understood?" "Yes, Professor, I promise I will have a date for the ball. Is there anything else?" Harry asked. "No, you may leave," Professor McGonagall replied. After lunch, the Gryffindors had Dada with the Hufflepuffs. Harry arrived early and waited for Susan, who arrived with her friends shortly before class started. "Hi, Susan," Harry called when she entered. "Hello, Harry, how are you?" "Good, Susan, as you would have heard, there is a dance being held Christmas, and I would like to ask you to be my date, please." "Thank you, I accept," Susan said as she held out her hand to Hannah Abbott. Harry saw Hannah give her a galleon. "What was that about?" Harry asked Susan as she sat down. "Hannah and I had a bet," Susan explained. "I bet her a galleon you'd ask me today, which you did." At this point, Moody stamped in and called for quiet. After class, Harry caught up with Ron. Susan and Hannah's bet had reminded him of something. "Ron, have Fred and George ever paid up on that bet about the Goblet of Fire and the long gray beards?" "No, they haven't. They said they'd get back to me, but I haven't heard anything since," Ron replied. "Let's go remind them then, shall we?" Harry said. He and Ron found the twins in the common room, intently reading something between them. When they saw Ron and Harry approach, they quickly put it away. "What can we do for you today?" they asked. "About the Goblet of Fire and our bet," Harry began. "Pay up," Ron cut in, holding out his hand. "Ah, that, Fred. Can you give us, George?" "Till Christmas, Fred." "We'll pay you then, George." Ron wasn't happy. Harry could guess what had happened, so stayed with the twins after Ron left in a huff. When Ron had gone, Harry said, "Bagman still hasn't paid you then?" It wasn't a question. No, Fred." "He hasn't, George." Harry handed 2 galleons to Fred. "Give these to Ron. That will cover your debt to him, so you'll only have to pay me back. Remember, I did warn you about Bagman," Harry said. Thanks, I guess, Fred." "What will we owe you, George?" "We'll work something out. I better get going before Ron starts getting suspicious," Harry said as he left them. Harry returned to Ron. "Who have you asked to go to the ball with you?" Harry asked. "No one yet," Ron replied. Hurry up then, ask Hermione before someone else does, Harry said. Why would I ask her? Because she's your friend. What better reason do you need? Yeah, I guess you're right, Ron replied. Several days later, after two other girls had asked Harry to be their date to the Yule Ball, much to Susan's amusement, Harry found Ron in the common room being consoled by his fellow students. He asked what was wrong and was told Ron had asked Fleur de Lacquer, the Beauxbatons champion, to be his date. Don't feel too bad, Ron. She is part Vila after all. Have you asked anybody else yet? Harry asked. No, Ron whispered. I don't think I could after that. Do you know Hermione's saying she already has a date for the ball, as if she has? Actually, she's telling the truth. I know who it is too, but I'm not saying, Harry said. Ron looked at Harry, clearly surprised by the news. Can you help me find a date, please? Come with me. I think I know just the right girl, Harry replied, heading toward the portrait hole. He led Ron to the snake room, as he had hoped Luna was there. Hello, Harry, she said. I was just visiting the snakes. Hello, Luna. Ron would like to ask you to be his date for the Yule Ball, Harry said. What? Ron shouted, causing the nearby snakes to hiss loudly. When he realized where he was, Ron jumped back, looking around him. Thank you, Ronald. I would be delighted to accept, Luna said. Well, that's settled then, Harry said. We'll see you there. The day of the ball came around. Harry met Susan in the entrance hall. She was wearing a pink dress that looked exactly like wizards' robes. The other champions all met their partners there as well. Krum was with Hermione, Fleur was escorted by the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain Roger Davies, and Cedric was with Cho Chang. When Ron saw Hermione with Krum, his expression changed to seething rage. Harry saw this and told him he should have asked her first, if that was how he felt. Harry, Susan, the other champions and their dates were seated at the staff table and had a good view of the event. Along with them were Bagman and Percy Weasley, who was filling in for Madame Umbridge. When Harry asked Percy about this, he was told Umbridge was ill. She had caught a bad cold and was staying home to recover. After the meal, the champions and their partners were the first onto the dance floor. Harry was a bad dancer, but Susan proved quite skilled, so they managed to muddle their way through. Harry was happy when other couples joined them on the dance floor, although he noticed Ron and Luna were still sitting at their table. After another couple of dances, Harry led Susan to them, where they were soon joined by Hermione. In order to avoid a possible fight, Harry asked Ron to go for a walk with him. He apologized to Susan, telling her he'd explain his actions later. Susan apparently understood his meaning, saying it was probably a good idea. Feeling relieved, Harry took Ron outside for a chat. Harry led Ron out of the hall and out into the grounds around the main entrance. The area had been decorated with ornamental shrubs and park benches. Statues, seemingly made of ice, stood next to the path. Harry headed a short distance away from the entrance before turning to Ron. Ron, grow up. What do you mean, grow up? Ron replied angrily. I mean, stop acting like a schoolboy. I told you 2 weeks ago to ask Hermione to the ball and you didn't. Don't complain now that she's found someone else to be her date for the ball, Harry said. Ron spluttered angrily. She's fraternizing with the enemy, that's what she's doing. She looked pretty happy to me, and I certainly don't mind her hanging out with Krum. As I recall, you wanted his autograph at one point. That's different. I wanted his autograph. Who knows what Krum wants from her? Harry couldn't help rolling his eyes. Honestly, Ron, I think the only people in our year who don't know you and Hermione are in love with each other are you and Hermione. In love? Ron sounded shocked. Yeah, and your reactions just now prove I'm right, at least with you anyway. What are you two up to? Growled Professor Snape. He and Karkaroff had been walking nearby and had now come across Ron and Harry. Just walking and talking, Harry replied without looking at Snape. Ron had been caught by surprise and was now eyeing Snape suspiciously. Then keep walking and talking, growled Snape as he and Karkaroff strode off. What do you think they're up to? Ron asked. Don't change the topic, Ron. You need to speak to Hermione, and when you do, remember to treat her with respect. I'm sure you'll find she's quite nice once you start treating her properly. But I do like her. Hermione helps me with my work and... Harry wasn't listening. He had spotted Hagrid with Madame Maxime a short distance away and saw looking for something. Finally, he spotted a beetle on a nearby sculpture and began walking toward it. You know, Ron, there are times when talking to you makes me feel like hitting something. It can be so frustrating. He shoved his hand onto the beetle and pushed. Instantly, the beetle screamed and turned into Rita Skeeter, who fell to the ground as Harry jumped back in shock. What the hell? Ron yelled, looking at Skeeter as she lay on the ground in obvious pain. She was coughing up blood and appeared badly hurt. Her scream had attracted attention. Hagrid and Madame Maxime came from one direction while Snape and Karkaroff came from the other. "Hey, what's this?" Hagrid shouted. Snape pushed past Harry and bent over Skeeter. He performed a quick diagnostic spell before standing up. "Broken ribs, collapsed lung. Out of my way. Hagrid, I assume you're capable of controlling the situation here for a few minutes." "Rig, you're our professor. I'll take care of this," Hagrid replied. "Dumbledore should be informed, as should your school nurse," Karkaroff said. "I will deal with that." Once Snape and Karkaroff had left, Hagrid and Maxime stayed with Harry and Ron. A few other students who had been alerted by the noise were there, too, but the teachers shooed them away. Karkaroff returned with Dumbledore and McGonagall within a couple of minutes, accompanied by Percy Weasley. "When Severus returns, we shall all adjourn to my office where a full inquiry will need to be held," Dumbledore said to the group. "Until then, I think it wise for all present to keep quiet and calm down." Harry was thinking how he could explain his actions. It would be relatively simple to pass it off as an accident. There was no way he could have known Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagus, except for the fact he did know. How he could negotiate his way through it was the problem. Harry used the time to ensure his occlumency shields were in place. He knew he would need to be careful around Dumbledore. He had been doing it for 3 and 2 years after all, and had no intention of letting them slip now. Once Snape had returned, the group set off to Dumbledore's office. The other students were told there had been an accident and that Harry and Ron were witnesses, and as such, they would be required to give an account of what had happened. Because of this, they would not be returning to the ball until some time later. "Madam Bones has been informed of the incident, as has Sirius Black. Black is on his way, and we will begin as soon as he arrives," Dumbledore said. "I see no reason for Black to be present," Snape said. "He is Harry's guardian and has every right to be here since it concerns Harry directly," Dumbledore replied. "Look," Harry began. "I didn't know Rita Skeeter was there. All I was doing was squashing a beetle." "How could I have known who it was? She is not registered as an animagus. I checked when Tonks became one a few months back. There were only around 10 names on the list, and I paid close attention to those. Skeeter's name wasn't there." "Potter is correct in his assessment," McGonagall said. "Since Miss Skeeter is unregistered, there is no feasible way for him to have known about her identity." "Didn't your ban Rita Skeeter from grounds, Professor Dumbledore, sir?" Hagrid asked. "I did, yes." "It seems she has been using her secret identity to spy on people whom she would not otherwise have access to." Sirius arrived at this point. "Thank you for the heads up, Dumbledore," he said as he entered the office. "Have I missed anything important?" "Harry was just been explaining he had no idea Miss Skeeter was an animagus, and Hagrid has pointed out she was banned from the grounds anyway, after that article she wrote about the contestants." "Other than that, nothing has happened since you were contacted," Dumbledore told him. "So Harry decided to squash a beetle only to discover it was an unregistered animagus. That appears to be the whole story," Sirius summarized. "Essentially, yes," Dumbledore said. "But why did Potter choose to squash a beetle in the first place?" Snape asked. "I don't like beetles, and Ron and I were discussing something. I was a little annoyed, so I decided to squash the only beetle I could see," Harry replied, hoping it would sound convincing. "That still doesn't explain why you felt the need to squash a beetle, Potter," Professor McGonagall put in. "What prompted you to do that?" "I don't like beetles," Harry hoped that would suffice. It didn't. "What were the two of you talking about?" McGonagall demanded. Harry sighed and glanced at Ron. Ron's reaction told him to just say it. "We were talking about how Ron didn't ask Hermione to the ball and that he shouldn't be upset she accepted an invitation from someone else, even if that was a rival champion. She's just, well. So you think Hermione is being disloyal to Harry?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, disloyal, that's a good word," Ron replied, sounding relieved. "Do you think she was being disloyal, Harry?" Sirius asked. "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "If Crumb, or anyone else for that matter, wants to talk to Hermione, then it's up to her whether she agrees or not." "So, to summarize," Dumbledore began, Harry and Ron were arguing, rather than discussing, whether Hermione Granger was being disloyal to a friend by going to a ball with a rival of said friend. Ron is of the opinion that she shouldn't, while Harry was pointing out that Ron had an opportunity to ask her, but chose not to. This led to Harry becoming frustrated with Ron's attitude, and that led to him taking out his frustration on an object he has a personal dislike for, specifically a beetle. Harry was completely unaware this beetle was a newspaper reporter in disguise because the reporter, Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagus who has, in fact, been banned from the grounds anyway. Is this a fair summary? That sounds correct, yeah, Harry said. Ron nodded his agreement. Sirius was watching Harry closely while everyone else was looking between Harry and Dumbledore. I'll report the matter to the Ministry and allow Madam Bones to make the final decision on whether or not charges should be laid. I believe I am too close to Harry to make that judgment, said Sirius. I disagree, Snape put in. Potter is dating Madam Bones' niece. Perhaps someone else not as friendly with Potter should make the final decision. Sirius looked ready to attack Snape but controlled himself. In that case, Snape, perhaps I could recommend Rufus Scrimgeour, head Auror, make that assessment. Or perhaps Minister Fudge himself is to your liking. Sirius, Dumbledore interrupted, a hint of threat in his voice. Since Harry is a minor and a student of this school, which is where the incident took place, it is my decision as to what action, if any, is to be taken. The ball has not yet ended, so I recommend we all return to the Great Hall. I will make my decision in the morning in regard to this matter. If anyone wishes to add any information, please do so after the ball is finished. Now, if that is all, I'll advise Madam Bones of the situation. I can't think of anything else at the moment, Sirius said. Harry returned to the hall with the others. He saw Susan dancing with Justin Finch-Fletchley and managed to catch her eye. He sat down at an empty table and waited. Ron and Percy joined him. Do you think we're in trouble? Ron asked his brother. You're not, Percy replied. I'm not so sure about Harry. Even a minor can be charged with serious incidents such as this. Although the fact that she was an unregistered animagus is very much in his favor, it's still a serious matter. What is a serious matter? Susan asked as she sat next to Harry. Harry briefly explained the situation to her. Susan was shocked to hear that Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagus, and she agreed that was Harry's best defense, but she was just as unhappy with what Harry had done. You were going to kill an innocent beetle just out of frustration. Hardly innocent, Ron scoffed. Susan glared at Ron and he went quiet. You know what I mean, she said. I don't want to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Ron and I had just had a major disagreement over Hermione, a close friend of mine, and I am under a lot of stress. I needed a release and I simply don't like beetles. I like them even less now I've found out Skeeter is one, Harry replied. Look, let's have one last dance and call it a night, Harry, Susan said. I'm not really in a mood for partying anymore. Harry and Susan danced together, then Harry escorted her to the Hufflepuff common room. After dropping her off, Harry returned to Gryffindor and decided on an early night. Next morning, Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall escorted him and stood with him. Please sit down, Dumbledore said. After Harry sat, the headmaster continued. Miss Skeeter is going to recover. She was very angry, but when told she was going to be arrested, she quietened down somewhat. I believe she is trying to arrange a deal with the Ministry. Well, that's good news, Harry said. With regard to your actions, I have decided that no charges shall be laid since you had no way of knowing the beetle was a person, but I would like your help with a matter that arose some time ago. I am referring to that diary Lucius Malfoy attempted to plant on young Ginny Weasley. Harry saw what Dumbledore was doing. Dumbledore hoped by letting Harry off with a warning he would feel obliged to give the headmaster some other information that he wanted. The Chamber of Secrets was the most obvious thing to ask about, so Harry decided to tell him most of the truth about this, but not all. The diary belonged to Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, and was for the mid-1940s. Amongst other things, it contained a confession that it was Riddle who opened the Chamber of Secrets and that he killed Moaning Myrtle, later framing Hagrid for the crime, Harry explained. So the Ministry, using the contents of the diary as a confession, overturned Hagrid's expulsion and allowed him to become a qualified wizard who could take over teaching care of magical creatures. This, however, does not explain why the diary was destroyed. Can you tell me more about that? Asked Dumbledore. Diary was the key to opening the Chamber of Secrets. Information it contained allowed the owner to find the chamber, open it, and unleash the basilisk in the chamber, Harry said. Basilisk? Dumbledore asked. Yeah, since the chamber can't be opened, there is no danger of it escaping. That was the reason the diary was destroyed, to ensure no one could open the chamber in the future. I imagine a Parselmouth such as yourself could open it, however. I could, but why would I want to unleash a basilisk? Harry asked. I get the impression you have already killed the basilisk, Harry. Is that assumption correct? I killed it back in first year. Which was, of course, before you obtained the diary. How did you achieve this? I borrowed one of Hagrid's roosters. I forgot to remove the petrification spell when I returned it to the coop. Dumbledore didn't seem at all surprised by this. I suspected something along those lines at the time, although I didn't know about the basilisk. I did, however, suspect it may have been a basilisk at the time of Myrtle's death. For now, I think we should let the matter rest, although I will want to examine Slytherin's chamber at some point in the future. How are you going with the clue to the second task? Every time I open the egg, it screams at me. I think I have an idea, however, and I will be putting more effort into it in the new year. Sirius has invited me to a New Year's party, and I will be leaving here on the morning of New Year's Eve, Harry said. In the meantime, we both have things to do. I would recommend that you spend as much time as possible with your friends. I'm quite certain they are willing to help you with the egg, and of course, 2 heads are better than 1. Goodbye, Harry, and good luck, Dumbledore finished. Goodbye, sir, and thank you for sorting out the Rita Skeeter matter, Harry said. Harry left the office. As soon as he was a comfortable distance away, he contacted Sirius. Hello, Harry. I told Madame Bones about last night. She has decided to leave it up to Dumbledore to sort it out. Has he decided what to do yet? Sirius asked. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm calling. He has decided to take no further action, but he wants something in exchange. I told him about the Chamber of Secrets, and now he wants to have a look round it. I'd say he is looking for something. He knows the diary was the key to opening the chamber, and that I opened it before the diary became available. Right. Do you think there may be something valuable or dangerous in the chamber? It is possible. I dare say only a Parselmouth would be able to use anything in there, though. Have you told him about the basilisk? Sirius asked. I told him I killed it with a rooster. That was how he knew I had entered the chamber before getting the diary. Well, basilisk venom is a powerful poison, as you already know, and basilisk hide is quite tough. It can be used in making armor or shields, and it will protect against many types of magical attack as well. It may be that Dumbledore wants the skin for some reason, although I doubt anybody would want the venom unless they had a specific use for it, such as destroying Horcruxes. Do you think he suspects Voldemort made Horcruxes? Harry asked. It is highly likely he suspects something like that. Harry, are you sure we haven't missed any Horcruxes during our searches to date? Only one I can think of. Voldemort's pet snake, Nagini, is probably one. I guess it is possible he may know where the snake is. Perhaps he intends to use the venom on a dagger or sword or something like that so he can destroy the snake. Of course, it may be something different altogether that he has planned. Harry, sometime in New Year I will be coming to Hogwarts. I will make some excuse about testing the safety procedures and security measures in the lead up to the second task. That should allow me reasonable access to everywhere within the castle and grounds, and I will bring a couple of other Aurors with me. Make it seem more legit. What I really intend doing is accessing the chamber for a quick look around. I'll need you to get me in there, of course, but other than that I want you to stay out of the way. You still have the rest of the Triwizard tournament to negotiate after all. Sounds good. Are you still coming to pick me up on New Year's Eve? I think I will send a portkey. It looks like we will have a number of visitors for the party, including all the Weasleys and Hermione Granger, Sirius said. Do you mind if I bring Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood along too? Asked Harry. No, that should be fine. Will you be needing Creature over the next few days? I don't think so. I'll send him to you soon. I just want to try something first. If my idea works, it should make getting into the Chamber of Secrets a lot easier in the future. I'll explain more once we arrive at Grimmauld Place. By then I'll know if it will work or not. All right, Harry. I will see you on December 31st, if not sooner. Bye for now, Sirius said. Bye, Sirius, Harry said as the mirror went blank. After lunch, Harry summoned Creature. How may Creature help Master? I have a job for you. I need you to come with me into a secret room within the castle, Harry told him. Harry took Creature to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. This room is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry explained. When I open the chamber, we will go down and you will try to get us out with your magic. If that works, I want you to try and take us back into it. All clear. Creature understands, the elf replied. Harry opened the chamber and climbed down the golden ladder. That is the skin of a basilisk, he told Creature as they passed the discarded snake skin on their way to the inner chamber. In the inner chamber, Harry could see and smell the carcass of the basilisk he had killed 3 years earlier, almost to the day. Is this where Master has been getting his supply of fangs from? Creature asked. I took several when I killed the basilisk, but I haven't been back here since, Harry explained. Now, take my hand and try to apparate us to the room where we met the snakes. Creature took Harry's hand and concentrated. For an instant, Harry felt as though he was being squeezed through a narrow tube, but then everything returned to normal and he realized they were still in the chamber. It seems you cannot apparate someone else while in the castle, Harry said. Is Master unhappy with Creature? No, I am very happy with you. It would have been easier if you could apparate people with you, but it doesn't matter. Let's go. Creature, I want you to help Sirius over the next few days. He is planning a party at Grimmauld Place for New Year's Eve. Creature will do as Master wishes, he said before disapparating. Before leaving, Harry took the egg out of his bag and placed it in one of the pools of water in the chamber. After making sure it was fully submerged, he opened it, and after casting a bubblehead charm on himself, dipped his head into the water. Immediately, he heard the song of the merpeople. He listened to it to the end, satisfying himself it was the same as he remembered it. Since he now knew exactly what to do in the second task, he was feeling generally happy even though it hadn't been a total success. Harry left the chamber. He went to the library where he found several fellow students. Almost immediately, he was asked about the events of the night before. It took him a long time to explain what had happened and what Dumbledore and the Ministry intended doing about it. Finally, after more than an hour, he was able to start his assignments. Over the next few days, Harry managed to complete all the assignments he had been set. It was during one of these sessions in the library that Cedric Diggory approached him. When Cedric sat down, Harry turned to him, wondering what he wanted. Harry, Cedric began, I was curious about how you are going with the egg clue for the second task. I've pretty much got it solved. It's not really that difficult once you know the secret, Harry replied. Cedric seemed surprised Harry had already solved the clue. Well done. Do you think the others have solved it yet? If they haven't, I'm certain they soon will, Harry replied. Karkaroff and Maxime aren't going to want their champions to look bad after all. I guess so. See you later, Harry, and good luck, Cedric said. Thanks, good luck to you too, Harry replied. On New Year's Eve, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Susan, and all the Weasleys assembled outside the main gate to Hogwarts holding the portkey that would take them to Grimmauld Place. Susan's parents would be meeting them there along with Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, and the older Weasleys, including Percy. They arrived in the main hallway and proceeded into the kitchen where the others were waiting. The party was both a celebration of the new year and a graduation party for Tonks, who had just completed her Auror training, even though her official graduation wouldn't occur for a few months yet. It had been generally agreed that having a celebration around New Year's would be better suited for everyone. At the party, Hermione approached Harry. I hope you haven't forgotten about the egg, Harry, she began. Already solved it, he replied. You have? Hermione looked surprised. Yes, Hermione, I have already solved it, Harry repeated. Once I figured out the trick, it was actually quite straightforward, and I've already figured out exactly what I'm going to do in the task, too. Oh, well done then. Hermione still sounded as though she didn't believe him. The rest of the evening went off quietly. Everyone present had an enjoyable time, and a little before 1 a.m., everybody went to bed. Susan left with her parents. Neville and Luna stayed the night but returned to Hogwarts first thing in the morning, while Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys stayed on for a few more days, not returning to Hogwarts until the 5th of January. After returning to Hogwarts, Harry set his mind to trying to find an alternative method of getting into the Chamber of Secrets. He had hoped Creature would have been able to do it, but that having proven impossible, another option would be needed. Harry racked his brain over the next few days. It was when he was thinking more about the things phoenixes were capable of that he came up with a possible solution. He transformed into a phoenix and concentrated on apparating across the room. A moment later, and he was standing on the other side of the room. Deciding that this looked promising, he got the Marauder's map and looked for a room which was currently empty. He found the snake room was unoccupied, so he went there. After entering, he locked the door and examined the map again. He considered going straight to the chamber, but finally settled on the corridor outside the room. After this successful experiment, Harry realized he was beginning to feel tired. He realized transforming into a phoenix and using the phoenix special powers was draining him. After transporting himself back into the room, he unlocked the door and packed away the Marauder's map before pulling out his two-way mirror. Sirius Black, Harry said into the mirror. Hello, Harry, is something wrong? Asked Sirius when he answered. No, I've been thinking about ways we could get into the Chamber of Secrets without Dumbledore knowing, and I think I have a solution. Go on, then. Firstly, I tried seeing if Creature could apparate me into and out of the chamber, but that didn't work, so I tried using some of the special powers that phoenixes have. I think that might be the answer. I know I can apparate myself that way, and I think I can apparate others as well. It is quite tiring, however, which is why I've stopped the experiment for now. Sounds promising, Sirius said. Keep trying and let me know when you think you're ready for the main event. Harry, I will be at Hogwarts in mid-February as part of a team of Aurors who will be checking on preparations for the remainder of the Triwizard Tournament. We could try then if you think you're ready. I should be ready by then, Harry replied. I look forward to seeing you then, especially if I have completed the experiment successfully. How are you going with the clue for the second task? I've solved it. I know exactly what I'm going to do, and I've mastered the spell I'll be using, Harry said. Well done, Harry. You sound confident. Don't get overconfident, though. Things can still go wrong even with the best laid plans. I know. I think everything will work out, but I have a backup plan in the event of something going wrong, Harry said. All right, then. I'll see you in about a month's time. Bye, Harry. Bye, Sirius, Harry said as the mirror went blank. Early in the second term, Dumbledore addressed the school during their evening meal. The staff and I have decided to introduce a new form of friendly inter-house competition, he began. Starting next week will be an inter-house wizard chess competition. All the earlier matches will be played between members of the same house. These matches will take place up until 2 weeks before Easter, at which time the heads of house will choose their 4 best players, who will then go on to compete for the title of Hogwarts Wizard Chess Champion for the year, in addition to receiving house points for defeating players from different houses. The announcement of an inter-house wizard chess tournament was greeted with a great deal of interest. Harry turned his attention to Ron, who was looking excited. I think you could win a wizard chess tournament, Ron, he said. Why not? Ron said. I can beat anyone in Gryffindor House, so maybe I can win the title. Good luck, Ron, Harry said. I won't be entering, of course. I have other things to do. Ron looked somewhat surprised by Harry's statement. Hermione, however, agreed with Harry. I think Harry is doing the right thing by not entering, she said. I won't be entering either, as I have more important things to do. Harry, why won't you be entering? Ron asked, ignoring Hermione completely. You said you'd solved the clue. I have solved the clue, but I have other things I think are more interesting. I have another job to do for Sirius, and besides, I'm not a very good player anyway, Harry replied. What are you doing for Sirius? Hermione asked. It's more of a personal favor than anything. It's just between the two of us. We had best get going, otherwise we will be the last students still in the hall, Hermione said. They made their way back to the common room. Harry decided to stop off in the snake room, but no one else was willing to join him. Luna was already there when he entered, but there was no sign of any snakes. Harry guessed they may be in the kitchen, where it was much warmer. Hello, Luna, Harry said when he entered. Hello, Harry. I wonder where the snakes are, Luna replied. They may be in the kitchens keeping warm, Harry replied. I imagine it would be much warmer there, and snakes don't like the cold. I suppose that's where they are. I should probably return to the Ravenclaw common room since they aren't here. Goodbye, Harry, Luna said. Luna, can I trust you with a secret? Harry asked. A secret? Is there something you don't want anyone to know? Yes. It's something that very few people know about, and I don't want anyone else finding out about it. Can you promise that you won't tell anyone if I tell you? I promise I will not tell anybody what you are about to tell me, Luna said. Do you want to make me take a wizard's vow? That won't be necessary, Harry replied. Just give me a moment and we'll be off. He locked the door and took out the Marauder's map. After activating it, Harry scanned the map before nodding to himself. He put the map down and transformed into his phoenix form. You're an animagus, Luna said, a look of surprise on her face. Harry transformed back into himself. Yeah, I'm still experimenting, and I was wondering if you would be willing to accompany me on a short journey. I'm not sure if I can carry someone along with me during a phoenix apparition yet. Would you be willing to try? Are you going to apparate me around the castle? Does this mean you've already mastered apparition? Yes to both those questions, Harry said. So, are you willing to try? As long as we stay in this room, I'll be happy to help you. When I turn into Phoenix, I want you to hold on to my tail feathers, then I will try and apparate you around the room. Ready? Let's go, Luna said. Harry transformed. Luna grabbed onto the feathers, and Harry concentrated on the other side of the room. A moment later, he was there. Luna released her grip, and Harry transformed. That was uncomfortable. It felt just like when Daddy takes me to London with him by side-along apparition, Luna said. So it was just like normal apparition then, except for the fact you cannot apparate within Hogwarts, Harry said, and Luna nodded. Do you want to try and go somewhere else in the castle? Can you take me to the bottom of Ravenclaw Tower? Asked Luna. Harry glanced at the Marauders map. There was nobody near the base of the tower and Moody was in his office. I think I can take you there. It looks as if there is nobody about. Ready? Yes, I'm ready. Harry transformed into a phoenix and Luna held onto him. He concentrated on the target and felt a quick burst of heat. Then he was standing at the bottom of the stairs leading to Ravenclaw Tower. Luna let go and Harry transformed back. That was great, Luna said. I felt so warm during the journey, too. I better get back to the room and pick up the map, Harry said. Bye, Luna. Goodbye, Harry, she said as she began climbing up the stairs. Harry decided to walk back to the snake room. It took him a while as he passed several other students and a couple of teachers along the way and stopped to talk to some of them, but he made it back to the room without incident. After unlocking the door and deactivating the map, he returned to the common room where Ron was waiting for him. There you are. I was wondering where you'd gone, Ron said as Harry entered. I was talking with Luna Lovegood and decided to walk with her up to Ravenclaw Tower. Then I met a few people on the way back here, Harry explained. We've already started playing a few games, to sort out our best players. Are you sure you don't want to compete? No, and I've already explained why. Ron, this might be exactly the chance you need to prove how good you are at something. I think you will win the title. With that, Ron returned to his game, while Harry joined Neville in completing some homework. The rest of January passed quickly. From the way they were acting, Harry realized both Fleur and Crumb had solved their egg clues and had their strategies worked out. He already knew Cedric had solved it, so now it was just a matter of waiting until the day of the task. Twice since the day he met Luna, Harry had called Sirius and let him know he was ready to enter the Chamber of Secrets again. In one of those calls, he had asked about Madame Umbridge, and Sirius had told him she was recovering from a severe bout of dragon flu. There had been a number of cases, and hers had been one of the more serious. It was unlikely she would be able to attend the second task. A couple of days before the task, Sirius and 3 other Aurors arrived at Hogwarts to inspect the school prior to it. While there, Sirius had contacted Harry and asked him to show him the Chamber of Secrets using the method Harry had devised. They went to the snake room, where Harry briefly talked to the snakes before he locked the door and transformed into a phoenix. Sirius took hold of some feathers, and Harry transported them directly into the chamber. Sirius took a close look at the dead basilisk, shaking his head over the fact that Harry had managed to kill it in his first year. He removed one of the fangs and took a sample of the skin. Apparently, he planned on having the skin made into a jacket and gloves for his personal use. He offered to get Harry a similar set, and Harry accepted. While Sirius was doing this, Harry searched the chamber, including the interior of the statue of Salazar Slytherin. He found a secret chamber which he told Sirius about, but didn't enter. There was no chance of anyone other than a Parselmouth being able to enter, so he decided to wait until after the task. After nearly 2 hours, they returned to the snake room. Sirius went off to report to his team leader, and Harry went back to the common room. The following night, Professor McGonagall came to the common room and asked Hermione Granger to come with her. An hour later, when they hadn't returned, Ron became concerned. "Harry," he began. "Do you know why McGonagall wanted Hermione and where they might have gone?" "Not offhand," he replied. "It might have something to do with tomorrow's task, though, I guess. What could Hermione do that would help with that?" "Hang on," Harry said. "Is it possible that by thing they meant person?" Ron looked shocked. "You mean you have to rescue a prisoner?" Harry and Ron headed straight to McGonagall's office. Ron reached the door first and knocked loudly. "Enter," McGonagall said. Ron shoved the door open, Harry right behind him. "Professor," Ron began, "does Harry have to rescue Hermione from a hostage situation tomorrow?" "No. Victor Crumb will be rescuing Miss Granger. Mr. Potter's hostage is Susan Bones. I assure you, however, they are in no danger. All necessary precautions have been taken to ensure that nobody will be harmed in this task." "I believe you already know exactly what you intend doing and how to go about it, Potter, so I fail to see your reason for concern." "The clue said the thing I would miss the most," Harry replied. "Susan is not a thing. She is a person. I assume Madame Bones knows about this. The Ministry is aware of all the conditions of the tournament, and of the safety precautions that have been taken. Madam Bones is fully aware of the situation. Harry noticed Professor McGonagall had been very careful about not answering his question without appearing to not answer it. "Ron, let's go. There seems to be no point in staying here." Harry and Ron left the office and returned to the common room. Harry went straight to his desk and pulled out the magical scroll Madam Bones had given him in first year. It was currently blank, so Harry wrote a short note. "The second task in the Triwizard Tournament involves rescuing a hostage, not recovering a thing. My hostage is Susan." Of course, Harry already knew this, but he decided this would be a good opportunity to make it appear as though he didn't already have this knowledge. It took only a short while for him to receive a reply. "I am aware of the situation. Thank you for telling me who your hostage is, and good luck." Harry returned to the common room. Madam Bones already knew about the task being a hostage rescue, he told Ron and the others. Apparently the students were the only ones not told this. "Any idea who the other hostages are?" Ron asked. "No, but it doesn't matter. If any mermaid or merman tries to stop me tomorrow, they will find out just how powerful I am." Next morning, Harry prepared in the dormitory before going down to breakfast. In addition to his wand, he carried 2 sharp knives, both with serrated edges. At breakfast, he ignored everybody and everything until Professor Dumbledore said it was time for the champions to leave. Ludo, Bagman, and Percy Weasley led them to a tent by the shore of the lake where Bagman explained exactly what they were to do. None of the champions spoke as they waited for the crowd to assemble. They were all more concerned with finalizing their plans for the challenge. At 9:20, the champions were ushered to the lake shore. Harry looked carefully at where the stands were in relation to the lake and then looked out over the water. He made sure his wand and the knives were securely stored in his robes and waited. Bagman blew his whistle, and all the champions began to wade into the water. Harry took his shoes and socks off and followed them. When the water reached almost to his shoulders, he cast the bubblehead charm on himself and dived under. Still angling directly away from the stands, Harry dived at about a 45-degree angle, pulling up as the lake bed came up to meet him. He made sure he stayed away from the longer patches of weed. That was where the Grindylows liked to hide while they waited in ambush. While he was swimming over the weed, a flash of light caught his attention. He turned toward the source and saw several Grindylows attacking Fleur. She was clearly in trouble, and Harry remembered from the first time she had been forced to withdraw because of her injuries. Harry turned and swam toward her. Once he was within range, he cast a stunner at the nearest Grindylow. The spell hit the lake creature, which fell away. He then fired a second spell, which struck another Grindylow. It broke off and fled. The others also broke off their attack and swam away. Fleur turned to Harry, but he immediately headed off toward the Merpeople's village. He assumed Fleur would follow him, but felt it wouldn't matter. Soon he heard the Merpeople's song and realized he was almost there. Swimming faster now, he quickly reached the village square where he could see the hostages tied to a statue. Quickly, he located Susan and swam toward her, knife in hand. As soon as he reached her, he cut the rope holding her and kicked hard for the surface. As he ascended, he saw Fleur swim across the open area below him, heading for the statue. Harry turned his attention back to his ascent, deciding there was no point in waiting any longer. It took several minutes to reach the surface, and as soon as he did so, he ended the bubblehead spell. At the same time he reached the surface, Susan revived. "Hello, Harry," she said. "Are we the first ones to reach the surface?" "Yes," he replied. "It sounds like you knew the task was a hostage rescue, and not the recovery of prized possession, which is what the clue implied. Professor Sprout told me what to expect last night, when she came and got me from the common room." Harry said nothing more as they made their way to the shore, where they were greeted by Sirius and Madam Bones. Madame Pomfrey joined them, bringing both a measure of pepper-up potion. "Well done, Harry," Sirius said as he helped them both to shore. Just as they reached the shore, they were distracted by another pair of heads breaking the surface. A moment later, they heard the sound of a child crying. Harry realized it must be Fleur who had surfaced, carrying her younger sister. Madame Maxime hurried into the water to help Fleur ashore. Harry heard Fleur say something in French as Madame Pomfrey joined them, summoning another flask of pepper-up potion as she went. Next out of the lake was Cedric. He brought Cho Chang, a Ravenclaw 5th year. This left only Hermione still in the lake. Harry wondered how Ron was coping with this, but quickly put it aside. Finally, Crumb emerged with Hermione several minutes after Cedric and Cho had reached the surface. All the champions and hostages were escorted back into the tent, where they were given a thorough physical examination, before being allowed to return to the lakeside to await their scores. Once the champions and hostages had assembled on the shore, Ludo Bagman addressed the crowd. Thank you to everyone who participated in this challenge. Points out of 50 have been awarded for this challenge, rather than the judges awarding their points individually. In first place, we have Harry Potter, who completed the task in a time of 55 minutes and 20 seconds. Most of the judges, Bagman gave Karkaroff a hard look at this point, felt he should receive maximum points. However, it has been decided he should receive a score of 47 points. Many people booed Karkaroff at this point while calling out things like, "Well done, Harry or Potter." Karkaroff merely sneered at them. In second place, Bagman continued, in a time of 58 minutes even we have Fleur Delacour. However, we have been informed that Mademoiselle Delacour required the assistance of another champion when she was attacked by Grindylows. As such, she has received a score of 45 points. This drew several surprised comments from those present. They wondered who would stop to assist a fellow competitor rather than go for the win. In third place, in a time of 1 hour 1 minute and 13 seconds, just outside the time limit, is Cedric Diggory. His score is also 45 points. In fourth place, in a time of 1 hour 4 minutes and 36 seconds, is Victor Crumb. His score is 40 points. Susan turned to Harry. "Did you help Fleur?" "Yes," Harry replied. "I don't care how safe they claim this tournament is. Both the first two tasks could have resulted in someone being badly hurt or killed. I'm going to do whatever I can to prevent this happening, even if it means helping an opponent." "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman called. "After the second task, the points totals for our champions are as follows. In first place, Harry Potter Hogwarts with 92 points. In second place, Cedric Diggory, also Hogwarts, with 83 points. In third equal place, Victor Crumb, Durmstrang, and Fleur Delacour Beauxbatons, each with 80 points. The third task will take place on June 24th. Champions will be notified of what they will need to do nearer this date. Thank you for your attention." As they headed back to the castle, Fleur approached Harry with her sister in tow. "Rye Potter," she began, "I wish thank you for helping me in Z Lake. Those Grindylows were far more dangerous than I anticipated. Without your help, I would have failed." "This is my sister, Gabrielle. She would like to thank also." Both Fleur and Gabrielle then kissed Harry. Susan stood by, watching. Ron, Hermione, and their fellow students who witnessed the exchange showed a variety of reactions. Some, like Fred and George, Wolf whistled. Others laughed, while some were more interested in Susan's reaction. Eventually, though, they made it back to the castle, and Harry was able to get a few minutes alone while warming up in the shower. At lunchtime, Harry sat with Susan at the Hufflepuff table. Cedric joined them when he arrived, bringing Cho with him. While they sat together comparing notes from each other's experiences, Harry noticed Crumb approach the Gryffindor table. When he sat next to Hermione, Harry decided to intervene. Cedric joined him. "Ron," Harry began. Ron was clearly getting angry over Crumb's presence. "What, Harry?" Ron replied. "This seems like a good opportunity to get Crumb's autograph." "You know you've always wanted it." Cedric, meanwhile, had engaged Crumb in conversation. Susan and Cho had made their way to Gryffindor table as well. Professor McGonagall now joined the group. "I hope everybody here is behaving themselves," McGonagall said in a clear voice. "Victor, what are you doing here?" Karkaroff demanded when he arrived a moment later. "We were just comparing notes from our experiences in the lake," Cedric said before anyone else could speak. 3 champions and 3 hostages are all here. Only Fleur and her sister aren't," Harry added. The others generally agreed with these statements. Karkaroff seemed satisfied, although McGonagall was somewhat more skeptical. "Come, Victor," Karkaroff said. "We must begin planning how you will do better in the next challenge." Karkaroff took Crumb away and proceeded to leave the hall. McGonagall returned to the staff table. Once they had left, Hermione was the first to speak. "Thank you, Harry, Cedric, for diffusing that. Ron, if you cannot accept that Victor and I are friends, then you need to grow up. I will talk to whoever I like, even if it is one of Harry's rivals." "I would recommend you don't reply, Ron," Harry said quietly. Ron subsided and went back to eating. After that, all the champions and hostages returned to their own tables, and everything was back to normal for the rest of the day. Later that evening, Harry sent a note to Dumbledore telling him he would take him into the Chamber of Secrets the following weekend. in accordance with their discussion from Christmas time. Next, he went back into the chamber to make sure nothing important had been missed. Satisfied there was nothing more he could do, Harry went to bed. Saturday morning, Harry received a note from Professor Dumbledore asking to meet him outside the headmaster's office at 7 p.m. that night. The note mentioned that Professor Snape would be joining them. Harry contacted Sirius and invited him to come along, and then decided to bring Kreacher and Dobby too. Harry and Sirius arrived outside Dumbledore's office that evening to find Snape already there. Snape was unimpressed by Sirius' presence, but before he could speak, the headmaster arrived. "Sirius," Dumbledore began, "I wasn't expecting to see you here. Harry invited me, and I am his legal guardian, so I have every right to be here if Harry wants me to." "Of course, shall we go then?" Dumbledore said. Harry led them to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "The entrance is in here," he explained. "Of course, since none of us are girls, we will need to check that there are no people in here first." Dumbledore knocked on the door and called out. Myrtle replied, asking why men wanted to come into her bathroom. After confirming she was alone, the group entered. Harry opened the chamber and summoned the golden ladder, then led the others down. At the bottom, he set off along the corridor to the inner chamber, past the discarded snake skin. Sirius, Snape, and Dumbledore all examined it carefully while Harry waited. Once they were satisfied, they joined Harry, who took them through the door into the inner chamber, where Harry summoned Kreacher and Dobby. "How may Kreacher help Master?" asked the first elf. "Dobby is here, but where is here?" the second elf asked. "We are in the Chamber of Secrets," Harry began. "As you may have guessed, Kreacher has already been in here. I asked him to help me with something a few weeks ago. It was related to the second task. I placed the egg in one of the pools, which was how I solved the clue." That wasn't quite the truth, but it was close enough, Harry thought. Snape was especially interested in the basilisk. He took several samples of its skin, fangs, and venom, while Dumbledore showed more interest in the statue. Harry decided he wouldn't mention the secret chamber unless Dumbledore or Snape found it. Meanwhile, Sirius and the elves gathered their own samples. Harry noticed Sirius was gathering larger pieces of skin than last time and made a mental note to ask him how the jackets and gloves were coming along. After nearly 90 minutes, Dumbledore decided they had spent enough time in the chamber. Once they had returned to Myrtle's bathroom, he invited Harry and Sirius to come to his office, while Snape returned to his office. Dumbledore promised to give Harry some more information about the prophecy concerning him and Lord Voldemort. In his office, Dumbledore took out his pensieve and produced an image of Sybil Trelawney. The image proceeded to relate the full prophecy in a voice totally unlike her normal, wispy voice. "There you have it," Dumbledore said. "The full prophecy, made before you were born, that led Voldemort to try to kill you." "Thank you, sir," Harry said. "I see you've finally agreed I have a right to know the truth. You have proved many times how good you are, Harry, in every sense of the word. I believe you may be capable of taking a more prominent role in matters that concern us all. I hope you can trust me as much as I now trust you." "Thank you, Dumbledore," Sirius said. "It is getting late, so I will escort Harry back to the common room before returning home. Harry, I will be keeping Dobby with me for a while as I have some jobs I need doing at home. Kreacher, of course, stays here with you in case you need anything." "Goodbye, sir," Harry said to Dumbledore as he and Sirius left. "Did he tell you anything new?" Sirius asked once they were away from the headmaster's office. "Nothing really, although I now know the exact wording of the prophecy, but even that doesn't change the meaning of it. I already knew eventually it would come down to me and Voldemort. I am the only one who can kill him." "Are you nervous?" "Yeah, but I'm not going to let it control me. The only way to overcome a fear is to face it, and that is how I'm dealing with it." "Right. The next time I see you will probably be Easter. Will you be coming to Grimmauld Place at that time?" "I'd like to," Harry replied, "but we'll have to see how busy I am closer to the time." "All right, then. Goodbye and good luck," Sirius said before leaving. Monday morning found Harry with Ron and Neville in the Great Hall having breakfast when Hermione came to join them. Upon seeing Ron, however, she decided to sit further away from them. At that moment, the morning owls arrived in the hall, bringing people their mail. Hermione took her copy of the Daily Prophet and opened to the front page. She gasped, "Harry, look at this." A look of shock was clearly showing on her face. Harry hurried to and looked at the front page. He gasped, too. Written in a banner headline and taking up almost the whole page was an article entitled, "Ministry of Magic Official Found Dead, Murdered in Her Own Home." Harry and the others read the article. Late yesterday, Muggle law officers were summoned to the private residence of Dollars Umbridge, recently appointed Minister of International Magical Cooperation, after Muggle neighbors reported loud bangs coming from her house, even though Madame Umbridge's house is undetectable by Muggles. Ministry of Magic officials immediately realized what had happened. Muggles could only have heard these noises if Madame Umbridge was already dead, since she herself had placed the enchantments. It is believed the bangs were caused by Madame Umbridge's killers disapparating from the murder scene. Aurors were immediately summoned and took control of the scene, posing as Muggle government representatives and saying they believed her killing was politically motivated. The Aurors examined the scene and determined Madame Umbridge had tried to fight off her attackers. They said there were signs of a scuffle and other evidence to support their theory. At the time of publication, no further information was available from the ministry. Senior Ministry of Magic officials, including Cornelius Fudge, have expressed their shock and sorrow over this tragic event. By this time, most of the people in the hall were aware of what had happened, and it was obvious that many of them were shocked and even upset. Harry, too, was shocked by what had happened. Even though he didn't like Umbridge, she was not supposed to die. He had come back in time to save lives, but now someone who had survived in his previous timeline was dead. Something had gone drastically wrong with his plan. Harry was distracted for the rest of the day. Fortunately, this went largely unnoticed because many students felt the same way. Eventually, he decided he would need to speak to Sirius about this. He decided to tell Sirius no more of the truth, although not the fact he was a time traveler. He decided to let Madame Bones know as well, but not Dumbledore. That evening, once he was alone, he took out his two-way mirror. "Sirius Black," he said into it. "Hello, Harry. Sirius is busy at the moment with the Umbridge investigation. Can I help?" It was Remus Lupin who had answered the call. "Hello, Remus. I have some information that may be relevant to the Umbridge case, but I need to speak to Sirius directly," Harry explained. "Is it a vision? Did you see what happened?" Remus asked. "Yes, it is a vision, but in it Umbridge was still alive, and it is definitely from the future. Umbridge is supposed to live at least another 3 years from what I could make out." Lupin looked surprised. "I'll tell Sirius you called and ask him to call you back. How would this time tomorrow suit you?" "I'll be waiting. How are you anyway?" Harry asked. "I'm okay. I help the ministry when I can, so I have some money coming in, but I would like a proper job. How are you?" "I'm not bad." Umbridge's death was a surprise, though. At least nothing out of the ordinary is happening here. I had best get back to the common room in case they've missed me, though. "Goodbye, Harry. It was good to speak to you again," Remus said. "Bye, Remus," Harry said as the mirror went blank. Next evening, Harry talked to Sirius. "Remus told me you have some information about Madame Umbridge. From what he told me, it appears you had a vision that contradicted what has actually happened," Sirius began. "Yeah. In my vision, Umbridge was alive while you and Madame Bones were both dead," Harry said. Sirius looked very surprised. "What? Are you saying you saw my death? A woman with long black hair who looks somewhat like you killed you in a duel." "Bellatrix," Sirius snarled. "In your vision, my cousin Bellatrix Lestrange kills me. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Did you see how Amelia dies?" "No, just that she was found dead in circumstances that appear identical to how Umbridge died." "I think Madame Bones should take extra precautions about her safety, though just in case. I would say that all ministry officials need to be more careful. I will speak to Amelia tomorrow, and no doubt she will mention it to other heads of department. Undoubtedly, security measures will be tightened even further than they currently are. I had better get going. It looks like I'm going to be very busy, as are all the Aurors, over the next few months. Thank you for keeping me up to date, Harry. I'll pass on what you've told me, and I will try to catch you over Easter." "Goodbye, Harry," Sirius finished. Fortunately, the rest of the term passed without incident. Ron was one of the 4 Gryffindor House representatives chosen to play wizard chess against the other houses. His fellow Gryffindors were Robert Phillips and Joseph Rotherham, both 7th years, and Lee Jordan, Fred and George Weasley's close friend and fellow 6th year. Ron was the highest-ranked Gryffindor, having beaten all 3 in their in-house matches. Ron was delighted. This was the first time he had been ranked number 1 for anything. Harry hoped this would help Ron settle down. Harry knew Ron had an inferiority complex over having always been compared with his brothers, but this was something none of his brothers had achieved. Ron had finally achieved something he could be proud of. The format saw each of them play one person from each of the other houses in a series of one-off games before the groups were rearranged with a different opponent from each house. From that, the top 4 players would be selected for a semifinal, seeded in best-of-5 matches, with the winners then meeting in the final in early June. The final would be first to win 4 matches regardless of the number of games needed. Ron was drawn against Matthew Somerby, Hufflepuff, Michael Corner, Ravenclaw, and Adrian Pusey, Slytherin. These matches were played over the 2 weeks before Easter and the week after Easter, with the semifinals scheduled for early May. When the final draw was announced, Harry congratulated Ron and the other Gryffindor champions and wished them the best. Hermione also congratulated them, but almost immediately reminded Ron he couldn't afford to let his schoolwork drop away. Harry sighed. He doubted anything would ever make Hermione happy, not even a close friend achieving greatness such as had happened here. Harry ended up spending Easter at Hogwarts. Sirius had been too busy for Harry to stay with him. Madame Umbridge's death and the resultant tighter security measures around Ministry of Magic officials had meant Sirius was as busy as he had been during the World Cup. Cornelius Fudge had decided to take personal responsibility for the 3rd Triwizard task, and he had insisted on his personal security being a high priority. Since both his predecessors in the position had been attacked, one fatally, this seemed like a prudent measure. For Harry and his fellow students, however, very little seemed to have changed. Even the tournament seemed to have been placed on the back burner. The only event that had anyone's interest was the Wizard Chess Tournament. Ron had won all 3 of his games and had gone into the second playoff round as one of the favorites. His second-round opponents were Bryn Williams, Hufflepuff, Martin Grant, Ravenclaw, and Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. When Ron saw this, he groaned. Harry and the others hoped they finished the game without coming to blows, and even the teachers realized this was a potentially volatile match. Professor Flitwick was going to referee the game in person, rather than just resolving disputes between players over the legality of moves. In order to reduce the likelihood of a confrontation, Ron and Draco's game was played first. Draco Malfoy proved to be a very competent player, but eventually, Ron managed to win thanks to some inventive play and some well-timed sacrifices that caught Malfoy unawares. A win and a draw in his other 2 games saw Ron qualify for the semifinals as top seed. This meant a rematch with Michael Corner. Ron was the only player to have beaten Michael, but the Ravenclaw had also drawn 2 other matches. The 3rd semifinalist was a 7th-year Ravenclaw, Martin Grant, whom Ron had beaten in the second group of inter-house matches. The 4th semifinalist was another Slytherin, Robert Davis, a 7th-year and brother of Tracy Davis from their year. The semifinal series started in early May. Ron won through to the final where he would meet Robert Davis. It didn't take long for Harry to find himself shielding Ron against Slytherin students who seemed intent on putting Ron off. Harry noticed even Tracy was supporting her brother against Ron, which led to Harry and Tracy sparring quite often during class. Fortunately, Harry was friendly enough with Tracy for it to remain as good-natured banter rather than abusive or derogatory comments. On the 24th of May, the Wizard Chess Finals series began. The first game lasted nearly an hour before Ron managed to win. Immediately after the game finished, Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office. When he arrived, he found Cedric Diggory waiting. "Hello, Harry. I take it Dumbledore wanted to see you as well," Cedric said when Harry arrived. "Yeah, so tonight it looks as though we will finally find out what the final task is," Harry said. "Any idea what we might face? You're the seer, Harry, not me. You tell me what we are up against." "I know it has something to do with the Quidditch pitch. We aren't allowed there anymore. We're not even allowed to fly over it." Dumbledore joined them at this point. "Good to see both of you here so promptly. Ludo Bagman awaits us outside. If you would mind following me." Dumbledore led Harry and Cedric out of the castle and toward the Quidditch pitch. Along the way, they were joined by Karkaroff, Crumb, Madame Maxime, and Fleur. Outside the stadium, they were met by Fudge and Bagman. "Welcome, champions," Bagman began. "Today you find out exactly what you will have to do in the final task of this year's Triwizard Tournament. At the end of this event, which of course takes place 1 month from today, we will be crowning a new champion. This way." With that, Bagman led them into the stadium. Once inside, the champions were confronted with what looked like a hedge. Harry glanced at Cedric, who looked exactly how Harry felt. "What have they done to our pitch?" Cedric asked. "Nothing to worry about, boys," Ludo Bagman said. You'll have your Quidditch pitch back as soon as we finish the tournament. Now, can anyone tell me what we're building here? Maze, Crumb answered. Quite correct. The final task is a maze. You will enter the maze according to how well you have performed in the previous tasks. Harry, who has such a big lead, will enter first, thus giving him a clear advantage in the challenge. The rest of you will enter later based on your overall scores. Don't worry, though. Everybody will have a chance to win once they are in the maze. You see, it is not so much a race as a search and locate mission. Your objective is to be the first person to touch the Triwizard Cup. As soon as you touch it, you win. There will be obstacles to overcome, monsters, traps, that sort of thing, but you have all proved yourself more than a match for similar obstacles already, Bagman explained. All the champions mulled over this information on their way back to their dormitories. It seemed everything was unfolding just as it had the first time, but there would be one big difference this time. No Barty Crouch. All the same, Harry wondered if a similar event would happen this time. Would the cup be a portkey taking whoever touched it first to the graveyard where Voldemort's father was buried? Regardless, Harry knew things were racing toward a climax. He already suspected Umbridge may have been placed under the Imperious Curse, and that she was the one who had put his name in the goblet. He also suspected she may have found a way to fight the curse, and that was the reason she had been killed. Harry decided to contact Sirius and see how he felt about this theory. "So you think Madame Umbridge put your name in the goblet?" Sirius asked. "I suppose if she was under the Imperious Curse, things would make a lot more sense. Her bout of dragon flu may have helped her fight it off, too. Some of the potions used to treat it do affect the brain as well as the body." "We know Voldemort has people in the Ministry working for him," Harry said. "It wouldn't be too hard for one of them to talk to her alone for a few minutes and place the curse on her. And there is no reason why it couldn't happen again, even with improved security. There are certain things we can do to reduce the risk," Sirius said. "I will talk to Madame Bones and we will look at ways to prevent this happening again. Anyway, how are going on the final task? Got it all figured out yet?" "I have a pretty good idea, yeah. It's really too difficult, and it is the final task anyway. Once it is finished, things should get back to normal. I am looking forward to that and to the chess final. Ron won the first game, by the way." "That's good news. You'd better go to bed. It is getting very late after all." "Bye, Sirius," Harry said as the mirror went blank. The next fortnight saw Harry reviewing spells he thought he would need for the upcoming task. Along the way, he tried to get into Voldemort's mind. Using the connection, he knew he had to work out what Voldemort's plans were. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. During this brief interlude, Harry learnt that Bagman would be replaced by Crouch Jr. using Polyjuice Potion. He decided to let this happen since it would guarantee the cup would be a portkey. He realized this may result in Bagman's death, but he hoped it wouldn't. Even if it did lead to Bagman's death, Harry reasoned, he wasn't one of the people he had set out to save, and Umbridge's death had proved to him that he couldn't save everybody. Harry was worried that he was turning into another Dumbledore. He remembered how the headmaster had treated him the first time, and he remembered that in his early life, Dumbledore had believed that sacrificing a few people was a good thing if it led to the greater good. Harry hoped he wasn't heading down the same road. While Harry was planning for the future, Ron was playing in the Hogwarts Wizard Chess Finals series. After winning the first game, there had been 2 draws before Ron had won another game, giving him a 2-0 lead in the race to 4 wins. Harry congratulated Ron and told him to keep going. "2 more wins, Ron, that's all you need," Harry said after the game. "He is a good player, but I think I can win," Ron replied. "I know you can. Just keep playing as well as you can and don't let yourself be distracted. That's all you need to do," Harry said, trying to keep Ron on task. Hermione was less supportive but admitted to Harry she hoped Ron did well. Harry decided not to say anything until after the final was finished. He hoped then Ron and Hermione would finally realize they loved each other. Ron recorded his 3rd win early in June. The staff had decided that if the final wasn't finished by the time exams started, they would award the title to whoever was leading at that time. As exams were now only just over a week away, it was beginning to look as though they may need to do so. Ron's 3 wins had come about over 9 games, and the series was already taking longer than they had expected. The next game saw Robert Davis beat Ron for the first time, making the score 3-1 to Ron. This was on the Sunday just 8 days before exams were due to start. Robert, in his 7th year, was starting to get worried himself and suggested the games be put on hold until after exams. The staff decided to allow 1 more game on Monday night, And if that didn't produce a clear winner, any subsequent games would be delayed until after the exams. As it turned out, however, Ron did win on Monday, and the next morning Professor Dumbledore asked all students to remain in the Great Hall after breakfast. "May I have your attention, please?" he began. "It is with a great deal of pleasure that I can now announce the winner of the first annual Hogwarts Wizard Chess Tournament. Last evening, our two finalists played what turned out to be their last game in the final series. I can now announce the winner of the title of Hogwarts Wizard Chess Champion is Mr. Ronald Weasley of Gryffindor House." Cheers went up from all the Gryffindors. The other houses clapped politely as Ron made his way to the staff table, where Professor Dumbledore presented him with a statue of a chess king. The statue was about 20 cm tall and appeared to be made of gold, although it wasn't. Ron shook Dumbledore's hand as well as Professor McGonagall's before turning to face the students. He held the trophy over his head before walking back to his seat. "Well done, Ron," Harry said, slapping him on the back. Neville, Dean, Seamus, and several others shook his hands while Hermione said, "Well done, Ron, you deserve that." Fred and George then slapped Ron on the back before saying, "Well done, Fred. You've finally earned, George, the right to be called Fred. Our brother, George." "Well, thanks," was Ron's sarcastic reply. With the completion of the Wizard Chess Tournament, Harry switched his focus back to the final task in the Triwizard Tournament. He had a plan worked out both for the tournament and for what he expected to happen right after it, but for it to work, he would need a lot of help. The night before the third task, Harry concentrated on trying to get an image of Lord Voldemort in his mind. He wanted to make sure Voldemort's plans were unchanged. Finally, after much effort, he was satisfied that everything was going to happen just as it had the first time, with one major difference. Early the next morning, Harry called Sirius to outline a plan he had worked out. "Sirius, I have had a vision about an event that will happen tonight, right after the completion of the final Triwizard Tournament task, and I have a plan on how to stop it," he began. "Tell me about this event first, then outline your plan," Sirius replied. "Ludo Bagman is going to place the Triwizard Cup in the maze they are creating on the Quidditch pitch. Once there, it will be turned into a portkey that will take the first person that touches it to the graveyard at Lesser Hangleton, the place where that muggle disappeared over the summer holidays. Will Bagman be the one who enchants the cup? No, it will be someone impersonating Bagman using Polyjuice Potion. I'll stop the imposter before he gets to Hogwarts. No, Sirius, I want you to let that happen. It is a key event that will make defeating Voldemort and capturing his Death Eaters much easier," Harry interrupted. "You want me to let him do it? Harry, are you sure about that?" Sirius asked. "Trust me, Sirius, I know what I'm doing. Now about the plan I have worked out. I want both Kreacher and Dobby here at Hogwarts this evening. As house elves, they will be able to do something no other person or creature can do." "Harry, you are asking me to put a lot of faith in your plan, which I assume is related to a vision. I know your visions are remarkably accurate, but you yourself have said they aren't flawless. How sure are you things will go according to your plan? Because Lord Voldemort himself is involved, and he sees this as the chance to beat me once and for all. I'm counting on him to stick to his plan, which would mean my plan is almost guaranteed to succeed." "Please, Sirius, trust me on this," Harry implored Sirius to accept. Sirius took a deep breath. Harry could see him struggling with indecision. "Sirius," he said, "both Dobby and Kreacher will be here. There is only one Death Eater here along with all the teachers. I will be quite safe. Don't worry about me." "All right, Harry, I will trust you even though it is against my better judgment." Harry relaxed somewhat. "Thank you, Sirius. Now about my plan for this evening." Harry then outlined in detail the plan he had formulated, explaining the roles that Sirius, Tonks, and other trusted ministry officials would be asked to fulfill. Sirius took careful notes, and when Harry finished explaining the plan, he read them back to make sure he had it right. Once that was finished, Harry said goodbye and began finalizing the next step of his great plan. As he was heading down for breakfast, Harry saw Fred and George ahead of him. He hurried to catch up. "Fred, George, do you remember our bet from October about you getting beards?" "Ah, yes, Fred. We were wondering, George. If you had forgotten that, maybe, Fred. How much will it cost, George?" "I would like you to do me a favor this evening," Harry said. "One favor, Fred. That's all, George." Harry then explained to the twins exactly what he wanted and when they were to do it. They were surprised to hear that Harry was going to let something bad happen, but since it would happen to Ludo Bagman, they didn't mind. Over breakfast, Harry couldn't help feeling worried. His fellow Gryffindors, of course, thought he was worried about the maze challenge, not what was scheduled to happen right after it. After breakfast, the champions were invited into the antechamber where they were to meet their families. Sirius was there when Harry entered, along with Arthur, Molly, and Bill Weasley. Also, there were Lupin and Tonks. "Welcome, Harry. It's good to see you again," Mr. Weasley said. "Hello, Harry dear," said Mrs. Weasley. "Bill and I will be staying all day, but everybody else has to leave before lunch. Apparently something important has come up at the ministry. Sirius mentioned that when I was talking to him earlier. I didn't know you planned on coming here first, though, Sirius. Do you really think I'd turn down the chance to see you again, even if it is only for a short time?" Sirius asked. Harry spent the rest of the morning showing his guests around the castle. Come lunchtime, most of the group left to return to the ministry, but Mrs. Weasley and Bill stayed on, much to Ron's surprise when he joined them for lunch. Ron told the others about his exam, History of Magic, saying he thought he'd done reasonably well. After lunch, Harry excused himself, saying he needed to do a quick job. He promised to return as soon as he could before hurrying off towards the 7th floor. Outside the room of requirement, he stopped and thought about the room he had left the Horcruxes in. When the door appeared, he entered and picked up the ring. He took the resurrection stone and said to himself, "This is it. In less than 12 hours, I will know if I have been able to save the lives of the people I came back for." When he left the room, he summoned his 2 elves. "Creature, Dobby, I have a very important job for the 2 of you. It is most important you do not tell anyone what you are doing until after you have done it. Creature promises to keep Master Harry Potter's secrets. Dobby will do as Harry Potter asks." Harry then explained what he wanted from them while they walked back towards the Great Hall. The only times Harry stopped explaining was when they met other people. When Harry finally made it back to the Great Hall, the elves were still with him. This made it easier for him to explain the long time he had been absent for. "I have been instructing the elves on what they are to do this evening after I complete the Triwizard Tournament," he said. Everybody seemed to interpret this as arranging a celebration, with what he had been hoping they would do. Evening rolled around, and Harry found himself outside the entrance to the maze, along with the other 3 champions, where they were about to receive their final instructions from Bagman. Harry had the Marauder's map with him, and had already confirmed that Bagman was in fact Barty Crouch. He wondered where the real Ludo Bagman was, and if he was all right, but Sirius was going to take care of that, so he put it to the back of his mind and settled in to listen to Bagman's instructions. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman Crouch began, "welcome to the conclusion of the 1994-95 Triwizard Tournament. The third and final task is a race through a maze. The first person to touch the Triwizard Cup, which has been hidden somewhere in the maze, will be declared the champion of champions. As you know, our 4 champions have received points based on their performance in the previous 2 tasks. The champions will enter the maze at a delayed time interval based on the points they have received when compared to our current leader. Just to remind you all of the current standings, in first place, with a score of 92 out of a possible 100, is Harry Potter representing Hogwarts." Harry's friends all cheered and shouted their support for him, while his rival's supporters, along with most of the Slytherins, booed. Harry waved to the crowd in acknowledgement. In second place, also representing Hogwarts, is Cedric Diggory. His score is 83 points, so he will enter the maze 4 and 1 2 minutes after Mr. Potter, Bagman Crouch continued. While Cedric's supporters cheered him on, Harry did a quick calculation. Cedric had scored 9 points less than Harry and would enter 4 minutes 30 seconds later. That meant that 1 point equated to 30 seconds. In third equal place, both with a score of 80 points, are Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons and Victor Crumb from Durmstrang. They will enter the together 90 seconds after Mr. Diggory. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations cheered for their respective champions. Harry noticed Fleur looked especially nervous, while Crumb appeared bored. For his part, Harry just wanted to get it over and done with. He had done everything he could to ensure both his survival and the defeat of Lord Voldemort, and he wanted it to end. Bagman Crouch was speaking again. "When I blow my whistle, Mr. Potter will enter the maze to begin the task. The second time I blow the whistle, Mr. Diggory will enter, and when I blow it for the third time, Mademoiselle Delacour and Mr. Crumb will enter. Do you all understand these instructions?" All 4 champions acknowledged the instructions. Once that was done, Bagman Crouch said, Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1. He gave a loud blast on the whistle. Harry entered the maze. After a short time, he turned a corner and all sound from outside the maze was lost. Taking out his wand, he cast Lumos and examined the ground and surrounding hedges. The first time he came to a junction, he cast Point Me and took the branch which sent him closest to the center of the maze. Even though he had no intention of winning, he still needed to get to the cup first to ensure his plan would succeed. After a few minutes, Harry heard a distant whistle. That meant Cedric was now in the maze, and a short while after that he heard the whistle again. Now all the champions were in and searching for the cup. Harry hurried through the maze. Some of the obstacles he encountered were as he remembered them, but there were a few he hadn't seen before, including one he didn't see until he walked into it and was thrown to the ground. A check using advanced magic spells revealed an energy barrier that required runes to negate. He noticed a number of small stones exactly like those he had been working with in ancient runes, so he picked one up and inscribed a very simple rune of passage on it. This created a small opening in the barrier which he was able to pass through safely. Another new obstacle was a huge three-headed dog, a Cerberus named Fluffy. Unfortunately for Harry, he had no way of producing music, so he had to back away from the giant beast. Luckily, it was held in place by a solid chain, so couldn't follow him. Along the way, heard Fleur scream and hurried to investigate. He then heard Cedric shouting at Crumb, who replied with the Crucio curse. Harry blasted his way through the hedge and stunned Crumb before going to Cedric. "I cannot believe he did that," Cedric said. "I think he is under the Imperious curse, and I think I know who did it, too," Harry replied. "Who do you suspect?" "Ludo Bagman, but it's not Bagman himself, but someone using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him." "What should we do with him?" Cedric asked, pointing to Crumb. "Shoot red sparks up and someone will rescue him," Harry replied. Cedric shot the red sparks into the air before they moved off together. Harry then explained what was happening with Voldemort and how he had put in place his own plans. He said that Cedric could keep the title and the prize money, but that Harry needed to get to the cup first. He told Cedric how the cup was a portkey and how he had arranged a surprise for whoever was at the other end. Finally, he explained what would happen once the trap had been sprung, how they would catch the Death Eater at Hogwarts, and how Cedric could play a major role in the upcoming endgame. After defeating a giant spider together, they reached the center of the maze where the Triwizard Cup lay waiting. Harry told Cedric about the Deathly Hallows and showed him the ring and the cloak. Dumbledore had the wand, but Harry thought he may be its master anyway, as a result of a complex series of events that occurred before he started at Hogwarts. Once Cedric agreed to Harry's terms, he took hold of the cup. Cedric saw the cup glow bright blue, and then Harry and the cup were gone. Cedric pointed his wand into the air and shot red sparks. It was Professor Moody who came for him. "Where's the cup?" Moody asked as he landed. "I don't know," Cedric replied, a true statement since he only knew it had taken Harry to a graveyard. "Well, that's weird. It is supposed to be right here. Something's not right here. Well, come with me, Diggory. Maybe Dumbledore can sort this out." Cedric climbed onto the back of Moody's broom and they landed near the judge's table. "What has happened?" Dumbledore asked as they landed. "Cup's missing," Moody said. "Diggory here was standing by the plinth, but there was no cup." Any further questions were stifled when two house elves suddenly appeared in front of Bagman. Creature and Dobby both pointed to Bagman and shot stunners at him. Bagman was blasted off his chair. "How dare you attack a ministry official?" Fudge shouted, pulling his wand out only to have it knocked out of his hand as Cedric cast the Expelliarmus spell. "That's not Ludo Bagman," Fred and George shouted together. "That's Barty Crouch Jr. using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him." "Silence," Dumbledore bellowed over the mayhem. "Can you prove it is not Bagman?" "Yes, Fred. We can, George. Have a look, Fred. At this map." "George," they gave the map to Dumbledore. Snape, meanwhile, had approached Bagman and bent over him. He now stood up and said, "This is Polyjuice Potion, Headmaster." Dumbledore was inspecting the map. "Are you too certain this map is accurate?" he asked the twins. "Yes, sir, Fred. Completely, George. Sirius Black gave us, Fred. His personal guarantee, George. He helped create, Fred. The original, George, and personally gave us, Fred. This authentic copy, George. Cornelius, it appears as though the students and the elves are correct. Cedric, do you know where Harry is?" Dumbledore asked. "He said the cup was a portkey and that it would take him to a graveyard." "He didn't tell me what graveyard, however," Cedric replied. Dumbledore was clearly very worried. Severus, I believe you have a supply of Veritaserum in your storeroom. Please bring me 1 vial. Take Alistair's broom, it will save time. Yes, headmaster, Snape replied before taking the broom and flying off toward the castle. Next, Dumbledore stood and addressed the crowd. May I have your attention, please? It has become apparent that an outside influence has affected the outcome of the 3rd Triwizard task. It does appear, however, that Harry Potter was the first person to touch the Triwizard Cup, and as such, is the provisional winner, pending on the outcome of an investigation that the judges and the Ministry of Magic are about to conduct. Can all students please return to their respective dormitories and common rooms and remain there until breakfast time tomorrow? Professors McGonagall, Moody, and Hagrid, please remain here. Can all other Hogwarts staff please accompany the students back to the castle and ensure they remain there? The students and most of the staff headed back to the castle. Fred, George, and Cedric remained behind since Dumbledore wanted to question them further. While they were waiting for Snape to return, Crouch's Polyjuice potion wore off. Now all present could see it was indeed Barty Crouch Jr. Once Snape returned, Crouch was given the Veritaserum and was then revived. Dumbledore stood before him. He asked Professor McGonagall to take notes during the interrogation. Can you hear me? Dumbledore commanded. Yes, Crouch replied. What is your name? Bartemius Crouch Jr. Where is the real Ludo Bagman? At his house. Is he alive? Yes, we only stunned him. Who was with you when you stunned him? Peter Pettigrew and the Dark Lord. Fudge gasped. Several others present were also surprised to hear this. What did you do to the cup? Where did it take Harry? Asked Dumbledore. I turned the cup into a portkey that would take the first person to touch it straight to my master. Where is your master? In a graveyard where he will be reborn. Impossible, Fudge growled. He who must not be named is dead. Dumbledore turned to Fudge. I think this should make it quite clear he is not, in fact, dead. Suddenly, Snape clutched at his forearm. Karkaroff did the same. Karkaroff's expression was one of terror, whereas Snape caught Dumbledore's eye and seemingly passed him some nonverbal information. What do you know about Madame Umbridge's death? Dumbledore asked Crouch. It became necessary to kill her when she managed to fight off the Imperious Curse. How did she achieve this? The dragon flew. Some of the potions she took affected her mind, made it stronger. How did you escape from Azkaban? Mother helped me. She was dying, and her last wish was that I should be free. We took Polyjuice potion. My potion had some of my mother's hair in it, and hers had some of my hair. Once we had consumed the potion, Mother took my place in the cell, and I left with my father. When my mother died, she was buried in a grave under my name. The grave my mother was to be buried in is empty. After you left prison, how were you hidden? My father placed me under the Imperious Curse. He kept me in the house with only Winky, our house elf, for company. She saw to all my needs and encouraged my father to give me special rewards for good behavior. It was she who convinced Father to take me to the Quidditch World Cup final. You got hold of a wand at the final. How? Dumbledore asked. It was the Vila. When they appeared, most of the younger boys in the box were enthralled. One of them, a tall, ginger-headed boy, did not notice his wand had fallen out of his pocket. In the confusion, he kicked it toward me. Winky did not see it. She is afraid of heights and had her eyes covered. I picked up the wand. But you were under the Imperious Curse. How did you manage to fight it off? I had been under the curse for so long it no longer affected me. I beat it. Crouch seemed pleased with this achievement. Why did you cast the dark mark in the forest after the final? Those traitors who abandoned my master needed to be punished. They were free, but they made no effort to find him. I was loyal. I escaped Azkaban. I fought off my father's control, and I obtained a wand. I am loyal, and those traitors will be punished once the Dark Lord returns to power, while I shall be rewarded for my loyalty, my courage. Once again, Crouch seemed proud of what he had done. Can you give us the names of your fellow Death Eaters? Dumbledore asked. He motioned for Professor McGonagall to carefully record this information. I know only a few names. The Dark Lord never told us the identity of all his followers. He didn't think it safe. He already did not trust some whose loyalty he doubted. Who can you name for us? Only name those whom you know are not in Azkaban. Severus Snape, Igor Karkaroff. My lord regarded both of them as traitors. Snape and Karkaroff looked uncomfortable. Who else? Dumbledore prompted. Lucius Malfoy. Impossible, Fudge whispered, just loud enough for those around him to hear. Juan, Dumbledore commanded. Walden McNair, there are others I don't know as well as these. Crabbe Goyle-Knot. Do you know of any others? No, the Dark Lord keeps much to himself, Crouch replied. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. Do you have a complete list of those names? He asked her. I do. Some of them have children who are students here. What should we do about them? She asked. They are children, Headmaster, Snape said. They cannot be held responsible for the actions of their parents. Severus is correct. For the moment we can do nothing. Indeed, the only one we can do anything for is Theodore Nott. His father is a widower and he has no other close family. We are obliged to see to his well-being. Severus, as his head of house, you will need to speak with him. Tomorrow shall be fine. For now we must try and save Harry and protect the innocent. Professor Dumbledore? Cedric Diggory inquired. Yes, Mr. Diggory. Before he took the cup to this graveyard, Harry gave me a lot of information. Amongst other things, he said he had arranged for Madame Bones to set a trap for any Death Eaters who answered the summons after who was restored to a body. I would guess, based on the reactions of Professors Snape and Karkaroff, this has now happened, and all we can do is wait and see what happens next. Dumbledore looked uncomfortable at this statement. He realized Cedric was right about Snape's and Karkaroff's reactions. Clearly Voldemort had returned and had now summoned his Death Eaters. He had a strong suspicion he knew where they were. The Riddle family, Tom's father and grandparents, were buried near the old Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton. This was almost certainly where they were now, but he couldn't certain. He wondered exactly what the trap was and whether or not it would work, but knew, for the moment at least, there was nothing he could do. Fudge was in shock. He regarded Lucius Malfoy as a friend, indeed almost his closest friend now that Dolar's Umbridge was dead, and hoped what he had heard wasn't true. Unfortunately, too many people had heard what Crouch had said, and it would be impossible to contain it. Desperately, Fudge tried to find a way out of it, but it seemed inevitable his career as Minister for Magic was over. Are you certain his man is telling the truth? Fudge asked. Unless Crouch has built up some form of resistance to Veritaserum, then there can be no doubting it, Dumbledore replied. Do you know which graveyard Crouch was referring to? Fudge again. I believe so. Severus, if Voldemort has summoned his Death Eaters, then he must be expecting your presence also. I believe it is time for you to resume your role as a spy, Dumbledore said. What do you mean, Dumbledore? Are you saying Severus Snape is a spy working for you? Why wasn't the Ministry informed? Fudge demanded. Yes, Severus is a spy, a fact that the Ministry is fully aware of. Whether those in the know chose to tell you of this fact is beyond my control, however. Perhaps your own staff do not trust you. Fudge was left speechless. Dumbledore returned his attention to Snape. Off you go, Severus. Of course, Headmaster. I shall leave immediately. Snape didn't look very happy about this, but he immediately climbed back onto the broom and flew to the castle. Once there, he donned his old Death Eater robes and walked beyond the gate and disapparated. Almost as soon as Snape had left the grounds, there was a flash of blue light near where the others were grouped. The Triwizard Cup had returned, and with it were several people. The portkey took Harry to the graveyard near the Riddle house in Little Hangleton. When he arrived, he made sure his wand was secure in his pocket before walking toward a large tombstone not far from where he had arrived. As he suspected, it was Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave. Movement nearby caught his eye, and he turned to face Peter Pettigrew, who was carrying a bundle Harry knew to be Voldemort. Before Harry could do anything, a searing, agonizing pain shot across the scar on his forehead. He fell to his knees, clutching at his head. He heard a snake-like voice say, "Seize him, Wormtail, quickly," then felt hands grab him and drag him forward. Magical ropes bound him to the headstone of Tom Riddle's grave, and a filthy rag was shoved into his mouth. Finally, Wormtail punched him in the face before leaving him alone. Harry watched as Wormtail dragged a huge cauldron into sight, filled it with water, and lit a magical fire under it. Next, Wormtail picked up the bundle that was Voldemort and placed him in the cauldron, setting the robes aside. Wormtail began speaking an enchantment, his voice full of fear. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." The surface of the grave at Harry's feet cracked. Curiously, Harry watched as a fine trickle of dust rose into the air at Wormtail's command and fell softly into the cauldron. The diamond surface of the water broke and hissed. It sent sparks in all directions and turned a vivid, poisonous-looking blue. And now Wormtail was whimpering. He pulled a long, thin, shiny silver dagger from inside his robes. His voice broke into petrified sobs. "Flesh of the servant, W willingly given, you will revive your master." At this point, Harry, knowing what was about to happen, closed his eyes. But he couldn't block out Wormtail's scream or the splash as the severed hand landed in the cauldron. Harry kept his eyes closed. He knew he was about to be cut, and his blood would be used to revive Voldemort, and even wondered what would happen if he willingly gave his blood. His thoughts were cut off by Wormtail's breath in his face. "Be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Wormtail used the dagger to cut open Harry's arm and gather some of the blood that flowed from the wound. Once this was added to the cauldron, it shone a brilliant silver, so bright it turned everything else to darkness. After a moment, Harry opened his eyes and saw a tall, skeletally thin figure. Voldemort had risen. The ghostly white apparition commanded Wormtail to clothe him, then placed his hand on the dark mark on Wormtail's arm. Wormtail screamed as if he were in agony. Now began the waiting game. Harry listened to Voldemort talking about himself, and then welcoming the return of his true family, the Death Eaters. Harry tried to count them as they arrived. There were less than 20, but they kept moving, making it difficult to get an accurate count. He easily identified Crabbe and Goyle. Their sheer size made them stand out. Between them was Lucius Malfoy. Even though they all had their faces masked, Harry could identify Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle behaved around his in exactly the same way their children behaved around Draco Malfoy. Harry waited while Voldemort talked about various things that seemed important to him, but which Harry found boring. The only time he showed any real interest was when Voldemort gave Wormtail his new silver hand. Harry watched as Wormtail tried it out by crushing a twig to dust. The thanks Wormtail extended to Voldemort almost made Harry feel sick. It was so over the top. Finally, he heard what he had been waiting for, Voldemort ordering Wormtail to untie him. Harry stood up straight and waited as Wormtail approached him. Once untied, Harry flexed his muscles quickly before turning to face Voldemort. He bowed when Voldemort instructed him to, but never took his eyes off his opponent. Harry dived to his left as Voldemort cast his first Cruciatus spell. The curse missed, instead hitting the gravestone and smashing a piece off it. Harry retaliated, shooting a jet of flame at Voldemort, who dodged it with ease. "Very good, Harry," Voldemort taunted. "You can evade and counterattack well for your age, but you are no match for me. I am the greatest wizard ever and you cannot defeat me." "Really?" Harry replied. "How many of your followers know the grave you just smashed belongs to your Muggle father?" "How dare you?" Voldemort screamed. "How dare you insult the great Lord Voldemort?" "Oh, I do more than dare," Harry said. "See this ring I'm wearing? Look familiar. You made it into a Horcrux many years ago." Voldemort's eyes went to the ring. "How did you get that?" "It was just buried under the floor in that shack over there where your family lived. And by the way, it was kind of you to leave that tiara at Hogwarts. I found it less than 4 months after starting there. Did you know that basilisk venom can destroy Horcruxes?" Harry asked. "No," Voldemort screamed. "How is this possible?" Without waiting for an answer, Voldemort screamed, "Avada Kedavra!" Harry was waiting. Instantly, he responded with Priori Incantatem. The two curses met head-on. Instantly, the beams connected, turning a bright gold. Harry's wand was vibrating wildly. He looked along the beam to Voldemort and saw the look of shock on his face as his wand, too, vibrated wildly. Harry was prepared for this. Voldemort wasn't. Nor was he prepared for what happened next, whereas Harry was. Both were lifted into the air and carried to a clear patch of ground. When they landed, the beams splintered. While the wands remained connected, the beams splintered into thousands of strands that surrounded and enclosed Harry and Voldemort. An eerie music filled the air. Harry knew it to be Phoenix Song, and it gave him strength. Voldemort looked afraid. Harry put everything into his wand, forcing a long chain of beads of energy toward Voldemort's wand. The first bead touched the wand. Echoing cries filled the air. Harry kept pushing with his mind. A ghostly hand made of silver emerged from Voldemort's wand and dissipated. "Let's see, where were we?" Harry said to Voldemort. "Ah, yes, your diary. It really was very kind of Lucius Malfoy to give me the diary nearly 3 years ago. It meant Hagrid was cleared and Myrtle's real murderer was uncovered. The locket was easy, too. One of your so-called loyal Death Eaters stole that and gave it to his brother, Sirius Black. The only Horcrux that was actually well hidden was Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Narcissa Malfoy deserves the credit for recovering that one. Actually, the Malfoys have helped quite a lot in ensuring your destruction." Voldemort said nothing as Harry listed all the Horcruxes one by one. It was clear he was in shock over Harry knowing so much about him. Harry turned his attention back to the wands. A squat figure emerged from the wand. This time, Harry was just as surprised as Voldemort was. "Madame Umbridge," Harry began, "I see they used Voldemort's wand to kill you." Madame Umbridge drifted off to the side, not caring for either combatant. Harry turned his attention back to Voldemort's wand. Another figure, an old man, was emerging from it. "You must be Frank Bryce," Harry said to the old man. "I am. Do you know me?" he replied. "We never met, but I saw him kill you. I'm sorry I couldn't help you." "That's fine. I had a long life. You fight him now, though. Beat him for me." "I am going to destroy him for all his victims. Bertha Jorkins, I assume," Harry said as another figure emerged from the wand. "I am. Fight him, boy. I will try to help if I can," Bertha Jorkins replied. Harry turned all his attention back to Voldemort. He knew his parents would soon be with him. He thought about the ring. Could it really raise the dead? And if so, how would the dead react? Another figure was emerging from the wand. Harry knew it would be his mother. "Mum," Harry said as she emerged from the wand and stood on the ground. "Hello, Harry," Lily Evans Potter said. "Your father will be here soon. We are both proud of you, son." Harry waited. Soon James Potter emerged from the wand. "Harry, your mother and I are so proud of you and all you've done. Now the time has come for you to leave here. We will protect you once you break the bond." But Harry shook his head. "No, Dad, this ends here. Only one of Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, or myself will leave this graveyard alive. This is the battle to end the war. This ring I'm wearing contains the legendary resurrection stone from the Deathly Hallows. The invisibility cloak you left me is the cloak of death, and I believe I am the true master of the Elder Wand." "Harry, what are you saying?" Lily sounded shocked. "Mum, you sacrificed yourself to save me. Now I intend to do the same thing for all the other innocent people who deserve to live," Harry said. James and Lily looked at each other. "You must do what you think is right, and we will not stop you," James said. Lily nodded in agreement, a sad look on her face. Harry turned back to Lord Voldemort. "Your servant at Hogwarts has been captured. As of now, I forbid you to ever harm another person. You cannot win. Surrender now and repent, and you may be saved. Otherwise, this is the end." Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that would have terrified the average person. "You are mistaken, Harry Potter. You think you have destroyed all my Horcruxes, but you haven't. There is another one yet unfound. If you mean Nagini, I already know about her. But she is a snake, and she will eventually die, so I'm not unduly worried. Let me remind you, Tom, I forbid you to harm another. I will not let you kill any more innocent people," Harry finished. Voldemort looked surprised Harry knew about Nagini being a Horcrux. This didn't change how he felt, however. He was still going to kill Harry as soon as he could regain full control of his wand. "I think it is time to end this, Tom," Harry said. "This is your last chance. For once in your life, do what is right. Your soul depends on it." Voldemort just glared at him, a look of contempt on his face. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. With a sharp pull straight up, he severed the link between the wands. Opening his eyes, he saw the burst of golden light as the rainbow-like web around him, and Voldemort shattered into innumerable strands. He looked Voldemort in the eye as the Dark Lord raised his wand and pointed it at him. Harry saw the look of hatred on Voldemort's face as he heard him say the words, "Avada Kedavra." A burst of green light shot from the wand straight at Harry. As it struck him, Harry concentrated on his phoenix form. The combined result of the curse and Harry's transformation resulted in a burst of red and gold flame that consumed Harry's body, but then a jet of flame shot back along the beam of the curse and struck Voldemort. Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, screamed as his body exploded into flame. The two pillars of flame died down to be replaced by two piles of ash. Sirius and the other Aurors, along with reinforcements from other departments of the Ministry of Magic, as well as some trusted friends, sat and waited. Harry had given clear instructions as to what they were to do. This involved doing nothing until the rainbow breaks, as Harry had put it. No one knew exactly what this meant, but they knew it wouldn't happen until all the Death Eaters were present in the graveyard. The one Death Eater known to be at Hogwarts wouldn't stand a chance against all the teachers, so his capture was assured. Their job was to catch the rest. All the same, it was turning into a long night. The Triwizard Tournament's third task was due to begin at 9 p.m., and it would be some time after that before anything happened in the graveyard. Because of this, most of the waiting witches and wizards were relaxing. They would have plenty of time to get ready once Harry appeared. Sirius was one of the few on guard duty. He was determined not to miss anything. A flash of blue light caught Sirius' attention. "Harry's here," he said quietly to the Auror next to who then passed it along the chain until everybody knew it. Although Sirius would have preferred to charge straight in and attack Wormtail, he held his ground. Harry had been very specific with his instructions. He knew certain things would have to happen before they could move. So they watched as Wormtail tied Harry to a gravestone, and a large cauldron was brought out. They waited as the fire under the cauldron was lit, and a strangely shaped object was removed from a bundle of what looked like robes and placed in it. Sirius and the others heard Wormtail say something, and they saw what looked like dust drift into the air and settle in the cauldron. Sirius was shocked when he saw Wormtail cut his own hand off. Wormtail's scream of pain alerted everybody to what had happened, and they all saw Wormtail pick up the severed hand and drop it in the cauldron. This was the hardest part for Sirius. He could only sit and watch as Wormtail, bleeding profusely and sobbing loudly, cut into Harry's arm and gathered some of his blood. The blood went into the cauldron and Wormtail collapsed, still sobbing loudly. The cauldron shone a brilliant silver, and then a tall, thin figure climbed out of it. The figure addressed Wormtail by name, commanding him to robe him. The voice was high and cold, a voice of pure evil. This was Lord Voldemort. After a few moments, Voldemort finally turned to Wormtail. How Wormtail was still alive after losing so much blood was itself surprising, but clearly he was. The next sound was Wormtail screaming in apparent agony as Voldemort took hold of his arm. This meant that the Death Eaters had been summoned. Sirius and the others cast disillusionment spells and other charms to make them harder to see and moved into position. The plan was for them to form two groups about 15 m apart and at about 90 to each other. This would create a crossfire pattern and should ensure no Death Eaters escaped. Over the next few minutes, nearly 20 cloaked and masked figures apparated into the graveyard. As Sirius watched, they seemed to form into groups with each group a little apart from each other. It looked as if they were forming cliques or groups of those who had worked together in the past. One particular group stood out, a tall, thin figure between two huge silhouettes. Even Sirius knew this must be Lucius Malfoy and his cronies, Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. After nearly 5 minutes, during which time Voldemort spoke with, and occasionally tortured, the assembled Death Eaters, Voldemort cast a spell. It looked as if a silvery glove had appeared and attached itself to Wormtail's arm. Instantly, Wormtail had stopped whimpering, and had then picked something up which he then proceeded to crush with his new hand, a disconcerting sight. Finally, after several more minutes of talking, Wormtail was ordered to untie Harry and return his wand. Sirius assumed they were about to find out what Harry had meant by "when the rainbow breaks," and he readied himself for the fight. He saw Harry dodge a curse from Voldemort's wand and retaliate with one of his own, but saw no evidence of a rainbow. Now beginning to feel worried, Sirius thought about a preemptive strike, but then he heard Harry speaking. It sounded like Harry was telling Voldemort some of the Horcruxes they had destroyed. Voldemort screamed, "No! How is this possible?" and cast Avada Kedavra, and Harry matched him with a spell of his own. The effect was startling. A golden beam suddenly appeared between the two wands. Voldemort looked shocked, whereas Harry looked supremely confident. Next, both combatants were lifted into the air and carried to a patch of clear ground. The Death Eaters scrambled to follow, shouts of surprise and confusion clearly heard. The Ministry officials were also caught off guard by this. They quickly readjusted their positions to recreate the field of attack they had previously held. Even more remarkable, the golden beams suddenly split into a web of crisscrossing arcs. Sirius now realized what Harry had meant by the rainbow. Voldemort was shouting to his followers. The confusion in his voice was clear to all. Harry was speaking too, but seemed much more confident. It was as if things were going exactly to his plan. Large, dark gray objects began appearing inside the web. They seemed to move independent of any control. What this magic was serious, and the others had no idea, but it seemed as if Harry knew exactly what he was doing. A short time later, after most of the gray objects had drifted toward Harry, Sirius saw Harry pull up and back on his wand. Suddenly, the rainbow-like cage shattered. Voldemort shouted Avada Kedavra, and a jet of green light shot from his wand. As this happened, Harry transformed into a phoenix and then into a pillar of flame. A jet of flame shot towards Lord Voldemort. When it hit him, he, too, burst into flames. Seconds later, all that remained were 2 piles of ash. The Ministry wizards had all seen the rainbow shatter. As soon as it happened, they attacked en masse. Nearly 30 stunners burst amongst the Death Eaters, most of whom never saw what happened. 1 or 2 managed to avoid the attack, and they tried to disapparate or fight back. Those who tried to disapparate failed. A small group of Ministry personnel had set up anti-apparition barriers around the graveyard. You could apparate in but not out. Those you chose to fight were quickly subdued without any injury to the Ministry officials and their allies. While this was happening, Tonks had located Nagini and managed to stun the snake. Now she pulled out her basilisk fang and drove it into the snake's head, killing it and destroying the last Horcrux. She jumped to her feet and hurried over to where Sirius and Remus were standing. When she arrived, she got the shock of her life. She found Sirius and Remus talking to two ghost-like figures she recognized as James and Lily Potter. They looked exactly the same as they appeared in the many photos Sirius had kept of his old friends. What? How? What? Tonks spluttered when she joined them. James, Lily, this is my cousin Nymphadora, Tonks, Sirius said. Tonks was so shocked that she forgot to snap at Sirius for calling her Nymphadora. Hello, dear, do you remember us? Lily asked. Tonks nodded. We can only stay a short time, James said, his voice getting fainter as he spoke. Take care of Harry for us, won't you? Of course I will, Sirius replied. I'll treat him like my own son. I'll do everything I can for him, too, Remus added. The figures of James, Lily, and the others pulled from Voldemort's wand faded. Madame Bones, who had been speaking with Umbridge's spirit, joined them. I have ordered the anti-apparition wards be removed, she said. Sirius. Were you aware that Harry's wand shared a core with you-know-whose wand? No, Sirius admitted. How could that have happened? Tonks asked. I mean, how could Harry draw those spirits out of another wand? Harry's wand had a core made from the same magical creature that supplied the core to Voldemort's wand, Madame Bones explained. They are brother wands and they will not fight each other. If you force them to fight, the stronger owner will be able to force the other's wand to release an image of all the spells cast by it in reverse order. Harry was able to force you-know-whose wand to produce a reflection of its previous spells, right back to when Voldemort killed Harry's parents. Sirius, Tonks gasped, pointing to the pile of ash where Harry had been. Of course, Sirius said. Harry has all the powers of the Phoenix, including its ability to regenerate after dying. Carefully, he scooped up the small, newborn phoenix from the ashes. Can I help with Harry? Remus asked. Sirius nodded. We need to take Harry to Grimmauld Place so he can regenerate in safety. With that, Sirius and Remus disapparated. Tonks stayed where she was, still trying to fully comprehend what had just happened. Madame Bones, meanwhile, was organizing the Aurors into groups to round up and identify the Death Eaters they had captured. Once this was finished, and everyone had been identified, she called Rufus Scrimgeour and told him to take over. Tonks, I want you and Arthur Weasley to come with me. I am leaving Scrimgeour in charge here, and with Sirius away on his urgent mission, you are the best person to help me explain to Dumbledore what has happened not only here but also many other events that have occurred over the last 4 years. Of course, Madame Bones. I will help in any way I can, Tonks replied. Arthur. Can you join us, please? How can I help you, madam? Mr. Weasley asked. I would like you come to Hogwarts with us. I have a meeting with Dumbledore. The Triwizard Cup is a portkey which should take us straight to the entrance of the maze at Hogwarts. Of course, madam, said Mr. Weasley. Madame Bones, Tonks, and Mr. Weasley walked to where the cup lay in the grass. It is touch-activated, so, when I say now, you will need to immediately touch some part of it. On a count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3, now. They all grabbed onto the cup, which glowed blue, then vanished, taking the 3 of them off to Hogwarts where they were to meet Dumbledore. Scrimgeour quickly listed the names of all the Death Eaters they had captured. He was both shocked and disappointed that he knew many of them. Several, like McNair and Runcorn, were Ministry officials, while others such as Malfoy were known to be good friends of senior Ministry staff, including Minister Fudge himself. He recognized almost all of them. Most were from old pureblood families, and until tonight had been people of good renown. The events of this night were going to cause massive upheaval in the wizarding world. That was obvious. As soon as everybody had been identified, Scrimgeour ordered them to be taken to Azkaban, where they would be held until their trials. The final job was a thorough scene examination. Samples of the potion from the cauldron were taken for analysis. Wormtail's new silver hand was clearly a permanent object. It hadn't disappeared when Voldemort died, so it would need to be examined as well. There was still so much work to do. Harry was laying on something. What it was exactly he couldn't say, nor did he care. As soon as he sat up, he began to think of something. Next moment, he was laying on a concrete floor. He looked around and saw robes folded neatly nearby. Standing up, he pulled the robes over his head. So this is the afterlife, he thought. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. My best guess is we invent our own afterlife, staying in a place we like or which is important to us. King's Cross Railway Station is the gateway to the Hogwarts Express, and Hogwarts always felt more like home than Privet Drive ever did. That must be why I am standing on the platform at King's Cross, just like last time. Looking around, he decided to look for Voldemort. As he expected, he soon saw the ugly, reddish-black-skinned thing that Pettigrew had placed in the cauldron in the graveyard. He approached it. As he approached, the thing twitched feebly and then lay still. Harry bent over it. There was no sign of breath nor any movement of the chest, limbs, even the face. It was dead. I tried to save you, Tom, he thought as he looked down upon what was left of Lord Voldemort Tom Marvolo Riddle. You did your best for him. The voice startled Harry, who turned around. He found himself face to face with a tall, black-robed figure somewhat like a Dementor, but clearly not. Are you Death? Harry asked the figure. I have many names, but yes, most people know me as Death. Am I dead? Harry asked. No, and yes. You are Master of Death, the one who reunited the gifts given to the Peverell brothers 1,000 years ago. I take it being Master of Death means I am able to choose my own time of dying, rather than I am your master. Death laughed. No man, living nor dead nor yet unborn, will ever be my master. Your assumption is correct. How else could your animagus be a phoenix? The phoenix is the only creature that can ever choose its time of final death. Now Harry understood fully everything that had happened. Just to make sure, though, he asked Death, is the fact I am the master of all three of the Hallows the reason I was able to use the Room of Requirement to travel back in time to save the innocent? And is that also the reason for my animagus form is a phoenix? It is, to both your questions, Death replied. I have the cloak and the ring with me now, but I have not held the Elder Wand since returning. How is it that I am still the master of the Elder Wand? Before you decided to return, you were the wand's rightful master. The fact that a former master is still able to use it is because he is a former master. Once any wand has granted its allegiance to any person, that wand will always be usable by that person, even if another wins it in the future. If you take the Elder Wand as your own now, you will be its master, but any previous owner can still use it. This also applies to any other wand user you defeat. How many former masters of the Elder Wand remain alive? 2. Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Harry thought this over for a while before another question occurred to him. Can a wand be lent to another person who is not its master, and will this person be able to get the best results out of it? Yes. If a wand is willingly given to another, then that person can use the wand, but not against its rightful owner. A wand that is found can be used by whoever finds it also. Harry decided this was enough about wands. There were many other things he wanted to know about, but before he could ask, Death spoke to him. Do you know why I am here? Do you know where here is? I cannot answer the first question, Harry replied. I had expected I would be greeted by someone who has already passed and who I am familiar with. I really thought my parents would be here for me. To answer your second question, this is King's Cross Railway Station. I believe we are here because this is the entrance to the first place I ever called home, at least that I can remember anyway. I see, Death replied. I am here because you have the right to choose when you die. I am your guide into the afterlife. You have died before, and you chose to return to the living to protect the innocent and defeat your greatest enemy. Then you chose to return to an earlier time to save innocent lives that were lost before. I am the only one who can explain these things to you. Can you tell me what I can expect if I decide to go on? Harry asked. No, I cannot. If you are ready to go on, then I will help you. If you are not, then our conversation ends. Have you not passed through into the next life? Death looked at Harry for several minutes or seconds. Time seemed to have no meaning here. Finally, Death answered. I was born when the universe itself was born. I will die when the universe dies. Only then, when there are no souls left to help, will I pass into the next life. Harry interpreted this as meaning that Death was the universe. Everything that exists does so because of him, and everything that ever was or ever will be was because of Death. Harry made his mind up. Thank you, Death, for your help and your friendship. I must now return to the world of the living. I will see you again in 80 or so years, I think. When Harry returned to the world of the living, he immediately felt ill. Everything around him looked strange, and it took him a few minutes to realize where he was and why things looked so different. He was, of course, still in phoenix form, and a baby phoenix at that. He heard voices and then felt someone pick him up. Looking up, he saw it was Sirius who was carrying him. Remus joined them a moment later, and then Harry felt the effects of apparition. Soon after, he was back at Grimmauld Place, and Sirius was placing him on a bed of ash from the fireplace. Feeling warm, comfortable, and safe, Harry fell asleep. The Triwizard Cup portkey reappeared at Hogwarts, bringing with it Madame Amelia Bones, Auror Nymphadora Tonks, and Arthur Weasley. "I see you have captured Bartemius Crouch Jr.," Madame Bones said when she stepped away from the cup. "Madame Bones, where is Harry?" Dumbledore asked, sounding concerned. "Sirius Black has him. He and Remus Lupin have taken him for medical treatment. Harry was quite seriously hurt in the battle with Voldemort, but Harry won. Voldemort is now dead." Arthur Weasley had gone straight to where Fred and George were standing. "How much of what has been going on recently were you two aware of?" He asked the twins. "Only what Harry told us, Fred. He only told us that, George. Ludo Bagman was an imposter, Fred, and we would need our map to prove it." "George, map?" Arthur asked. "The Marauder's map," the twins said together. They showed their father the map. Meanwhile, Tonks had taken over guarding Crouch Jr. Professor Moody was standing with his former protege, quietly talking to her. Even though he saw speaking quietly, for him, nearly everybody could hear him congratulating her on her graduation. He was saying he was proud of her. Dumbledore looked concerned. "Madame Bones, I have reason to believe Lord Voldemort is not dead. It is vitally important I see Harry and explain my concerns to him. If you are referring to Horcruxes, I believe you will find they have all been destroyed. Harry, Sirius, and a few others have been keeping me up to date with their actions, and I am quite certain there are none left," Madame Bones explained. Dumbledore was clearly surprised by this information, but continued. "Even if Harry has destroyed the Horcruxes, there is still another matter that needs to be dealt with." "Harry informed me of another matter," Tonks said. "Alastor, would you mind watching Crouch for me?" "Of course," Moody said. "I will keep an eye on this piece of garbage for a few minutes." "Professor Dumbledore, Madame Bones. Harry sent me a note a few days ago explaining the situation. He insisted I do not tell Sirius until after the event. He knew Sirius would never allow him to do it if he knew what Harry had planned." Tonks pulled out a letter and began reading. "Dear Dora, despite what I have told Sirius, there is still another Horcrux about which he is unaware, although I think Dumbledore already knows about this one. In addition to Ravenclaw's tiara, the Gaunt family ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Tom Riddle's diary, and the snake, Nagini, Voldemort made a seventh Horcrux, although he doesn't know of its existence. The night he killed my parents and tried to kill me, a fragment of his soul escaped from him and attached itself to me. When Voldemort takes my blood to complete his body, he will also complete a link with he. Put simply, whichever of us dies first, wins. I intend to let Voldemort cast Avada Kedavra at me, and then let my Phoenix powers revive my body while destroying Voldemort forever. Please keep this information to yourself until after the forthcoming battle. Especially, don't tell Sirius or Remus. Signed, Harry Potter." From the shocked expressions on the faces of those present, it was clear that nobody, not even Dumbledore, suspected the extent to which Harry had gone to destroy Voldemort. "Thank you, Mad-Eye. I can take him from here," Tonks said, indicating Crouch, who lay sobbing quietly on the ground. "It would appear that Harry is far stronger all round than I had imagined," Dumbledore said. "Madame Bones, Cornelius, I think we should retire to my office to discuss the situation regarding Harry's welfare." "What about Snape?" asked Karkaroff. "There is still the matter of the Triwizard Tournament. Who has won it?" Madame Maxime added. "Professors, ministry officials," Cedric began. "Harry and I talked in the maze. I let him take the cup because it was a trap, but before that we agreed that I would be declared the winner. If Harry is still alive, he can confirm this." "I'll contact Sirius," Tonks said. "I know Harry gave him a detailed plan of events that were to happen tonight. If everything has gone according the plan, and it seems it has, then Sirius will be able to confirm what Diggory said." "Thank you, Tonks." "Amelia, I sent Severus to the graveyard before you returned here to resume his role as spy for our side. He may indeed be in danger there," Dumbledore said. Madame Bones looked worried. "I see. One moment, please." She sent her patroness, a silver owl, off with an urgent message to Scrimgeour. Professor McGonagall escorted the students back the castle while Dumbledore, Madame Bones, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and Fudge headed for Dumbledore's office. The other staff returned to their respective quarters, and Tonks and Mr. Weasley took Crouch to the ministry where he was formally charged. As the group approached the castle, a silver lion charged up to them. "Our apologies, Madame Bones. Your message arrived too late, it said in Scrimgeour's voice. When Professor Snape arrived, he was stunned several times by ministry officials. He will recover but will need medical treatment for a few days first. Do you have someone who can teach potions for the rest of the term? Fudge asked. I believe I will allow the position to remain vacant, Dumbledore replied. There are, after all, only a few days till breakup and all exams are finished. What about unmarked exams? Madam Bones asked. It appears as though everybody in first, second, third, fourth, and sixth years will pass their potions exam this year, Dumbledore replied. Nobody commented on his decision. The next morning at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore stood to address the school. As a result of the investigation carried out last night by myself, Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, and a number of Ministry of Magic officials into the events surrounding the final event in this year's Triwizard Tournament, we are now able to announce the winner of the title, he said. This brought about a murmur of conversation from the students. After a few moments, Dumbledore called for quiet. It is with a great deal of pleasure that I can announce the winner is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuffs shouted and clapped while everybody else reacted with surprise. A number of people shouted there must have been a mistake, some saying that Harry Potter deserved the title since he had led from the start. Many Gryffindors shouted angrily at the headmaster. Silence! Dumbledore bellowed. When the noise level dropped back, he continued speaking. We have learnt that, while in the maze, Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory had a lengthy discussion. Harry told Cedric essentially everything and said that Cedric could keep the trophy and the prize money in exchange for his help. Cedric assisted in the capture of Barty Crouch Jr. by covering the house elves whom Harry had summoned. Harry himself is recovering at home with Sirius Black, but I have been in touch with them, and they have confirmed Cedric's story. There were still some mutterings of discontent, but the majority of students accepted it. Those who knew Harry well realized it was the sort of thing he would do. Cedric Diggory, please step forward, Dumbledore said, when Cedric reached the headmaster's chair. Cornelius Fudge stood up. Cedric Diggory, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he began. It is with great pleasure that I declare you to be the winner of the 1990-41995 Triwizard Tournament. As Cedric received the trophy, and the sack of galleons, the Hufflepuffs cheered loudly while the others applauded politely. Cedric shook Fudge's hand as he received his rewards, and then shook the hands of each of the three heads of school in turn, as well as Professor Sprouts, his head of house, before returning to his seat. The rest of the school year passed quietly. Professor Seinstra was the acting head of Slytherin House, while Professor Snape recovered from 6 stunners. He spent several days in St. Mungo's before being released to recover at Hogwarts, where he wasted no time in resuming his duties even though he was supposed to be relaxing. He even insisted that potions classes scheduled for the last day of term continue as scheduled. Dumbledore, however, told him he should take it easy and overruled this decision. Snape was not happy but had to accept it. For the students, particularly Harry's friends, their biggest concern was Harry's welfare. Several of them, including Susan, asked to go and visit him, but Dumbledore said no. Sirius had insisted Harry needed rest, and Dumbledore agreed. Dumbledore himself wanted to visit Harry but agreed to wait a while. Susan, however, was determined to visit him and even contacted her aunt, the only person currently allowed to visit, and insisted she go along on a visit. Amelia refused her niece's request, but agreed to put to Harry some of the questions Susan wanted to ask, and to report his answers back to her. When it was discovered, Ludo Bagman had massive gambling debts, he was arrested. Since the goblins were his main creditors, it was decided he should remain in protective custody. If the goblins had gotten their hands on him, it was considered likely they would kill him. It was quickly ascertained he had insufficient funds to cover his gambling debts, so after being declared bankrupt, he was placed debtor's prison where he would work off his debts. This did mean, however, that Fred and George had lost all their money. When Molly found out they had been gambling, she was furious. "What do you think you would gain from by gambling?" she demanded. Neither Fred nor George could think of a good answer, so they simply admitted they had been stupid. After that, the twins decided they would need to do a lot of work to get back into their mother's good books, so they set about trying to get better grades. Harry did not return to Hogwarts that year. Instead, he spent the final days of the term recovering at Sirius. He had few visitors because Sirius felt, and Harry agreed, that it would be best to wait a while before returning to the public spotlight. One of the few people allowed to visit was Madame Bones, who was eager to get Harry's status as an animagus confirmed and placed on record. Harry noticed she put the wrong date on the file. "Madame Bones," Harry began, "I see you put 1994 on that file regarding my animagus status." "That's correct," she replied. "I placed last year's date on it so as to make it appear you have been registered as an animagus since that time. If anyone at the ministry asks, I will simply tell them the file was completed a year ago, but was then misplaced. That way, an unidentified file clerk will be blamed for a clerical error rather than you being called in to answer charges of being an unregistered animagus." Once this was done, she began asking some of the questions that Susan had wanted to ask him. For the most part, these were centered on his welfare. Harry was happy to assure Susan that he was fine, but still needed time to recover from the ordeal he had undergone. Facing Lord Voldemort had been a difficult experience, and he just needed time. They went on to arrange a time in late July for Susan, and anyone else who wanted to come and visit Harry at Grimmauld Place. During one of her visits, Madame Bones confirmed Harry would not be returning to the Dursleys. The Ministry of Magic had investigated the situation and had deemed the Dursleys to be unsuitable for their role as Harry's guardians, and he had been removed from their care. Dumbledore had not opposed this since, now that Voldemort was dead, there was no need for the blood protections provided by Petunia. Harry was very happy about this. Cornelius Fudge was in a difficult position, and he knew it. After the events in the graveyard in Lesser Hangleton and at Hogwarts, everybody now associated him with the Death Eaters. Even though no one believed he was a Death Eater himself, it was now a widely known fact he was on friendly terms with a number of people who were, especially Lucius Malfoy. In the last few days of June, he convened a meeting with several of his key advisors, including Madame Bones and Professor Dumbledore, to try and resolve the situation without him losing too much face at the ministry. The meeting lasted several hours. Dumbledore's own position had been called into question during the meeting, with some people thinking he was partly to blame for the events surrounding Harry's entry in the Triwizard Tournament and the apparent lack of security for the event, as well as questions over the safety of the champions. These concerns were quickly put aside so as to ensure they did not get distracted from the purpose of the meeting. After a lot of backroom negotiations, Fudge fronted a news conference at the Ministry of Magic early in July. "Ladies and gentlemen," Fudge began, "after a great deal of thought, I have decided to stand down as Minister of Magic. I have given my personal vote of confidence to Madame Amelia Bones and am nominating her as my successor. I will not be leaving the ministry, however. Since the death of Madame Dolar's Umbridge, I have taken personal responsibility for the role of Minister of International Magical Cooperation, and will now be taking over this position on a full-time basis." This announcement was generally greeted well by those present, and over the next few days, the changeover was put into effect. As a consequence of Madame Bones' promotion, a new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was required. Rufus Scrimgeour filled this role, with Kingsley Shacklebolt promoted to head Auror. Arthur Weasley also received a promotion. A new office, the Department of Muggle Relations, was created out of the former Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, and Arthur Weasley was appointed head of department. His staff was also significantly expanded, so he now had 12 people answering to him, instead of just one. The students who had helped in the capture of Barty Crouch Jr. were rewarded as well. Madame Bones gave each of Cedric Diggory, Fred, and George Weasley 500 galleons. Cedric used his reward to give himself and his family a well-deserved holiday, while the twins said they had plans for their money. By mid-July, Sirius had decided Harry was well enough to receive visitors. One of the first was Professor Dumbledore, who seemed concerned that Harry had chosen to withhold so much information from him. Harry's response was that he was doing the same thing Dumbledore did, only telling people certain information, but unlike Dumbledore, everyone who had a right to know was being told. He pointed out that Dumbledore had withheld a lot of information from him, even when it had become obvious Harry already knew much of it. Dumbledore left at this point, and that was the last Harry saw of him over the holidays. Susan come for a visit with her parents a few days later. While she was delighted, Harry was all right. She said she wished Harry could have told her more. At this point, Harry told her everything that Sirius knew. He told her all about the Horcruxes, including the one in his head, and explained why so few people had been told about them. Sirius didn't even know about the Horcrux in Harry before it had been destroyed, because Harry knew Sirius would have tried to stop him. Harry then apologized for not telling Susan more and asked if she still wanted to be his friend. Susan said yes. Soon after Susan's family left, the Weasleys arrived. Immediately, Molly rushed to Harry's bedside. Harry was finishing tidying his room when she entered. She fussed over Harry even though he insisted he was fine and didn't need to be looked after. Eventually, Sirius told her to leave Harry alone, saying he would join them when he was ready. Harry spoke to the group for a while before saying he would like to talk to the youths independently. First, he took Ron aside. "Are you going to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year?" he asked. "Yeah," Ron replied. "I reckon I could be the new keeper, but I'd need a decent broom first. Remember, my old Nimbus 2000 is available for the team's use. If you get to play keeper, you'll be riding that broom in the actual games. I'm going to suggest to Angelina that all the candidates for keeper try out riding it, too." With that knowledge, Ron left the room feeling quietly confident. Harry spoke to Ginny next. He told her she should try out for Quidditch next year, too, as either chaser or seeker. Even if she wasn't selected, they could always use reserve players just in case one of the regulars became unavailable. Ginny liked the idea and said she would be trying out. Fred and George came in together. "How are your plans for your joke shop coming along?" Harry asked them. "What joke shop?" the twins asked together. Both seemed surprised Harry knew about it. Harry smiled. "Remember," he said. "I have seen that it will be a great success. You might even consider leaving school before the end of the year, too, just to get a head start." "You know what, Fred? We might just do that, George, although Quidditch, Fred, still comes first, George." Harry laughed along with them. "We will have to think about finding some new beaters first, though," he said. The twins agreed. "We will take personal responsibility, Fred, for training our replacements, George." With that settled, the twins left, and Harry was able to relax and concentrate on his summer holiday assignments. Even though he had missed the last week of term, his teachers had still set him a pile of holiday schoolwork. Dumbledore's point of view. Once again, Professor Dumbledore found himself facing his perennial problem, finding someone to teach defense against the dark arts. The problem was worse this year because of the upcoming Triwizard Tournament that Hogwarts would be hosting. When no suitable candidate put their name forward for the job, he decided to call in a favor from an old friend. Alastor Moody accepted the offer on the condition he could quit after 1 year. When Dumbledore explained to him that no one had held the job for more than a year for something over 30 years, Moody had laughed. He had heard the rumor, but didn't believe it until then. With that sorted, Dumbledore settled back into his office. He had decided not to attend the Quidditch World Cup, but when the dark mark was cast in the sky after a riot at the campsite, he set off to help with the investigation. What he found was a confusing situation. Apparently, whoever had set off the mark had used a stolen wand and had managed to disapparate before the Ministry had arrived. He learned that Harry Potter and his friends had been first on the scene, and that it was Ron Weasley's wand that had been used. Since there was nothing more he could do, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts. The first week of the new school year brought some complaints about Mad-Eye Moody's teaching. A number of students had spoken to their heads of house expressing concern about the subject matter. Apparently, he was demonstrating the unforgivable curses in class. Dumbledore assured the staff the situation was under control and informed them he would speak to Moody about it. The opportunity never arose, however. On Saturday, several Aurors arrived at the castle and told Dumbledore that a Death Eater, Barty Crouch Jr., was impersonating Moody. Crouch Sr. had been arrested for harboring a Death Eater, and now they were going to arrest Jr. Crouch Jr. was alerted to this, however, and managed to escape. Until the real Moody was fit to teach, the Ministry would supply an Auror to cover the class. For the first week, it would be Sirius Black. When Sirius arrived, he informed Dumbledore exactly what had happened and recommended security be improved before the Triwizard Tournament started. Fortunately for Dumbledore, things settled down after the first week. The real Moody proved an able teacher, and no other unusual events happened until the day the visitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived. After the reception and feast to welcome, the guests Dumbledore had introduced the judges for the Triwizard Tournament. He soon realized that several students knew who Madame Umbridge was and took an immediate dislike of her and her anti-werewolf legislation. That night, as Dumbledore made his way to the kitchens, he noticed 2 snakes around the plinth on which the goblet of fire had been placed. Next day, he asked Harry Potter if he had put them there and why. Harry told him of another prophecy. Apparently, Harry had seen his name come out of the goblet even though he was underage. That night, the prophecy came true. Harry Potter's name did come out of the goblet, and Dumbledore now faced a competition with 4 champions instead of 3. Day of the first task arrived. Harry was the last champion scheduled to face a dragon, but he proved by far the best. Even though Karkaroff had given him a low mark, Harry had still scored a comfortable victory. The judges, other than Karkaroff, agreed the second task would be judged as a whole rather than individually to prevent such an event happening again. The next month passed quietly. The Yule Ball came along, and everything was running smoothly until Rita Skeeter was discovered in the grounds. An unregistered animagus, Skeeter was discovered when Harry Potter squashed a beetle only for it to turn in Skeeter, much to everyone's shock. Although he suspected Harry knew more about this than he was letting on, Dumbledore had no proof. Even after carefully questioning Harry and Ron Weasley, who had also been there, he was unable to gain much more information. He did, however, learn more about another incident that had happened 3 years earlier. Dumbledore asked Harry to take him into the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry agreed, saying he would take him down there after the second task. Although not happy with the delay, he agreed to Harry's request. Dumbledore took Snape with him, and Harry brought Sirius and 2 house elves. After a couple of hours, they returned to the surface. Dumbledore now knew Harry was using the chamber as a private workshop and decided to carefully monitor all activity in the area. He set up a series of wards and waited for them to be triggered. Nothing happened, however. It seemed as though Harry was no longer using the room. Nonetheless, it was clear Harry now that Rai was exercising almost total independence, and that Sirius was more loyal to Harry than to Dumbledore himself. The rest of the term saw nothing unusual happen at school, but Madame Umbridge was found murdered in her own home. As Madame Umbridge was the Minister for International Magical Cooperation, she had been a regular visitor to Hogwarts recently. Dumbledore contacted the ministry to offer his services and to get up-to-date information. As little information was available at that time, the ministry felt he should stay where he was and look after the school and its students. They promised to keep him informed of any further information, however. The third term started off quietly. Indeed, until the day of the final Triwizard Tournament task, nothing unusual seemed to be happening. Exams were over, and the entire school plus guests were assembled around the Quidditch Stadium, awaiting the declaration of the winner before anything did happen. Firstly, a burst of red stars alerted everyone to the fact a champion was in trouble. Victor Crumb and Fleur de Lacquer were both carried unconscious from the maze. Obviously, another champion had found them and signaled for help. Once revived, neither Crumb nor Fleur were able to say what had happened to them since entering the maze. They were both taken away to recover since they were no longer in the contest. Several minutes later, more red stars were seen. This time, Cedric Diggory was brought out of the maze, and his report shocked Dumbledore deeply. Apparently, the Triwizard Cup was gone, as was Harry. Before anything else could happen, however, 2 house elves had appeared in front of the judge's table and attacked Ludo Bagman then. When Minister Fudge had drawn his wand on the elves, Cedric had attacked him. It was then discovered Bagman was an imposter using Polyjuice Potion, and that he was actually Barty Crouch Jr. Soon after this, Dumbledore noticed Snape grab his forearm, the same place he knew Snape's dark mark to be. When Crouch was questioned, he revealed much information, including why Umbridge had been killed. He also explained exactly how he had escaped Azkaban, about what had happened to his mother, and how he had remained hidden for so long. He explained how he had obtained a wand, and why he used it to cast the dark mark at the World Cup. Dumbledore then asked him for the names of as many Death Eaters as possible, and had Minerva record the information. None of the names came as a surprise to Dumbledore. He began forming a plan to rescue Harry, but Cedric mentioned it may already be too late, since it was obvious Voldemort had summoned his Death Eaters. Cedric also said Harry had a plan worked out and recommended they wait since there was nothing they could do. He decided to send Snape anyway. Within moments of Snape leaving, however, Madame Bones, Arthur Weasley, and Nymphadora Tonks arrived via the Triwizard Cup portkey. They informed Dumbledore that Harry had defeated Lord Voldemort, but had been badly injured in the process, and was now recovering with Sirius. They also say that almost all of Voldemort's Death Eaters have been captured. Dumbledore immediately said he needed to speak to Harry, but Madame Bones refused permission, and Tonks told him Harry already knew of the Horcrux in him. It had been destroyed, and there was danger of Voldemort returning this time. At this point, he realized just how powerful Harry really had become, along with how much Harry had done without his knowledge. Weeks later, Dumbledore visited Harry at Grimmauld Place, but his attempt to pull Harry back under his control failed. As he left, Dumbledore realized he had lost Harry's respect. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he knew there is no chance Harry will turn out the way he wanted. Harry was simply too powerful.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.